Chapter Xuanhuan, The Earth's Age of Wizards. Around 10 o'clock at night, Abyss City, Sector 3. A spacious underground tavern bustled with patrons. The reddish-brown stone walls were adorned with lush green vines and occasional pure white flowers. The vibrant leaves and blossoms complemented the sky-blue flames of the braziers, creating an almost breathtakingly beautiful atmosphere. A young man in a neat black and white work uniform stood behind the bar, polishing a crystal glass that was already impeccably clean. A powerfully built man with a beard so thick his face was almost entirely obscured sat with difficulty on a chair too high for him. The man, whose height and width were nearly equal, waved his muscular arms, shouting for beer. "Earthling boy, give me your best beer, or I'll twist your little head off, he ha ha." Peng put down the crystal glass, picked up a hefty wooden keg, filled it with golden, fragrant brew, and pushed it towards the dwarf. He wasn't worried about the fellow not paying. Dwarves were inherently valuable slaves. Countless wizards' dissecting tables were reserved for these life-force, rich subhuman species. On the tavern stage nearby, a group of musicians in suits played. Like stars surrounding the moon, a girl with long silver hair cascading over her shoulders, skin as white and translucent as porcelain, and a delicate, beautiful face that transcended human limits, held a black microphone and sang with her eyes closed. Prosperity fades into nothingness, enchanting the world. Dreams turn cold, a lifetime of emotional debts. As you remain silent, life and death await. Awaiting, year after year. How many levels of the stupa have collapsed, whose soul has been broken? Pain rushes to a single remaining lamp, a crumbling mountain gate. Allow me to wait as history turns, wait for the wine to mature, wait for you to play a gushing melody. Rain falls, the old village is overgrown with weeds. I hear, you are always a mottled city gate entwined with old roots. What's engraved on the ancient board is, wet again. So rain falls, the old village is overgrown with weeds. I hear, you are still guarding the lonely city. The shepherd's pipe from the city's edge falls on that wild village. The destiny takes root is. As the melody was beautiful, smooth, and elegant, the emotion conveyed in the girl's singing was heartbreaking and deeply moving. Initially, most of the tavern's patrons were greedily gazing at the silver-haired girl's otherworldly beauty, but when the melody of Smoke and Mirrors fully unfolded, when the girl sang with a voice that seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls, in a remarkably short time, almost everyone in the tavern was drawn into the extremely sorrowful yet exquisitely beautiful atmosphere of the song. Youth's laughter, envied by so many, welcomes spring, yet history's gentle hand refuses its strokes too harsh. Fireworks easily cool, people easily part, and you ask if I'm still serious. After a millennium, who's still waiting for this deep-seated love spanning lifetimes? Can history's truth be denied? The Wei Dynasty, Luoyang City. As if you're following a past life's doorway. Following the dust, following me, wandering through life. With the melody, with the conductor's rapidly waving baton, the song reached its final crescendo, its highest peak. Rain falls, old haunts overgrown with weeds. I hear you remain alone. The mottled city gate, old tree roots entwined, echoing on the stone slabs, a silent wait. Rain falls, old haunts overgrown with weeds. I hear, you still guard the lonely city. The shepherd's pipe from the suburbs drifting over that wild village. Destiny takes root, it's us. Destiny takes root, it's us. In the Galan temple, listening to the rain, hoping for eternity. After the song, both the singer on stage and the tavern patrons remained immersed in the music for several dozen seconds before gradually returning to awareness. Those captivated by the song's ambience spontaneously approached the stage, their expressions fervent as they urged the silver-haired girl to sing again. However, the silver-haired girl, her eyes flashing with ruby-red brilliance, simply swept a dispassionate gaze across the crowd before bowing coldly and leaving the stage. The previously excited patrons dared not utter a word to stop her as the girl bowed. Her long hair revealed pointed ears framing her delicate face, a distinct racial feature revealing her superior, almost untouchable lineage. Her nobility was enough to instantly cool the blood, heated by alcohol and song, as if doused with ice water. Elves, the naturally beautiful and wealthy race, rated as bronze-blooded by the Celestial Wizard Tower, an excellent race with bloodline potential far surpassing the dwarves' iron bloodline. Near innate spellcasting bloodlines, legendary close combat prowess, and a race renowned for producing master archers and crossbow snipers. In short, an untouchable noble race. For most patrons present, hearing a single elven song was a blessing, a tale to boast about for years to come. It was amazing. I felt like my soul was ripped away. Yeah, it was like being under a succubus's charm. If the singer hadn't been an elf, I'd have thought I was under some kind of mind control spell. It was a shame they couldn't hear the dreamlike, beautiful song of the elf again, but the silver-haired girl's light singing was enough to fuel their conversation for the entire night. By midnight, the elf singer's performance had long ended. Following the heated atmosphere, a large-scale epic documentary on wizards, King of Kings, began playing on the bar's three-dimensional crystal chandelier. On the screen, hellish, dark red flames seemed to burst from the screen and surge towards the bar's patron. Then, a man with white skin, blonde hair, dark eyes, and extremely youthful appearance, yet deeply insightful gaze strode out. He appeared relaxed, a playful smirk still lingering on his lips as he walked step by step towards a monstrous three-headed dragon that resembled a gigantic mountain. Kassar, you have forsaken the darkness. The will of the abyss will ultimately devour your soul, banishing it for eternity. A demon, yet you pledge allegiance to some other entity. No wonder you, the ancestor of the fallen three-headed golden dragon, haven't made any progress for 1,000 years. Demons only serve themselves. The man portraying the Witch King Cassar on screen was a very famous American Hollywood superstar from before the abyss's descent. Now, wearing black-colored contact lenses surrounded by magnificent purple and red magic flames, he spoke with a cold yet playful smile, vaguely echoing the arrogance and madness of the Witch King's battle against the Abyssal Dragon King a year ago. Of course, no one saw the actual events of that battle. The truth was, the Dragon King attacked. The Witch King Cassar stepped forward to meet him, beat him half to death, sealed him away, and probably collected some useful materials on the way home. That's essentially what happened. There was certainly no 100-plus episode thrilling plot twist-filled story like the one on screen. Thankfully, it's an artistic work depicting figures almost considered gods in the wizarding world, so a little artistic license is understandable. The main storyline remains largely unchanged. After a fierce battle depicted on the chandelier screen, Cassar, in accordance with history, finally refines the three-headed dragon into a massive source of dark energy. If the Dragon King's terrifying energy, accumulated over millions of years, had been allowed to explode directly, the Witch King himself might have been fine, but all wizards below the 5th rank in the Celestial Wizard Tower would have been annihilated. And that's even with the tower's powerful magical array protection. For some reason, a strange, cold smile curved the powerful Witch King's lips. After tens of thousands of years of camaraderie, I can't bear to simply annihilate you, become the 5 realms of the dark world. If within 100 years, none of my descendants can break the world stone and truly kill you, then after a century, I'll let you live. What do you say? How can I trust you? You even dared to betray the will of the abyss. You can only trust me, otherwise you won't even have a chance to escape 100 years later. The strong have the right to tear up contracts, while the weak either abide by them or have nothing. You are weak now. Chapter 02 Kids Bloodmouth Turbulent Times. Watching on the crystal screen as Cassar incinerated the three-headed dragon into a huge black-red energy source and formed a dark contract with it, Peng inwardly applauded. The Wizard Emperor's masterful technique of squeezing oil from stone was truly ingenious. Not only did it give the other party a glimmer of hope, preventing them from self-destructing and causing the immediate side to suffer massive losses, but it also used the power of the contract to continuously weaken the immense magical power of the materialized three-headed Dragon King, providing the entire wizarding world with a massive amount of growth resources. The power accumulated by the three-headed Dragon King over 1,000,000 years was undoubtedly incredibly powerful, yet the entire wizarding world was prosperous and thriving, controlling countless colonial planes. Being squeezed as a free energy source for 100 years by such a vast world community would exhaust even powerful gods. Peng stood at the bar, polishing the crystal glass that was almost worn to pieces, openly watching the movie and feeling very happy. Peng, that scavenger boy is here again to have something appraised. The teacher wants you to go over. Reluctantly tearing his eyes away from the large 3-dimensional screen, he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. It was the silver-haired, red-eyed elf singer from the stage earlier. The girl had changed out of her performance outfit and was now wearing a black and white waiter's uniform like Peng's. Her silver hair, previously loose, was now tied in a neat ponytail accentuating her tall figure, making her look both beautiful and spirited. But her wine-red eyes were fixed coldly on him, which was rather unpleasant. When, you can call me senior brother. In my homeland, addressing people directly by name is impolite. We're not close enough to require politeness, and I don't need to learn the customs of a fallen earthling race. Your kind are nothing more than playthings the Supreme Emperor raises on a whim. Speaking, Yuan took the crystal goblet from Peng, poured herself a glass of bright green apple wine, and took a sip. Her posture was elegant, her movements graceful, revealing a slender swan-like neck as she raised the glass to drink. Even though her words were cutting, there was a touch of sharp wit in her nature. Singing songs written by earthlings, drinking wine brewed by earthlings, watching films made by earthlings, yet you look down on earthlings all day long. Annoying pointy ears. Teacher Kid was calling and Peng had no interest in arguing with her. A heterogeneous otaku girl secretly hoarding over 200 gigabytes of romance dramas from various countries on her computer. Her future prospects basically amounted to being picked up by a Japanese man, then trained as an tool and sold to a fat, ugly, perverted and wealthy man. Muttering curses under his breath, Peng hurried to the other side of the underground tavern. Compared to the main tavern, this side was a much smaller and more cramped general store. Dozens of suits of armor, great swords, strong crossbows and spears lined the walls, though they were all dusty and unremarkable. Peng, however, knew that their combined value far exceeded the total assets of the entire underground bar behind it, and were the main source of income for this dual-purpose shop, jokingly referred to by adventurers as Kid's blood-soaked gambling shop. Entering the small shop and donning a dust coat, Peng sat down in the appraiser's chair, his bottom barely warm before a scrawny young man rushed in excitedly. He was clad in worn leather armor, looking travel-weary, a long bow slung on his back and a broken, sharpened sword strapped to his thigh. He carried a tattered bundle, his face bearing fresh scars, displaying a mixture of excitement and anticipation. "Brother Peng, I'm back! I've got some good stuff this time!" You say that every time, and every time it's just a pile of junk. carefully wiping a monocle with a clean alcohol-soaked cloth. A row of extremely fine yet complex array runes flashed across the antique lens as Peng focused his spiritual energy witchcraft artifact. Appraiser's monocle. This was a witchcraft artifact of greater value than ordinary magical equipment. Peng only had the right to use it. Its true owner was Kid, the Black Sorcerer, a black sheep of the wizarding world, reeking of copper and corruption. Also Peng's current mentor, focusing appraising, worn leather half armor 5 nars, a damaged shield 8 nars, he used leather boots 2 nars, a broken bow 2 nars, broken arrowhead. Jiang Yusen, this thing belongs in the trash. If I take it, Kid will deduct double the price from my wages. He flicked the broken arrowhead back to the young man, causing Jiang Yusen's face to flush. He really needed the money, and was getting desperate. But Jiang Yusen knew that only this man would give him a fair price for this junk. Elsewhere these items would be worthless. With his monocle, Peng quickly appraised Jiang Yusen's collection of odds and ends. Just as Peng sighed inwardly, thinking this would be another fruitless day, a crudely made white iron ring, resembling an oversized screw cap, appeared before him. In Peng's right eye's vision, the rough, mottled iron ring showed nothing remarkable. But through the monocle in his left eye, the ring emitted a faint, weak, yet undeniably real pale blue light. Magic aura. This thought flashed through his mind. Peng sat up straight and placed the ring gently but solemnly before Jiang Yusen. This is a piece of magical equipment manifested by the power of the Dragon King. Where did you find this, Kid? As Peng spoke, Jiang Yusen's originally pale and weak face turned crimson in a flash. The next moment, he grabbed the ring in a pouncing motion, his ecstatic expression almost suggesting he'd bite it. No need to answer, I can guess from your reaction. You definitely didn't manifest it by killing monsters, but got lucky and stumbled upon it. While Jiang Yusen excitedly paced around the room clutching the ring, Peng examined the rest of his belongings. This time it was truly just a pile of junk, all told. That's about 50 yuan in the old 21st century, enough to barely cover the living expenses of Jiang Yusen and his sister for a month. It was truly a tough situation. To Peng's knowledge, Jiang Yusen and his sister were terrible at League of Legends, barely winning 1 match out of 10. This further reduced their income. In the countless planes of the cosmic multiverse, worlds that forego the temptation of self-evolution and focus on material science are rare. Therefore, although the wizarding world, with the wizard emperor Kasa at its helm, had conquered thousands of planes and enslaved billions of beings, reaching a terrifying 8th-level civilization, its overall economic and cultural life was at best at the level of the European Middle Ages, or perhaps the Steam Age at most. Eating, drinking, playing cards and indulging in elf slaves, these were their highest forms of enjoyment. So when the abyssal plane shattered the earth and the wizarding civilization seized the spoils, the remnants of Earth's economic and cultural heritage delivered an unimaginable shock to this ancient, vast, and somewhat stagnant world. The convenience items, the massive production capacity, and the resulting clothing, food, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, elimination, all produced by Earth's material science civilization, which had reached the peak of the 4th level, were things that most of the simple folk in the wizarding world had never experienced, nor could they even imagine. So what if they're wizards? Wizards are still people. Wizards also want to eat better, drink better, have more fun, and live more comfortably after studying, working, and researching. In the post-Sorcerer Age of Earth, a vibrant era brimming with both splendor and post-apocalyptic vigor, reminiscent of Europe at the dawn of the Age of Exploration, the world was in constant flux. Endless wealth and countless opportunities awaited, depending only on whether one could seize them. Chapter Zozan 3 Apprentice Dark Sorcerer Earth Survivor. Under the cloak of night, within the gambling den known to adventurers as Kid's Bloodmoor, Peng gently polished his monocle while watching the ecstatic young man before him. Undoubtedly, he was one of the lucky ones who had grasped an opportunity in this tumultuous age. Have you calmed down? If not, run around this room for another half hour, I'm not in a hurry. If you've composed yourself, then decide whether you want my teacher, Kid, to appraise this ring, or me. My teacher's appraisal of this level of magical item will be flawless, but it costs 50 gold galleons, which I suspect you can't afford. I only charge 10, but I'm not responsible if I miss some attributes. Pushing aside a pile of junk into a corner of the room, Peng turned to Jiang Yusen, whose qualmsy had subsided. A newly initiated adventurer in the 5 great dark realms might dream of keeping this magical ring, using it to dominate the world, defeat handsome and wealthy elves, marry beautiful and wealthy elves, and achieve the pinnacle of life. But Jiang Yusen, having scavenged in the first dark realm for so long, was a seasoned adventurer possessing a basic understanding of cost-effectiveness. Magical equipment was fine but often cost hundreds of gold coins, with exorbitant maintenance fees that were beyond the means of a scavenger or even a low-level adventurer. Logically, it was better to sell it and buy better ordinary equipment, thus improving his survival rate. Brother Peng has always been so good to me, so of course I'll sell it here. I can't keep taking your help for free, but that 10 gold appraisal fee I still can't afford it. Jiang Yusen said with a sly grin, rubbing his hands. I'll deduct my appraisal fee from the sale price. No matter how ordinary its attributes, a magic ring is worth dozens of gold. It's just a materialized piece of magical equipment. My junior sister Yoin got lucky recently and found a damaged sorcerer's artifact now that was truly valuable. Constantly rubbing the white iron ring with brown cashmere gauze, Peng fell silent, concentrating his mind. Jiang Yusen tense. dared not even gnarls exchanged for 1 silver sickle, 10 silver sickles for 1 gold galleon. Beyond that lay gemstone trading and even higher monetary systems. But all of that was far removed from the two inside the small shop. At this moment a low-level magic ring was enough to capture all their attention, to restore a dusty treasure to its former glory. With the aid of incantations and mental power, the ordinary iron ring gradually revealed a faint blue magical aura. Crimson ring, accuracy, late fire resistance, fine-tuned attack trajectory, tate fire resistance, a minor masterpiece, but I can only offer you the official average price. Some devaluation is inevitable, 110 gold. Deducting my 10 gold appraisal fee, I'll pay you 100 gold cash or account transfer. Let me state up front, a transfer will be at face value, no exchange rate markup. After appraising the iron ring, Peng, his mind fatigued from intense concentration, leaned back slightly, massaging his temples before saying to Xuanhuan with a wary expression, account transfer. If I walked out with 100 gold coins, I'd probably be hacked to death by those Japanese gold eaters. As for the lack of exchange rate markup, that's perfectly normal. Only you, Peng Ji, would treat me so fairly. Others wouldn't rip me off twice if they could help it. Peng smiled at Xuanhuan's flattery, said nothing more, turned back to the bar on the other side of the shop, operated the computer to complete the transfer. Once Xuanhuan received the transfer notification on his phone, the transaction was complete. Peng saw Xuanhuan out of the shop, also giving him the 50-odd copper nars. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would have left empty-handed, further fueling the suspicions of the near-starving Japanese gold eaters. You could have gotten that ring for around 50 gold, yet you sold it for 100. That's awfully generous, isn't it? Are you suspecting collusion between us to cheat you out of money, teacher? Peng had barely turned back into the shop after seeing Xuanhuan out when a voice poured into his ears and mind from all directions. Old, decaying, and infused with an alluringly decadent quality, instantly stirring up a multitude of negative emotions in the listener's heart. Peng's body stiffened, but the next moment he suppressed all the turmoil within, his expression calm and almost cold as he said, that ring itself is worth over 200 gold. For the right high-level adventurer or professional, 300 gold wouldn't be a problem. Even bloodletting should be done rhythmically. Killing the kid outright is far less profitable than a steady supply chain. Maintaining emotional stability under my blasphemous words. You've truly grown. How's the meditation I taught you some time ago? I can now complete the entire meditation. Furthermore, my name is not Eno Alfar, it's Peng. Eno Alfar was the name of your deceased apprentice. Master, are you going mad? With varying depths, Peng regulated his breathing frequency according to some inexplicable pattern. His mind was clear, yet his body became increasingly tensed. Facing a supremely powerful first-order Black Witch, maintaining constant vigilance was the true key to survival. Half a year has passed and you've only just completed the full soul meditation. No rush, no greedy, no. You are indeed excellent. Also, although I've been rather muddle-headed lately, I haven't gone mad. The name Eno Alpha is the inherent title for Devourer inheritors during their apprenticeship. Only after you truly graduate do you have the right to your own name. With these words, the icy spiritual pressure that had enveloped Peng, bringing immense weight, dissipated like a receding tide. Relaxing, Peng released control of his muscles and bones. As his skin and pores opened, a torrent of sweat erupted, soaking his clothes. Peng was unlike his elven junior sister. She had her family and clan to support her, and at the very least her life wasn't in danger. But Peng, a remnant from Earth, a first-order Black Witch, could be killed by Kid without anyone uttering a word of protest. Chapter 1004 Earth's Warrior, Inferior Bloodline. When Peng finished his work for the day and left the tavern, night had already deeply fallen. Although the bright, watery light of the magical street lamps illuminated most areas clearly, some peripheral zones were plunged into deeper darkness and greater danger. Leaving the shop and stepping onto the streets, a mix of dilapidated buildings and bustling commerce, Peng strolled towards his small dwelling. Unlike Peng's relaxed gait, other pedestrians on the night market streets wore grim expressions and hurried footsteps. Despite the backdrop of skyscrapers, most of these night travelers carried weapons, knives, swords, some even carrying long spears or bows. Peng even saw a grey-haired trenchcoat-wearing handsome older gentleman carrying a full steel crossbow. In this world where witches reigned supreme and all power resided within the self, such equipment was not considered dangerous. Third-order witches were beyond the reach of conventional weaponry. Fifth-order witches, superhuman beings called kings of the world, could withstand large-scale nuclear explosions. And in those sky-piercing witch towers that seemed to reach the heavens, such terrifying and powerful fifth-order witch kings of the world were not uncommon. This is why Peng deeply understood the widespread worship and obedience toward the eighth-order Grand Witch, the Witch Emperor Kasa, a truly godlike greatness and undeniable and absolute power. Of course, to protect the lives and property of wizards below the third order, and even wizard apprentices, long-range and mid-range firearms, even guns, are banned and confiscated on Earth. A cheap assault rifle in the hands of a powerful special forces soldier can pose a fatal threat to a first-order wizard who has spent decades in arduous cultivation. A clear imbalance in value. The disparity between Earth's technological civilization and the civilization of individual evolution is precisely why many in the wizarding world admire Earth's civilization, while many conservative wizards and their followers despise it. Powerful races like elves, dwarves, and vampires are one thing. Races like the Nord and Breton have served the wizarding world for tens of thousands of years, yet their social status is no higher than that of the recently arrived Earth refugees. Ironically, their individual strength is generally greater than that of Earth humans. This disparity in treatment has led some deviants to oppress and even harm Earth refugees. Such was the case when Peng emerged from the bar unarmed, his figure somewhat slight beneath his large, old robe. These characteristics caught the attention of several idle, burly Nord men lurking in the shadowy corners of the street, their eyes like those of beasts lit up. Nords typically have golden lion-like hair and sky-blue eyes, and are considerably stronger than Earthlings regardless of gender. They possess a natural resistance to frost. In fairness, their inherent bloodline does grant them significantly greater individual strength than Earth humans, who are not adept at self-evolution. Unfortunately, they generally have a low level of education and don't know how to play League of Legends. Both sides noticed each other. Peng strode towards the three approaching Nords without hesitation. Earthling. The lead Nord had barely uttered the words when Peng, already closing the distance, launched a rapid, unorthodox attack. Leaping into the air, he spun, gathering his strength before delivering a ferocious kick. The attack was swift and unexpected. The lead Nord, seeing the incoming assault, instinctively raised his right arm to protect his chest. He hadn't anticipated the power behind the seemingly frail, short man's kick. It was like a strong warrior swinging a battle axe with both hands. His arm didn't block the blow. Instead, the kick shattered his arm and slammed into his chest, sending the 2-meter-tall, powerfully built Nord flying backward. As Peng landed, he met a sideways punch from another Nord, a powerful blow that tore through the air with practiced skill. But Peng, as if calculating precisely, didn't even look. His right arm, like a powerful python, whipped around, wrapping itself around the attacker's arm. His whole body spun violently. The burly man, weighing at least 200 pounds, was lifted entirely by one arm, swung half a circle in the air, and finally crashed onto the stone brick ground, crimson blood immediately spreading outwards. It looked slow, but in reality, the whole process was as swift as a falcon striking a hare. When Peng looked up, the third Nord, the smallest and weakest, who had just drawn his dagger, was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that his two boastful older brothers, who were always bragging about their abilities, would be so easily and quickly taken down by this seemingly frail Earthling. At this moment, dagger in hand, his eyes darted around before he abruptly spun and fled. Peng followed, initially slowly, but the muscles in his back slowly tensed. His arms rose slightly and he seemed to become a large bird, using the momentum of his raised arms to instantly accelerate his sprint. His legs moved so fast they blurred into shadows, his movement almost like a land-based flight. He swiftly caught up to the fleeing Nord. Considering the dagger in the Nord's hand and to avoid being ambushed, Peng didn't charge directly. Instead, he leaped sideways, swiftly stepping onto a nearby wall, running along it at high speed for 5 or 6 steps. Overtaking the Nord, he backflipped in mid-air, delivering a powerful spinning knee strike. The heavy knee connected with the Nord's vulnerable facial bones, a distinct cracking sound audible. This knee strike was even stronger than the initial kick that had felled the strongest Nord, instantly knocking out the fleeing man. The entire fight lasted less than a minute. Of the robbers and the robbed, only the robbed remained standing. We Earthlings failed to resist the Abyss invasion, but that doesn't mean there are no warriors among us. Looking at the three Nords completely unable to get up, Peng spoke calmly, then turned and left. The night was dark. The fight, brief and commonplace, hadn't attracted any onlookers. However, Peng didn't realize that everything he had just done had been witnessed by his unorthodox teacher. Hair's swift movements, brutal fighting style, and unbound by his own learned techniques. However, our little Eno seems rather unhappy about today's events, doesn't he? In the secret chamber below the underground tavern, a thin, white-haired old man in a dark grey robe dismissed the image in mid-air with a wave of his hand, saying with a chuckle. 78 cards lay before him, arranged in some pattern, as if a divination had just been performed. Beside them sat a steaming copper brazier and fragrant rice balls. He had, half a year ago, led dozens of students to escape to the Abyssal City during the Earthplane's engulfment by the Abyss. Such a feat was unremarkable. Even so, I still don't understand why you value him so much more than you value Ivan. Even is a noble of the Elven race, the lunar radiance among the solar and lunar radiances, possessing a naturally gifted silver bloodline. If you were to bestow the essence of the Devourer upon her, even a third-order wizard wouldn't be an obstacle. A curvaceous, fair-skinned woman in a beautiful kimono and intellectual beauty frowned after setting the old man's meal, voicing her question. Ivan's talent is indeed remarkable, but as a Devourer, her talent is inferior to Peng's. But Peng is a mud-born. He can't even advance to a first-order wizard. How can he inherit your knowledge and power? Being mud-born simply makes the chances of becoming a wizard slightly lower. It doesn't make it impossible. Yes, out of 10,000 first-class apprentices, 9,990 die from spiritual backlash during their advancement to wizardhood. Peng would certainly make a fine swordsman or other melee combatant. He has the foundation to achieve considerable success in those fields. If he truly possessed the aptitude to become a wizard, Lady Vivian, the fourth-order legendary wizard, wouldn't have kicked him off the floating ship in this human-wizard mixed area. She would have taken him and his classmates to the Celestial Wizard Tower. Miss Taug, do you know? Every Devourer, Besides the 78 cards that form their Devourer system, possesses one unique card, irreplaceable, the most terrifying, the most powerful, and also the most special card, the trump card. That is why I chose little Yinwo, and not Ivan. Enjoying the delicious food, the ghost-like man, after a moment of intoxication, answered the kimono-clad beauty's question, yet it seemed only to further confuse her. Well, you are the master. I'm merely a servant who takes care of your living arrangements and the tavern's business. Who becomes your heir is your decision, you don't need to explain it to me. Raising her eyebrows, the fox-like Japanese beauty shook her head, seemingly unconcerned and unwilling to question further. However, the myriad charm she revealed in her light anger still caused the old man with snow-white hair to laugh heartily. I'm so old now, this trump card secret has been kept for a lifetime, taking it to the grave wouldn't be meaningful. So, telling you is nothing. The reason I chose Peng as my heir is my eyes can see through the food chore. Speaking each word deliberately, the ghost-like man's cloudy old eyes were now exceptionally clear as he gazed at Taogu. As after speaking, the old man returned to his meal. Miss Taogu Hui frowned slightly, lost in thought. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and even the legendary diamond-level bloodline, these are the classifications used by the Celestial Sorcerer Tower to determine the civilian class eligible for citizenship in the sorcerer world. Dwarves, Nordics, and Redguards, with their black iron bloodlines, are inherently one rank lower than others. The arrival of Earth survivors redefined the lower limit of the Celestial Sorcerer Tower's bloodline assessment. The people of the sorcerer world were astonished to discover that bloodlines could be so weak. Mudbloods, a bloodline unfit for anything, an inferior bloodline with virtually no chance of becoming a true sorcerer. Chapter 1005, Calculations and Considerations. A master is not a teacher. At midnight, a single light shone in a dilapidated apartment building. In the cramped, cluttered room, the computer monitor was the only source of light. Peng was slurping down a large bowl of noodles for a late-night snack. It was a bowl of noodles with fried eggs and tomatoes, considering the extra appraisal commission he'd received today. Peng had added generous slices of beef, the snow-white soft noodles, the smooth, delicate fried eggs, and the rich aroma of the thick beef slices combined to create a burst of happiness on his palate. As a single man with a little spare money, Peng's room might have been a bit messy, but he was absolutely meticulous about his food. A large bowl of noodles, a nutritious and delicious mix of meat and vegetables. He even added fragrant vinegar, the tangy broth soothing and warming as it went down. Utterly satisfying! That kid Xuanhuan didn't screw me over. He was very detailed in his notes on the materials. Holding the large bowl, he slurped noodles while reading the email Xuanhuan had sent. While Peng hadn't colluded with Xuanhuan to take advantage of his teacher, as a reward for his continued care of Xuanhuan, the latter had compiled and sent Peng his observations from scavenging in the Dark First Realm's venomous throne. Xuanhuan even included simple sketches of noteworthy monsters, clearly putting in a lot of effort. He seemed acutely aware that someone like Peng would eventually become a professional adventurer in the Dark Five Realms. The sorcerer world, powerful, arrogant, and endlessly greedy, continued to conquer and invade other planes, just as they had occupied the remnants of Earth, and because of the immeasurable power of the sorcerer system, they won again and again, the entire sorcerer world constantly strengthening and upgrading itself through the immense spoils of war. The Tower of Heaven pierced the heavens like a colossal tree, its tangled roots tearing through the void, seizing one coordinate point after another. If Earth hadn't been swallowed by the abyssal plane years earlier, the witch world's position towards Earth would likely have been that of conqueror, not savior. However, this expanding living space made the witch world, much like 15th to 17th century Europe during its age of exploration, a place perpetually brimming with opportunities for upward mobility. The upper echelons were far from stagnant. The constant expansion of colonial territories demanded a continuous influx of fresh blood from the lower classes to fuel trans-dimensional colonial wars. The witch world craved strong pioneers, ambitious nobles, capable governors, and even a vast army of cannon fodder and commoners to populate the colonies. Therefore, every citizen of the witch world was entitled to a magical education, and official wizards were assigned education quotas, facing hefty fines for failure. Even for the relatively new earthlings with their shallow roots in the witch world, 3 pathways to higher status and power existed. First, undergoing magical education, becoming a lowly apprentice and enduring rigorous training to cultivate mental strength and magical power. The climb from third-rate to second-rate to first-rate apprentice, and finally to a full wizard, could take decades, even a lifetime, yet it was arguably the steadiest and most reliable path. Of course, taking on a new apprentice and nurturing them was ultimately to create a capable servant, often through deliberate suppression of their progress. The most talented and capable apprentices often faced the harshest suppression from their masters. While seemingly detrimental, this proved, statistically, to be a positive factor. Apprentices subjected to greater pressure during their apprenticeship had a higher probability of eventually becoming full wizards. Second, registering as a professional with the Witch Net, and venturing into the Dark Five Realms, the prison of the Maelstrom Dragon King. There one could slay the countless creatures spawned from the Dragon King's residual spirit and magic, gradually depleting its essence. The ultimate goal was completing the 5-stage mission of shattering the World Stone, permanently binding the 3-headed Maelstrom Dragon King within the Witch world, provided higher-level wizards didn't intervene. This was undoubtedly a dangerous and brutal path, far less structured than formal magical education, but it was a grounded practical approach, a step-by-step climb built on tangible achievements. According to official documents released by the Wizard City Executive Council, a professional who clears the venomous throne of the boundary layer essentially possesses the combat strength of a first-order wizard. The black domain manifested by the Dragon King, however, consists of 5 layers. Theoretically, any professional who can conquer all 5 layers would possess power rivaling a 5th-order wizard, a World King. A 5th-order World King suppresses entire worlds in other dimensions, a terrifying presence even within the vast and powerful wizarding world, a true kingpin. Of course, this theoretical ideal is significantly discounted in reality. The wizarding world dominates hundreds and thousands of other dimensions, suppressing all other professions to the point of insignificance. Even if a few exceptionally gifted individuals or those who have encountered incredible luck can contend with wizards of the same order, they remain mere exceptions. For centuries, warriors, knights, priests, and rangers have all been suppressed by wizards. This is almost a universal phenomenon across the multiverse, particularly pronounced in the wizarding world. Peng, through a fortuitous and somewhat forced turn of events, became an apprentice to the Black Wizard Kid. He proactively gathered information on the 5 dark boundary layers, planning to combine the first and second paths. He needed to truly integrate into the wizarding world while remaining wary of Kid. Black wizards generally exhibit significantly abnormal mental states compared to normal wizards. It was Kid who sought out Peng, otherwise, Peng would never have actively sought out a black wizard as a teacher. Although Kid did teach him, spending extended periods alongside a mentally unstable black wizard, constantly teetering on the brink of death, is more than most people could handle. Furthermore, after the 3-headed Dragon King was sealed by the Wizard Emperor Kasa, the overflowing spirit and magic, mixed with extremely precious demonic primordial essence, created powerful bosses. Defeating these bosses not only provides magical equipment and various precious items, but also allows professionals to absorb some of the overflowing demonic primordial essence, strengthening themselves with virtually no negative side effects. The overflowing essence of a 7th-order lifeform nourishing 1st to 5th-order lifeforms, lack of side effects is to be expected. In the 21st century, Peng inherited Taoist martial arts, capable of delivering 12 times the actual killing power of his physical strength. The demonic primordial essence, which strengthens the mind and body without side effects, holds immense appeal for a martial artist like him. As for the 3rd path for Earthlings to ascend to the higher realms, it's a bit beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. 3. Play League of Legends. Simply put, this is the impact of the remnants of a 4th-order technological civilization on the spiritual culture of the medieval West. The wildly popular online game League of Legends, a 21st-century phenomenon responsible for countless lonely gamers, crashed into a world with the living standards of a medieval Western Europe, causing a nuclear-level explosion of infectious mania. Hunting, banquets, gambling, and card games. Forget it. These forms of entertainment are utterly antiquated in the face of Earth's entertainment civilization, spearheaded by esports. No wizard could dedicate their entire life to study, work, and research without any leisure, even if a few high-ranking wizards were workaholic maniacs. But even excluding those rare, mad wizards, a vast number of lower and mid-level wizards fell prey to the clutches of online games. Countless elves bowed down to Earth's luxury goods and idle dramas. Countless orcs fired their halfling housekeepers after meeting Chinese chefs. The entire wizarding world's lifestyle was transformed by the intrusion of Earth civilization. Take League of Legends, for example. Exceptional players, those who truly excel, could be promoted by high-ranking wizards and become public celebrities. Mountains of gold coins, beautiful elven slaves, and high social status, essentially everything a man could strive for in a lifetime. However, this path is fraught with uncertainty. A player's fate depends entirely on the whims of higher-ranking wizards. Power doesn't reside within them, their lives are improved, but their essential nature remains unchanged. Earthlings used a single game to please the wizarding world and even gain status within it. It's no wonder Peng's junior sister Yevin called Earthlings the toys of a whim of the Wizard King, utterly lacking in power and standing precariously, like duckweed on water. While I don't rely on it, I do play occasionally. A daily first win bonus of 200 to 300 points translates to 20 to 30 copper NAS, basically covering a day's meal expenses. After annotating and making notes on the document Zheng Yusen sent, Peng stretched and went to bed. Peng lay in the center of a large double bed nestled under a thick duvet. He closed his eyes, but flashes of images he didn't want to remember yet couldn't forget filled his mind. A white-haired Taoist, his countenance radiating an aura of immortal cultivation, descended Mount Wudang with a chubby, goofy little fat boy. His long, strong left hand gripped a long sword with a green-scaled, vermilion handle. Whether facing one person or a crowd, this proud and arrogant old Taoist, carrying the small fat boy on his back, cut a bloody path. Under the 3-foot crimson blade, all worldly power and wealth crumbled and proved powerless, escaping the white blade, killing amidst the dust and chaos. Penga, do you see? The subtle interplay of light and shadow, the transformation of alchemy. As long as you cultivate to your master's level of power, with a 3-foot blade, where in the world can't you go? Master, the opponents I'll face now are far more formidable than guns and cannons. If I lose, please don't scold me when I get there. In a hazy dream, the deceased Wudang sword immortal looked back, his eyebrows raised like a celestial saint gently smiling at his descendants. He said nothing, needing to say nothing. Because, master, I just miss you. Shifting slightly, something wet seemed to trace a path down his cheek. The young man drifted back to sleep. Master, a teacher is like a father. Since ancient times the Chinese have regarded their teachers as fathers. Chapter Zhaozhen's National Martial Arts Body Tempering Meditation Cultivating the Divine Inhale. Early the next morning in the spacious cultivation chamber, Peng, clad in his training uniform, raised his hands slightly to his abdomen, taking a deep breath. He then channeled this energy downwards through his hands, sinking it into his dantian. With this energy's surging agitation his form seemed to expand. His training uniform moved without a breeze, billowing like a flag in a gale. After 3 consecutive inhalations, Peng pressed his arms against his abdomen. The energy flowed back from his body through his abdomen, then erupted from his throat, coalescing into a sphere that stirred the surrounding air, forming an almost visible air mass. Boom! The air mass exploded in the room, suddenly stirring a scattering gust of wind, causing the pages of books scattered on the floor to rustle wildly. As his qi and blood condensed, the skin exposed beneath Peng's clothes changed color, a mixture of iron blue and bronze, making his every movement seem like the clash of gold and iron. Not bad. The seamless flow of Wudang's pure Yang Gong along with the iron shirt, golden bell cover and 13 Guardians horizontal training have gradually been integrated. In 21st century Earth these clumsy hard-hitting techniques were unnecessary. With Earthlings' basic physical fitness, it was far too difficult and pointless to withstand the penetrating damage of bullets. However, after entering this age of witchcraft, various body-enhancing potions and secret methods emerged endlessly. These superb martial arts left by our ancestors have found their use again. Thankfully I practiced martial arts while still a virgin, maintaining my innate qi. Otherwise, even with abundant resources, these horizontal and hard qigong techniques would have been extremely difficult to cultivate. Slowly dissipating the energy, relaxing his body, Peng assessed his gains and losses, then gathered the scattered books and several vials of differently colored potions. During the Earth era, Peng had devoted immense time and effort to cultivating authentic Wuda national martial arts from a young age. Therefore, even after entering the age of witchcraft, he was unwilling to abandon them. Or rather, witchcraft and other professions are not incompatible. The Celestial Witch Tower has a famous school, whose dean Gandalf Abs is said to be a 5th order witch and a 5th order berserker, virtually invincible among those of his level. When long-range spells proved ineffective, he'd rip off his robes, bare his chest, and charge head-on. With the buff of 5th order witchcraft and 5th order berserk warfare, it was said that even 6th order powerhouses from the outer regions were frequently beaten to death by him. Peng wasn't yet at that level, but compared to the still unfruitful wizarding inheritance, the readily accessible and tangible warrior enhancement system was far more appealing. In the course of conquering countless realms, the wizard civilization had plundered a massive amount of warrior knight, samurai and swordsman cultivation legacies. Basic cultivation texts were scattered everywhere, yet few bothered to learn them, a gap Peng happily filled. He collected close combat manuals indiscriminately and even sourced inexpensive herbs to research their properties, creating various health tonics. As a direct descendant of the authentic Wudang school in China, his learning capacity and basic pharmaceutical knowledge were exceptionally solid. These resources in turn fueled his Guoshu martial arts cultivation, pushing his hardened body to terrifying levels in just half a year, especially compared to the low martial magic context of 21st century Earth. Guoshu martial arts progressed through stages Mingjin and Jin Hojin, and finally Dan Jin achieving transcendence. Since childhood my disposition has been flawed, though my master's rigorous training honed my hardened body and perfected my Mingjin. My combat prowess rivaled average and Jin practitioners. However, I could never fully engage my heart, the driving force for advancing to the Anjin realm. In the Earth era with its limited lifespan, I would have been stuck at the peak of Ming Jin forever. But in this age of wizards, whether it takes 10 years, 100, or even 1,000, I still have a chance to glimpse the Danjin, the realm of human immortal transcendence, fulfilling my master's lifelong ambition. With these thoughts, Peng, refreshed after his morning exercises, picked up the meditation book Black Witch Kid had given him. It was a heavy, entirely black book. Initially it felt normal, but prolonged contact gave the unsettling feeling of being surrounded by countless ghostly resentments, even inducing hallucinations of countless pale, sorrowful souls weeping, trapped in the book's bottomless darkness. However, Peng had held it for nearly half a year, becoming accustomed to its strange phenomena. Normal wizard meditation methods typically combine words and images to guide the reader's visualization, thereby strengthening or purifying their mental energy, until the practitioner passively generates magical power, which is then used for spellcasting. Peng knew several wizard apprentices, fellow Earth-born humans. Some of the more gifted and diligent ones had already learned to cast simple spells through their own abilities. The City of the Abyss, aside from its city-wide spell of facial speech, also has this regional, constant enchantment. Within its boundaries, whether you speak Mandarin, English, Japanese, or any other obscure language, as long as it's recorded in the WitchNet, it'll all be translated into usable witch tongue. In the post-witch era on Earth, the most numerous casualties were former language geniuses. High-level rule languages contained power they weren't allowed to learn, and ordinary foreign languages were simply unnecessary in the abyssal city's constant spell of facial speech. Compared to conventional meditation methods, the one Kid gave Ju Peng was relatively bizarre. It didn't just require the reader to visualize and contemplate, it also demanded simultaneous drawing and sketching. Ju Peng held a stack of poker-sized wooden boards, using dozens of iron pens of varying thicknesses, each etched with intricate runes from his toolbox to draw and sketch according to the descriptions in the witch's book: points, lines, curves, shapes, shading, turns. Aside from following his own spiritual fluctuations, the whole process had almost no discernible pattern or rules. Moreover, Ju Peng had gone through this meditation book countless times, yet each time he read it, the dynamic curves generated on the surface of the book were entirely different, never repeating. If he hadn't achieved the goal of strengthening and purifying his spiritual power through this meditation method, he would have long suspected Kid was trying to swindle him. He drew 12 diagrams, each more complex than most high-tech circuit boards, in one go. Only 5 met the book's requirements, a success rate of less than 50%, the result of half a year's training. When he first started practicing this bizarre meditation method, even after etching 100 diagrams, he might not have a single perfect one. To enhance his concentration, Ju Peng even used some methods from his martial arts practice to control his qian blood, concentrating it at the brow center Ziyuquid. Of course, the head is one of the most delicate and sensitive parts of the body. Even masters of Danjin, a martial art leveled, wouldn't dare to manipulate their qian blood to the head. Ju Peng's current method only used external stimulation combined with potions to enhance his concentration, compared to a true Danjin master gently nurturing their qian blood at the brow center. It differed immensely in both difficulty and effect, but these little tricks were undeniably beneficial to Ju Peng's current practice. His gaze fixed on the dictionary-like meditation book, his iron pen scratching on the wooden board. As spiritual power flowed in, a faint light flickered on those mysterious lines. Just as Ju Peng was about to finish the card, tap tap tap, 3 quiet but distinct knocks echoed at the door. Chapter Rosen 7, the beautiful neighboring mother and daughter, the turning point in meditation. The outside interference caused Ju Peng to frown slightly. Yet his hands, holding the pen, were as steady as cast iron, following the fluctuations of spiritual energy, completing the final strokes. The spiritual light on the wood chip completely merged, the pattern flickering as if about to manifest something, but it seemed ultimately lacking in some guiding force. Even after the spiritual light on the wood chip completely dissipated, the pattern hadn't truly solidified or become clear. Ju Peng calmly put away the wood chip and the iron pen. This was merely practice, he wasn't truly expecting to achieve anything. At that moment, a knock came from the door again. From the interval between the 2 knocks, one could vaguely sense the other party's hesitation. Ju Peng rose from his workbench, went to the door, and looked out through the peephole. It was, as expected, his neighbor. Opening the security door, he smiled at the visitor. "Ando-san, is something the matter?" Opening the door revealed a pretty woman in a housewife's dress. She had an oval face, delicate features, and long black hair cascading down her shoulders, making her skin appear like snow. Her curvaceous figure, even under the apron, was strikingly full and mature. However, despite her neat appearance, she couldn't quite hide her poverty and destitution. Her delicate face showed a slightly pale, gaunt look, making her bright, clear eyes seem even larger. "Mr. Ju," she said. Each word seemed to be uttered with great difficulty. The young woman gently twisted her plain but worn apron with her hands, caught between the hardship of survival and her self-respect. "Mr. Ju. What's wrong? Let's talk to breakfast, I'm starving. Ando-san, would you mind making me a meal, please? You know, a single man. I'm practically sick of takeout." "Oh." Tears welled up in her large eyes. The young woman stood there dumbfounded, momentarily speechless. Ju Peng didn't reply. He turned and went to his own kitchen, bringing out a large bag of rice, noodles and vegetables. After a moment's thought, he also grabbed a leg of beef and headed towards Ando's house. They were all human beings. Although there was indeed some antagonism between the Chinese and Japanese, she was a single mother and widow. To exact revenge on such a weak person would be shameful to one's ancestors. The blood revenge pursued by the ancestors and martyrs was to destroy their clan name, raze their ancestral temples, seize their wives and daughters. Expanding the scope of attack indiscriminately is pointless. However, Ju Peng admitted to himself that if the neighbors had been 2 elderly Japanese women instead of these 2 pretty young girls, he might only have thrown them a couple of leftover steamed buns before they starved to death. He delivered the food to Ando's living room. The Japanese woman was very polite. After Ju Peng arrived, she invited him to sit on the sofa in the living room, then she bustled about in the kitchen. Ju Peng casually noticed that while cooking in the kitchen, Himiko was quietly weeping. The pressure of survival in recent times seemed to have exceeded the limits of a housewife's endurance. Before the Great Catastrophe, the apartment complex where Ju Peng now lived was a rather high-end residential area in Tokyo, Japan. However, after the arrival of the Sorcerer World, the powerful gravitational sorcery array at the Heavenly Tower exerted its influence. Apart from China, the location of the Heavenly Tower, which had a relatively complete array due to proximity, other regions were affected differently. The United States, Russia, Tokyo and several Western European countries were all pulled in a chaotic manner by the unstable gravitational sorcery array. The base of the Statue of Liberty in the United States was pulled over, but the statue itself was gone. Roughly half of Tokyo, along with several other relatively famous Japanese cities, were crammed together. This high-end community was one of the victims. Under the unstable effects of the cross-continental powerful gravitational sorcery array, it was torn apart and moved across the sea. The fact it wasn't completely torn to shreds is a testament to the robust construction of Japanese buildings. However, with half of it ripped apart and at risk of collapse, Peng bought a unit cheaply. Even the doors and windows were later additions. This isn't to say that the sorcerers of the Heavenly Tower didn't try their best. After all, they were snatching scraps from the jaws of the abyss. Being able to forcibly pull out some remnants was already quite fortunate. Most of the areas that weren't pulled over, along with the Earth's remaining inhabitants, were likely devoured by demons. A sign of the end of an era. Humanity, particularly Earth's humans who evolved through materialistic technology, could not prevent it. The Japanese-style house lacked superfluous decorations. The sofa Peng sat on seemed to also serve as Himiko's bed. Peng inadvertently found several long strands of black hair on the sofa. There were several small rooms with closed doors. Radiation faintly emanated from one of them. Peng knew, without needing to look, that it was the bedroom of Himiko's deceased husband's eldest son. This foolish boy was wholeheartedly focused on getting ahead, trying to seize the opportunity to become a prominent figure in this grand era. Logically, in such a time where one must progress or regress, his thinking was understandable. But hoping to reach the pinnacle in one leap was excessive. He foolishly signed a contract to become a test subject for a sorcerer, undergoing witchcraft transformation experiments. 7 boys went in total, 3 returned as half-human half-ghost creatures. While this foolish boy was among those who failed, his mind and body couldn't withstand the radiation of the sorcery and completely collapsed. Now he was like a vegetable, only barely alive. To keep him from dying, Himiko had sold almost everything she owned. Had it not been for the gold and silver jewelry her late husband had left her, the family would not be facing such dire straits, struggling to even eat. Of course, in a world where the earth has just been ravaged by the abyss, there were countless others far more wretched and miserable than Haruko and her family. After all, Haruko's family still had a somewhat well-off neighbor like Peng occasionally providing aid. Those with weak constitutions who couldn't withstand the psionic radiation of the abyssal city, those without skills and unable to find a source of income, the vast majority suffered greatly. In the face of such devastation, few survived. Peng and Zhongyuzhen were among the exceptionally few who quickly adapted to the new environment and integrated into the new social rhythm. Next to the young man's room was his sister's bedroom, a somewhat cartoonishly beautiful Japanese girl. 15 years old, she was only 4 years younger than her stepmother. Haruko, in her school uniform, standing beside Chimishang, was the picture of sisterly twins. Their bond was extremely close. However, that was the happiness of pre-catastrophe life. Now, 15-year-old Chimishang had to contribute to the family. Peng saw a large drawing board on Chimishang's door, on which was written, "Do not disturb." Chimishang furiously climbing the bronze rank. Beside the neat handwriting was a small clenched fist, quite cute and playful. Sigh. Chimishang was trying hard, but she wasn't as talented as her brother. Her brother had been a silver rank player, earning a decent amount each month without working too hard. Unfortunately, he was disobedient. While Peng sat on the sofa looking around, Min Haruko had already efficiently prepared breakfast. The faint aroma of the food wafted in the air, surprisingly giving Peng the sudden urge to eat a large meal. Go call Chimishang out to eat. Give that child's food to me. He has strong radiation. You and Chimishang are both relatively frail. It's best to avoid him if you can. Peng's words made Haruko hesitate, but after a moment's thought, she didn't insist. She placed some easily chewed and nutritious food onto a wooden tray and asked Peng to deliver it to her late husband's orphan child's room. As soon as the door opened, a putrid foul odor hit them. A normal person would hardly recognize the dark green sphere undulating on the white sheet as human. Peng closed the door, staring for a long time before discerning which end was its head. In this state, with this level of radiation, unless a formal wizard intervened at great cost, there wasn't even a possibility of recovery. Feeding the child was unpleasant, especially those dark red eyes under the green pustules. Peng could clearly read the boundless hatred within them. Not directed at himself but at all normal beings, a twisted, paranoid, absurd and terrifying madness. It's a pity that its current body couldn't handle its will, otherwise who knows what kind of monster it would have become. After feeding the dark green blob, Peng left the room with a strange feeling. Before closing the door, Peng glanced back at the miserable creature's dark red eyes, feeling that it somehow represented a breakthrough opportunity for his meditation practice. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thought, Peng washed his face in the bathroom before heading to the kitchen. Heiko and Chimika were already sitting at the dining table, both evidently very hungry, swallowing their saliva and enduring the wait with what seemed like agonizing slowness. The aroma of Heiko's expertly prepared dishes wafted from afar. "Mika, you don't have to wait for me, eat first. Aren't you trying to reach bronze rank?" said Peng, sitting down and playfully ruffling Chimika's hair with his large hand. "Woo-woo, Peng, gauge you're mean." Being neighbors, they weren't strangers. Chimika blushed but wasn't truly angry. Their laughter broke the awkward silence. The three of them ate together. Heiko's cooking was truly excellent. Even though Peng wasn't used to Japanese cuisine, he still ate a lot, finding it extremely delicious. Of course, having two beautiful girls of different charms nearby certainly increased his appetite. Chapter 1008. This Bronze Su player dares to carry his teammates. Morning light streamed into the room, illuminating the three of them sitting around a square table, enjoying a peaceful and pleasant moment. At the dinner table, Peng and Ka discussed League of Legends strategies and tactics. Although Peng had some insights, he didn't play often, and the gap between him and Ka, who was dedicated to becoming a professional player, wasn't that large. Was perhaps his greater concentration and resistance to fatigue induced errors, things difficult to teach. Peng Gage, let's do a queue after we finish eating. It's so early, you haven't played your first win of the day yet, right? In the current era, most Earth survivors who had the means would play their daily League of Legends first win as part of their routine. Peng, who woke up early every day to practice martial arts and meditate to cultivate his mental strength, indeed hadn't played his first win yet. The problem was, would this girl with her big eyes and seemingly unreliable appearance turn out to be a bottomless pit? Seeming to sense Peng's hesitation, Ka suddenly clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, putting on a pitiful act with teary eyes, looking at the man until he sighed and agreed. After a sumptuous breakfast in the boudoir of the petite beauty Ka, this small nest was predominantly pink. Besides the soft bed, the most striking feature of the small room was the pair of computers side by side on the desk. Ignoring the fact that neither computer was plugged into the internet or the power supply, Peng tapped the screen with one hand. After mental power wave identification, the two computers naturally powered on, a routine Peng and Ka were accustomed to. In the age of witches, aside from the computer chassis, monitor, keyboard, and mouse, a simple witch array on the desk replaced all other needs. The Witch Tower's network system spanned every corner of the wizarding world. Mika, before we queue for a match, I need to ask, which lane do you prefer and excel at, top, mid, bottom, jungle, or support? Peng asked, turning to Mika, who sat beside him as the arcane witchcraft array startup animation played on the computer screen. Bottom lane support. I've had little practice in this area since I was little, my reaction time is slow and my awareness isn't strong. If I don't play support, I always end up dragging my team down. Your explanation makes it sound like you don't enjoy playing support at all. In matches between ADCs of similar levels, the skill gap is often small, so the outcome of the bottom lane often depends on the support. The ADC needs to last, hit, protect themselves and harass the opponent, while the support has more free time to make judgments, whether to engage, and how to engage. What's more, a competent support should at least place wards in the bottom and middle lanes to maintain situational awareness of half the map. Lack of awareness and poor macro game understanding prevent one from being a good support. Logging into his League of Legends account, Peng's screen displayed an ID called Salty Fish going viral, but with a bronze C rank, earning him a wave of envy from the Japanese loli beside him. Peng Gage is so amazing! You're already bronze here! You'll reach silver soon, right? League of Legends was released much later in Japan, so the adaptation rate, learning curve and overall popularity are lower than in China or Korea. It requires a lot more effort to catch up. In Earth's post-Witch Age, League of Legends was directly tied to many people's economic situations, leading to a significant increase in the value of rank. In this era, reaching a rank after reaching level 30 in League of Legends had become a hurdle. After reaching a rank, every winning match yielded a reward. I can't say how much, but it was at least enough to avoid starvation. But if you consistently fail to rank up, you get nothing. In Peng's bronze rank, each win earned him a dozen or so copper coins. Mika's brother was once a promising silver-ranked player, earning dozens of silver coins per win. As for Mika, her ID account had been level 30 for almost 2 months, yet she hadn't climbed out of bronze V, naturally earning not a single copper. After a brief exchange with Mika, Peng chose to enter ranked mode with her. Peng was top lane and Mika remained support. Peng himself wasn't particularly skilled, a bronze dude daring to carry a clueless soft girl to higher ranks. In the Earth era, such a thing would have been laughed to death. Just as Peng and Mika entered ranked and before the match started, a short, muffled cry came from outside the room. A normal person might have ignored it, but Peng, due to his past life experiences, was acutely sensitive to such sounds. Instinctively, he leaped up and yanked at the door. Surprisingly, the doorknob was nearly pulled out of shape, yet Mika's bedroom door remained stubbornly shut. Only then did Mika react to Peng's actions. The girl hastily cancelled the ranked match. A forfeited match deducted points, and in the Witch era, League of Legends points were equivalent to money. In other words, abandoning a match cost money. By the time Mika cancelled the match, Peng had already turned around and kicked a large hole in the door. Through the hole, he saw blurry figures struggling in Mika's brother's room. Without hesitation, Peng smashed the bedroom door to pieces with 3 or 4 blows, creating a gaping hole. He stepped through and looked at the doorknob, seeing a mass of deep green, mud-like substance completely covering and encasing it. No wonder he couldn't pull the door open. Simultaneously, Peng sensed a radiation energy like burning flames emanating from Mika's brother's room. Sister Haruko. In Peng's moment of surprise, Mika also ran out. Lacking meditation training, she couldn't sense the intense radiation energy. Upon sensing her beloved sister was in danger, she instinctively ran towards her brother's room. However, Peng grabbed her shoulder, pulled her back, and threw her onto the sofa. Don't interfere. Go in if I can control the situation, he said, grabbing a baseball bat from a corner of the room and charging into the brother's room. There, A deep green, viscous mass constantly dripping a nauseating fluid was revealed. It pinned Haruko to the dirty, debris-strewn bed, having already ripped open most of her clothes, exposing a large portion of her beautiful and delicate youthful body, her glistening shoulders and long firm white thighs. Chapter 9: The beginning of the Devourer. The room's scene was vividly gruesome. The delicate woman's body formed a stark contrast with the monster clinging to her, like a beautiful, clean thing defiled, creating a shocking impact. Due to the limitations of his self-cultivated techniques, Peng didn't linger on the sight. He stepped forward, placing the baseball bat against the deep green monster's neck, and with a forceful pull, tore it away from Miko's body. Pulling them to a safe distance, Peng turned, gripped the bat and swung a half-circle, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head. Thick green liquid exploded and splattered. Only then did Peng see the monster's crimson eyes, filled with intense hatred. You stole everything that was mine. Even after the heavy blow, the green monster suffered little damage, raising its hands to attack Peng. I'm sorry. Peng muttered, recognizing the creature's identity, but self-defense was justifiable anywhere. So Peng swung the baseball bat again, another blow delivered with unrestrained force. A bang, the green monster crashed against the wall, its melting accelerating until it could no longer stand. Yet its crimson eyes remained fixed on Peng, seemingly convinced until death that this man had stolen everything beautiful from it. The body disintegrated, melting into a pool of putrid green sludge. Miko's brother and Miko's son in name only, carrying the dishonorable burden of incestuous step-motherhood, melted away in his own room, dying in bitter resentment. Turning to Miko, curled up and sobbing in the corner, Peng didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he dropped the bat, removed his jacket, and covered the Japanese woman's overly exposed, pale body. Meixiang, take your mother to have a bath. Prolonged exposure to that level of radiation could cause fatal complications. The little girl Meixiang, who had entered the room at some point, obediently pulled the distraught Miko towards the door, while Peng began cleaning up the green slime. Compared to death, waiting for death is far more terrifying. Especially like Miko's brother, lying in bed, unable to speak or move day after day, experiencing the agonizing dissolution of his flesh and bones into mud. Even Miko, his sister, felt little grief at his death. Subconsciously she'd already accepted his demise. The pain and sorrow were long past, and now she merely accepted the outcome. Such things having happened, Peng naturally couldn't take Meixiang to climb the ranks in League of Legends. After cleaning up the green slime and gently comforting the frightened Himeizi, Peng returned to his room. With such a chaotic mess on his mind, Peng had no interest in practicing martial arts or meditation. He slumped onto his bed, his mind flashing with the venomous, crimson eyes of Meixiang's brother, eyes that had glared at him even in death. The emotion contained within felt to Peng like touching smoke, as if he grasped something yet couldn't quite hold it. He closed his eyes, he saw those crimson eyes. He closed his eyes, he saw those crimson eyes. He closed his eyes, then opened them, springing up from the bed. Though originally intended for the information Jiang Yusen had given him, to choose the best starting career for a professional, it seemed not entirely wrong to use it now. He got up, went to the bathroom, and found the clump of green slime in the trash can. Peng, suppressing his nausea, placed his hand on the green slime. He needed to understand what exactly he had subconsciously grasped. That wisp of smoke. The moment his palm touched the green slime, Peng closed his eyes, plunging his will into the deepest recesses of his mind's sea. There, Peng's single, luminous orb was insignificantly small, yet within this vast sea of consciousness, stood three colossal cards, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. The first was pure gold, depicting a golden sword completely covered in intricate runes. Its very appearance exuded nobility and majesty, sharp and fierce like a blade, seemingly invincible. A row of golden characters was inlaid on the card. Power. I represent victory and oaths. I swear, I shall be invincible. Peng consciously bypassed the golden door-like power card, his gaze falling on the second, a pale gold gate, or card. It hadn't originally been pale gold, but its color had gradually changed over time, or rather according to Peng's choices. Initially it had been pure white, then a light blue, until half a year later, it was now a pale gold in Peng's eyes. Though still some distance from the first power card, Peng's understanding and use of this one had grown increasingly clear and profound. The background of that card depicted swirling trajectories, complex and inscrutable, like scattered threads of worldly events. This wheel of fortune. I let you overlook the trajectories of fate, and even help you push the wheel of the world. See, behind the second, pale gold card lay a third, veiled in an aura of opulent dark gold. Depicted upon it was a monstrous, fearsome demon descending from the heavens, wielding a burning black greatsword, intent on setting the earth ablaze and annihilating all creation. Peng frowned, consciously avoiding contact with the third and final card. It might be a gateway to the abyss, possessing immense power, but touching it might drag his enemies, and himself, into the deepest depths of the abyss. As Peng's will crashed into the pale gold gate, the wheel of fortune, a familiar yet alien voice echoed in his ears, as if a phantom whisper, your greatest sin is the boundless arrogance in your heart. When Peng emerged from the depths of his consciousness, a pale gold light shone from his right hand. These three abilities had coalesced and awakened 6 months ago, while he and dozens of his classmates were still wandering the apocalyptic wasteland. During the period when the abyss descended upon the earth, The more demonic, murderous creatures one killed, the greater the chance of becoming stronger, even awakening various abilities. According to the wizard, this was a final gift, a reward from the fractured will of the plane to its people for resisting the abyssal invasion. However, as the leader of the escape group and a true disciple of the Wudang Taiji sect, Peng, relying on his mastery of fists and swords, had slain thousands upon thousands of demonic creatures during their escape. More than half of his escape group had awakened abilities. He hadn't, or rather, he had. Abilities had coalesced, but Peng couldn't use them. They formed three intensely burning flames in the depths of Peng's consciousness, pure gold, pale white and dark red. No matter what he tried, he couldn't truly utilize them. Only after arriving in the abyssal city, and after Kid took him on as an apprentice and taught him a bizarre meditation technique, did the three flames begin to be contained and bound, gradually transforming into three cards that Peng could slightly manipulate. He hadn't told anyone about this, though Kid hadn't explicitly stated it. Peng vaguely understood that these three cards would likely be his true trump cards for his advancement to wizardhood and even for desperate counterattacks. The third card was suspected to be a self-destruct card, opening a gateway to the abyss and taking his enemies with him. The first was a power card, establishing oaths and amplifying strength, seemingly beneficial, but actually a deceitful card. Only the second card allowed limited observation and even manipulation of fate, just as Peng was doing now. The massive deep green sludge, enveloped by the pale gold flames in Peng's right hand, rapidly dissolved and dissipated, shrinking smaller and smaller until it transformed from a large clump into a palm-sized lump of emerald green mud encased in a golden, white light, its delicate glow resembling a tiny, verdant apple. Meanwhile, having exhausted all the accumulated power of fate during this period, Peng seemed to have a sudden epiphany. He rose, clutching the lump of green mud enveloped in golden white light, and quickly walked to his cultivation chamber. He opened his toolbox. This time, he didn't take out a wooden practice plaque, but instead a blank card. These crappy things cost him 5 gold coins apiece from Kid, which translates to over 500 yuan. But Peng had no time to bleed inwardly this time. He placed the small lump of emerald green mud, enveloped in white gold flames, in a small glass container. Picking up his rune pen, he channeled his spiritual energy, slowly using the green mud to etch onto the 5 gold coin card. Whether it was the effect of the Wheel of Fate or his intense concentration, he was miraculously aided. His hands moved with the utmost fluidity, effortlessly completing the card. Next door in Peng's cultivation chamber, the lingering resentment of Qi Meixiang's brother howled and shrieked, causing Yumeko to see its agonizing death throes every time she closed her eyes. However, the moment Peng began drawing the card along the spiritual energy trajectory, it seemed to be drawn and bound, condensing into a wisp of dark green soul smoke. After swirling slightly, it pierced through the wall and plunged into the card the man below was meticulously drawing. Constantly switching between different sizes and types of rune pens, beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The pale golden power of fate and the dark green fire of resentment merged, as if undergoing a chemical reaction. A furious roar suddenly erupted from the card, which was nearing completion, and a real fleshy arm, coated in green mud, abruptly burst forth from the suddenly expanding card. Chapter 100. The Three Elements of Black Witchcraft. The arm that suddenly emerged from the card was abrupt and swift. However, Peng had been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship since childhood, his reflexes honed to an extraordinary degree. He instinctively leaped back, avoiding the grab. Yet, watching the card being relentlessly stretched, watching the head slowly emerge after the arm, Peng looked at the rune pens in his hands, shook his head with a wry smile, gritted his teeth, and lunged forward again. The arm seemed both illusory and real, sometimes touching Peng, sometimes not. But Peng, regardless, continued to draw the spiritual energy trajectory on the card with his rune pen. He took several blows from the arm, but the pen, imbued with all his spiritual energy, could pass through the arm and directly touch the card. After more than half an hour of struggle and conflict, just as Peng felt utterly exhausted, guided by the spiritual energy trajectory, he finally made the last stroke. The arm, encased in green slime, seemed to sense something. It solidified abruptly, clamping down on Peng's writing hand. The two forces locked in a struggle, a stalemate lasting only a moment before Peng let out a low roar. His muscles visibly bulged, the skin exposed beneath his robe taking on a murky greenish-blue hue, a blend of copper and iron. He channeled surging blood and strength, slowly but surely, relentlessly finishing the final stroke. A brilliant white gold light erupted, a sound like a desperate wail echoing through the room. Peng, however, collapsed to the floor, utterly drained of spirit and strength. Huff huff huff. Teacher Kid never mentioned that being a wizard was such a physically demanding job. After a moment's rest, Peng pushed himself back to his feet. A wizard alone might simply have fallen asleep there, but as a warrior he had to adapt to fatigue and weariness, maintaining unwavering resolve even when utterly exhausted. He didn't look at the card on the table, it wasn't going anywhere. In the quiet room, Peng stretched, slowly executing a set of Wudang's signature Taijiquan, gentle in practice, fierce in combat, emphasizing the perception of listening jin. Listening to both oneself and one's opponent, their strength merely grazing your skin, your intent penetrating their very bones. This translates in military strategy to the famous maxim of the sage: know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. When two forces of fist meet, through the perception of listening jin, I can discern the flow of your entire body's strength. Before you even throw a punch, I know you will punch. Before you move your leg, I know you will kick. With this understanding of fist principles combined with self-knowledge, only then can Taijikuan reach the true realm of internal mastery. After stretching and revitalizing his Kai and blood, Peng slowly lowered his fists and calmed his breath. He felt his mental and physical energy replenished. Only then did he approach the table and pick up the pale gold card with 2 fingers, as mutated sludge of common. 60 Basisa level AOD 10x7 9 attacks defenses 70 speedy 96 special attacks 9 a special defensia 6s Tolixo 45 trait when suave infectious poison in combat. Any direct or indirect contact will suffer a constitution check against poison. Mimicry its soft body can mimic any opponent, even their abilities, with near-perfect transformative capabilities. Nunna's inscriptions are I love you, my sister, depicted on the pale gold card was a round, verdant green bubble, its 2 tiny black eyes conveying an innocent demeanor. However, Peng knew very well that without the cleansing power of his own destiny forcefully intervening, such a filthy soul and vessel would ultimately merge into something utterly disgusting and vile. Probably a huge pile of utterly repulsive muck. He toyed with the card in his hand, recalling the events of the day. Regarding the witchcraft he had inherited and learned, a certain realization dawned on Peng. Soul, resentment, vessel, these combine to form the spirits I summon. Is this the true meaning of the black magic I've learned? Soul, resentment, vessel. Night had barely begun to dominate the earth when tragedy struck in Kid's underground tavern. Please, I beg you, I really need this job. My mother is ill, she has no income, and if I lose this job, I really don't know what to do. Please, Lady Ivan. A red-haired girl wearing thick glasses and looking somewhat silly knelt at the silver-haired, richly dressed elf woman's feet, sobbing and pleading desperately. Those who make mistakes must bear the consequences. The bottle of red wine you broke is worth 25 gold coins, 2 months' salary wouldn't cover it. Dismissing you is already a great act of leniency. What are you all standing there for? Get her out of here. Several strong men, upon hearing the elf woman's cold and stern words, exchanged glances, then approached the weeping girl. Though her plight was indeed pitiful, they had no choice if they didn't want to suffer the same fate. What are you doing? Yelena Anna, why are you kneeling? Aren't you supposed to be working? As this man's voice reached them, the several strong men naturally stopped. They knew a turning point had arrived. Hey, Peng, you're surprisingly early today. Usually you're nowhere to be seen until shift change. Approaching, Peng glanced at the shattered bottle of red wine and the red-haired girl kneeling on the floor, already sobbing, instantly understanding the cause and effect. Dismissing her won't bring back the lost wine. Yelena, I'll deduct 2 gold coins from your wages each month until you've repaid the cost of the wine. Now stop crying and get back to work. And you others, are you all just idling around? He quickly dispersed the crowd, leaving only Peng and the silver-haired, red-eyed elf woman by the bar. You're so gentle with girls. If a man was so clumsy you'd have fired him ages ago, right? A man can survive just by playing League of Legends a few hours a day. If he's really bad at it, he can go scavenging in the dark first realm toxic throne. With hands and feet, what can't he do? What about that silly girl Yelena? She can't play games at all. Sending her to scavenge is like sending her to be victimized. In this day and age she can barely make ends meet as a servant, and she has a fat, sick old mother. Don't just go around dismissing people. In China we call that ruining someone's livelihood. It's a very immoral thing to do. Also, don't underestimate her just because she seems silly. I've seen her student ID. She was a top student at St. Petersburg State University in her Earth days. You're only prettier and from a better family, but honestly you're not necessarily superior to her. He pointed to his head as he spoke, making the Ivan standing before him pout angrily. In the language of Earth's natives, you're a classic example of a chauvinist, but it's the age of magic now. If you keep clinging to the idea that women are weaker than men, I'm afraid you'll fall flat on your face sooner or later. Don't worry, I've never thought you were weaker than me. Because I don't think of you as a woman. I'm off. I have something to discuss with Teacher Kid. After a brief chat with Ivan, leaving the elf fuming, Peng walked briskly into the tavern's basement, feeling refreshed. If possible, Peng really didn't want to see his teacher. Unlike Ivan, who had a sharp tongue but a good heart, Kid the Wraith was truly ruthless and cruel. The information Peng had gleaned hinted at this, with that old man's close involvement with numerous dark magic experiments and forbidden arts. Teacher, are you there? May I come in? After a moment's wait, the door creaked open. Peng Tog slammed shut the moment he entered. Where's Miss Taogu? Taogu's pickling for me. When you get old you start to crave strong flavors. In the dimly lit basement, a wide, dark robe covered a withered old man. Before him, as always, lay 78 cards which he flipped through from time to time. The images on the cards sometimes caused Kid to frown, sometimes to chuckle. Chapter 11, a deadly struggle of vastly different strengths. In the small tavern's basement, Peng sat before the Wraith. My dear disciple, you wouldn't come to my room unless something important was up. Speak, what is it? The old man didn't look up as he flipped through the cards until Peng presented a card, completely pale gold, with both hands. Only the beautiful aura emanating from the card made the old man raise his eyebrows slightly. You made a gold card on your first try. I thought that creating a blue card would be your limit, given your aptitude. I underestimated you. Peng bowed his head, stepped back, speechless. Very well. Since you've created a tactical card before Ivan, you may be the first to enter. The old man stood, revealing his surprisingly tall stature. Though hunched and aged, he was only slightly shorter than Zhu Peng. One could imagine his youthful height and strength. In our school of magic, a wizard can create 26 battle cards, 26 tactical cards, and 26 strategic cards to build their personal system. For battle cards, only 2 or 3 are made per rank. Strategic cards are rare, requiring both skill and luck. Tactical cards, however, are easily produced if one masters the techniques. While a system can only hold 26 cards, weaker, lower-level cards can be merged or even consumed to create stronger summoning spirits. Most Wizard Legion's beast armies today are derived from our school. While the Emperor attempts to improve the system by promoting professionals, the Wizard world's beast army system has existed for millennia, its foundations deep and unshakable. Even the Emperor can only make gradual changes. Zhu Peng, holding a candle, followed the ghost-like figure down the spiral staircase of the underground chamber. He felt a growing pressure and killing intent in the air, raising goosebumps on his skin. But he couldn't retreat in front of the ghost-like figure. After nearly 10 minutes of descent, light suddenly appeared. It was a spacious multi-purpose stone chamber, serving as both a cell and an armory. "No, I give you 30 seconds to prepare." The ghost-like figure calmly addressed Zhu Peng, then, regardless of whether he understood, pulled a chain mechanism on the wall. With a clang, an old cage descended from above. Inside stood a bald man clad in simple rags, clearly not a common subhuman. He had pale green eyes and slightly scaled skin. He yelled something at the ghost-like figure and Zhu Peng, but Zhu Peng neither understood nor cared. The moment the ghost-like figure finished speaking, Zhu Peng, like a rabid dog, lunged towards the weapons piled to one side. Zhu Peng had learned the general nature of black wizards during his 6 months of investigation. He instantly grasped the meaning behind the ghost-like figure's vague words. An ancient dragon world, Winterfort Wizard Academy, a first-rank wizard. I bought him on the black market. I don't remember how much, but was expensive. A first-rank wizard without wizardly authority. He's perfect for dissection or as a personal assistant. Kill him, and you'll be my assistant. The ghoulish figure addressed the bald, green-eyed wizard who had stepped from his cage, then, without waiting for a response, turned to Zhu Peng, who was still rummaging through the pile of weapons. A third-rate wild wizard with no magical equipment, no formal training, no aptitude for witchcraft shields, and no contact with the witchcraft network. Kill him, and I'll take you to the true hall of the Devara Witchcraft School. Kill his sister. He's a first-order wizard and I'm not even a third-rate apprentice. A furious roar echoed in his heart, but his hands continued their frantic search. Finally, at the bottom of the pile, he found a battered iron shield. He ran his hands over its surface, feeling the texture, his pupils flashing pale blue as he identified the magical runes. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heat behind him. Without further inspection, he snatched up the shield, spun around and raised it defensively. Boom, bang! The bald giant unleashed a man-high fireball with a single hand. It slammed into the shield Zhu Peng had just raised. Pale blue runes flickered across the seemingly dilapidated black iron surface. Though the blast sent Zhu Peng crashing into the stone wall behind him, the shield remained unscathed. All that appraisal training wasn't for nothing after all. I still haven't found the piercing sword, but at least it saved my life. If I believed you, I'd be an idiot. He grabbed a relatively handy 3-pronged iron hammer from the scattered weapons. Zhu Peng desperately wanted to propose an alliance with the bald man to take down the girl, but as the giant retreated, rapidly chanting an incantation, Zhu Peng knew there would be no truce. I swear I shall be invincible. With a roar, the golden card representing strength in Zhu Peng's mind blazed in his consciousness. An invisible golden glow spread through him, subtly yet swiftly optimizing his physical and mental state. I swear I shall prevail. A battle to the death, one of us must fall. Any regrets would have to wait until after the fight, as the defeated wouldn't have time for such things. Shield in his left hand, hammer in his right, Zhu Peng crouched low, his toes digging into the ground. The next moment, he lunged at the bald man like a ferocious panther. But the middle-aged giant's incantation was complete. With a gesture of his hands, Yo answered a Huoyan Shanshuo. 3 ferocious, pale blue spectral wolves materialized, howling as they charged toward Zhu Peng. Zhu Peng summoned 3 spectral wolves with a short incantation, and without any equipment. If he were at his peak, wouldn't he have summoned a whole pack? He marveled at the skill of a full-fledged wizard, even a rural wild wizard from another plane. He was still no match for Zhu Peng at this moment. He raised his left hand holding his shield. As the alpha wolf leaped towards him, he accelerated, colliding with the wolf mid-air before it even landed. He followed up with a powerful kick to the wolf's midsection, shattering it into purple smoke. His right hand swung his hammer, smashing into the head of another spectral wolf. The impact spun the wolf 3 times before it landed. A normal wolf would have been killed instantly, but these spectral wolves were different. This one shook its head and stood again, though the magical energy forming its body was visibly unstable. The third spectral wolf attacked Zhu Peng's exposed left leg while the other 2 were distracted, exploiting the momentary opening. Their coordination, even in spectral form, was sharp and intense. Zhu Peng used his left leg as a pivot, rotating his right leg and kneeing the third wolf, sending it flying. 10 years of martial arts training, and he couldn't handle 3 enhanced wolves. If he couldn't even defeat these, Zhu Peng might as well hang himself. But the truly terrifying thing wasn't the spectral wolves, it was the first-order wild wizard circling him along the wall, his magic potent, his experience vast. If Zhu Peng couldn't close the distance, the constant summons would exhaust him to death. A warrior and a mage battling summoned creatures, what a stupid way to die. Facing death, Zhu Peng abandoned his plan to hide his trump cards. He lowered his stance, taking a deep breath, circulating the air several times in his mouth before settling it in his danchin. Using the Wudang secret Q blood cultivation technique, his skin glowed a vibrant crimson, making him look like a crab with a high fever. The crimson was then enveloped by a layer of top muscles, a combination of iron, grey and bronze. In an instant, he seemed to be clad in heavy armor, internally bolstering his ki and blood, externally strengthening his muscles and bones. Using his Wudang child's skill, he activated the Jingontos King Kong shield and Taibushan iron shirt techniques, transforming from a slender youth into a muscular powerhouse. A chapter 020 perfect transformation and soul binding. With the peerless Wudang pure Yang Boy Gong powering his body, tempering hard Qi Gong, the effect was astonishing. The remaining two ghost wolves, even though already dead and transformed into specters, instinctively sensed a dramatic increase in the danger level of their prey. However, after a slight hesitation, they finally lunged ferociously under the urging of the mage behind them. This time facing the attack from two directions, Zhu Peng, his state fully unleashed, his cheeks even bulging with muscle, simply spun in place. Left shield, right hammer, plus a fiercely powerful sweeping leg. The bald male witch hiding in the corner hadn't even seen what happened before he found his remaining two ghost wolves exploding and dissipating. Not only him, but even the ghost-like figure observing from afar slightly frowned at this moment. A dimensional world focused on scientific and technological development, yet capable of producing such profound martial arts, the ghost-like figure naturally felt surprised. Of course it was only a little surprised. After the spin, Zhu Peng's toes dug into the ground. In an instant, the worn-out sneakers on his feet burst apart. The tremendous impact propelled him with ferocious force towards the bald male witch already cowering in the corner. However, the witch only smiled coldly. The bald witch raised his right hand, and a Yulancer de Guanbi's pale blue light barrier instantly enveloped the corner without a single blind spot. Zhu Peng smashed his hammer down ferociously, although it sent ripples across the pale blue light barrier. The protective magic showed no signs of breaking. Then, the witch raised his left hand towards Zhu Peng, and a hurricane encased in white spheres slammed into his opponent. The magical attack wasn't powerful, but it sent Zhu Peng, whose body was seemingly clad in heavy armor due to his incredibly developed muscles, flying from the witch's presence to the other corner of the room. Zhu Peng's incredibly strong legs stood firmly in a horse stance, his bare feet digging into the stone floor with his 10 toes like iron hooks, dragging 10 deep grooves across the surface. When Zhu Peng caught his breath and charged towards the witch again, the witch, eyes closed, didn't look at him, quickly chanting an incantation under the protection of the pale blue light barrier. Judging by the length of the incantation and the seriousness of his expression, the spell he was preparing was certainly not a Zhou-level simple magic like summoning ghost wolves or wind resistance. Zhu Peng gritted his teeth, wielding his left shield and right hammer with all his might. The two metal weapons, under his full power, almost transformed into a frenzied violent metal storm. After dozens of attacks at full power, the purplish blue light barrier, which had thinned and shown signs of cracking, was met once again by the cold laughter of the witch as he spread his hands. That's the frustrating thing about warriors dueling mages. You might be battered and bruised, even missing limbs, while they haven't so much as a scratch. Before the shimmering purple barrier, an orange-red incandescent flame coalesced into a doorway. From within, a female fire elemental slowly emerged, floating in mid-air. Compared to the 0-level spell just cast, this was a true first-order wizard summon, a powerful fire elemental, capable of effortlessly roasting 100 melee-focused warriors with its intense flames and aerial mobility. The moment the fire elemental appeared, the male wizard's face, though pale, broke into a triumphant smile. He didn't even need to lift a finger, he could simply hide behind the remnants of the light barrier and enjoy watching Zhu Peng become barbecue. The instant the flame portal appeared, Zhu Peng had to leap back to avoid the intense heat. Then, remembering his own summon, he casually tossed out his newly acquired light gold card. With a burst of psychic energy, a blob of bright green slime splattered onto the ground. After waiting a moment and realizing this thing couldn't even muster acute distraction, Zhu Peng gave up on it, gritted his teeth, and charged again at the bald wizard. My physique far surpasses that of an ordinary warrior. My only chance of winning was to smash through the protective barrier and kill that bald wizard before the fire elemental could completely roast me. It would be brutal, but I had about a 70% chance of survival. This strategy flashed through my mind, and the next moment I launched a ferocious assault. Guided by its master, the fire elemental reacted instantly, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. I blocked with my left hand iron shield. The enchanted cold iron dispelled the flame's damage, but the force of the blast significantly slowed my charge. Despite this, muscles bulging, blood dripping from his mouth, the man like a wild beast, relentlessly pressed his assault. The fire elemental, enraged by Zhu Peng's defiance, dispersed the flame blast and summoned several glowing, increasingly incandescent fireballs, but before it could launch them, several fiery projectiles had already struck it, sending it flying. This unexpected turn stunned everyone. The bald wizard, safe behind the light barrier, stared dumbfounded at Zhu Peng's back. Zhu Peng, though wary of a trap, considered that the wizard was unlikely to drop his guard to engage in close quarters combat, so he glanced back. When he saw another blazing female fire elemental behind him, Peng was completely dumbfounded. Peng's flame spirit, noticing its master's gaze, happily spun a full 360 degrees. Only then did Peng realize that compared to the alluring, peach blossom eyes of the flame spirit summoned by the warlock, his own spirit's two tiny sesame seed eyes lacked any feminine charm, instead sporting a thoroughly goofy expression. The warlock's painstakingly summoned flame spirit was dazed and confused by the relatively weak fireball. The backlash from the interrupted spell caused it to shake its head for a long time before it recovered, only to open its eyes and see its ugly imposter attacker. Without a word, it unleashed a flame blast. The other responded in kind. Two streams of flame crossed the space between them, striking both spirits. The only effect was to intensify their respective flames. Blazing pillars, fireballs. Both flame spirits unleashed their entire repertoire of fire magic, creating a spectacularly intense display. However, no matter how much fire rained down on them, it only served to make them burn brighter. Finally, they ceased their fire magic and resorted to fisticuffs, their fighting style resembling a scene of a scorned wife catching her husband with another woman. But at least this physical assault inflicted actual damage. Given time, one would inevitably prevail. I understand now, because a flame spirit's inherent nature is to attract fire. After being mimicked by the mutated sludge, even with high attack stats, it can no longer cause real damage. So, while a first-order flame spirit is indeed formidable, it's surprisingly countered by the mutated sludge. I'm so clever. Turning around, Peng swung his hammer, smashing it forcefully against the already weakened, purplish-green light barrier. The warlock inside was pale and had given up resisting. This is one of the few weaknesses of spellcasters. Compared to melee fighters, their morale is comparatively weaker, and their will to survive often cannot match that of melee combatants of the same level. When Peng's hammer shattered the green-eyed bald man's head, the warlock's flame spirit dissipated. Even if the fight had continued, it would have lost. Besides mimicry, the mutated sludge possesses a toxic property. The stubborn flame spirit probably didn't notice that its originally orange-red flames were subtly turning green. The moment the battle concluded, a dark purple light, like a wisp of smoke, emanated from the bald warlock's corpse, drifting towards the ghost-like figure observing from afar, finally merging into the dark crystal in the elder's left-hand ring. Chapter 3. The Secret of Devouring Gods, the Art of Soul Augmentation. The three elements of black witchcraft are hatred, soul, and vessel. Without sufficient hatred, the soul will not linger. Without a soul, black witchcraft lacks its source of power, and without a vessel, a soul wandering the mortal world will eventually return to the river Styx. This mid-level first-order warlock is a gift from my teacher to my dear disciple. Eno, when you are promoted to a first-order black warlock in the future, you will have to find a way to obtain the second-order dark soul yourself. Speaking thus, the ghost-like figure slowly removed a crystal ring emitting a dark purple glow from his left hand. Gasping for breath, Peng, whose hardened qigong had dissipated, took the ring from the ghost-like figure as instructed and put it on his left finger. As if seamlessly blending, the crystal on the ring shattered, and the dark purple dark soul, like thick fog, enveloped Peng's body before being absorbed and swallowed by his mouth and nose. Half a year of persistent cultivation of the Devouring God School's meditation method had taken effect. Outside Peng's consciousness, with the influx of the dark purple mist, a thick dark purple protective wall quickly formed and enveloped him. This soul barrier, a self-contained system, spontaneously absorbed ambient energy to supply the host's soul, like a low-efficiency but constantly running, weak meditation technique 24 hours a day. This is one of the secrets of the Devouring God School's powerful black warlocks. A lower-order warlock personally kills a higher-order warlock, using their soul power as nourishment to build their own auxiliary soul system. You killed a mid-level first-order black warlock, and from now on, you will no longer fear any soul witchcraft below the mid-level first order. This is one of the most basic powers of the auxiliary soul armor. At the same time, the auxiliary soul enhances the host's magical power, nourishes your summoned spirits, reduces your spell consumption, and even some extremely powerful auxiliary souls will give you special powers. Although it requires killing someone, it's worth it to gain so many benefits. After Peng completely absorbed the dark purple soul mist, the ghost-like figure chuckled and said to him, "People kill me, I kill people." He acted without hesitation. Do I need to feel guilty for self-defense? Teacher, such blasphemous words cannot shake my resolve. You should know that before you, I practiced the Pure Yang school of Taoist cultivation, emphasizing the path ahead, fearless of gods and demons. Savoring his own changes, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, faint purplish glow appeared in Peng's originally black pupils, before the strange light subsided after a moment. Ha ha ha, such an unlovable disciple. That's why I dislike religious fanatic. Laughing and shaking his head, the ghost-like figure walked towards the spiral staircase, leaving Peng alone in the darkness. Spiral staircase, Devouring God equipment list. Blank card 5 gold, bad crown 500 gold. Each upgrade adds a unit to the count. Broken soul crystal 100 gold, small soul crystal 500 gold, medium soul crystal 3000 gold, extra large soul crystal 5000 gold, soul binding stone 1000 gold, soul trap spellbooker gold. Peng had just emerged from the underground stone chamber when a ghoulish figure handed him a bill. Upon seeing the amount, he almost wished he'd been killed by the bald mage down there. Teacher, I only earn 30 gold coins a month. There's not much I can afford on this list. As my disciple, I can give you the core soul trap spellbook of the Devourer lineage for free. Even that slave and the small soul crystal binding his soul, I can consider a legacy of the Devara lineage and not charge you. But you can't expect me to provide all your cultivation materials for free, can you? The thin, white-haired, black-robed old man popped a piece of candied garlic served by Miss Taugu into his mouth, crunching it with relish. He smacked his lips, clearly enjoying the taste. After a moment he continued, the list is there. Whether you buy the things on it is up to you. But look at the other pages, they have things you can't get anywhere else. Running the tavern and gambling den barely cuts it, so I'm planning to resell some low-level magic equipment to make ends meet. While the ghoulish figure crunched on the candied garlic and Ju Peng paged through the list, the chamber door opened again. A beautiful female elf impeccably dressed in a business suit entered. She frowned slightly at her teacher snacking and Ju Peng, covered in dust and looking disheveled. Teacher, I've arrived. What happened to you? You look terrible. I just assisted the teacher in a combat power assessment experiment. The test subject was rather tricky. Unof? I didn't call you both here for idle chatter. Taugu, give them the compiled data. At the old man's command, the tall, alluring Japanese woman handed Ju Peng an even 2 thick folders each. Ju Peng opened his. Unlike the previous list of soul crystals and magical weapons, this contained over a dozen photographs of bloody murder scenes, along with dozens of pages of crime rate assessments and comparative graphs for various districts in recent times. The graphs clearly showed a near vertical rise in the crime rate in District 3. The Wizard City municipal government has long been dissatisfied with the chaotic state of affairs in District 3. In District 3, where humans and wizards coexist, not only are civilians dying, but nearly 100 wizard apprentices perish monthly. Illegal dark forces are rampant. Therefore, the Wizard City municipal government has delegated authority and resources, dividing District 3 into 7 zones S, A, B, C, D, E and F. They expect each zone to form its own hunter guild to maintain order, preventing abyssal or infernal forces from gaining a foothold. So I've assigned you F District. The security of this area directly impacts your salaries. Of course, 2 people can't manage such a large area alone. Once the guild gains notoriety, we'll recruit more powerful hunters and establish branches. But first, you 2 need to polish the guild's reputation. Ju Peng turned to the final page as the gaunt figure finished his rambling. That page contained several brutally graphic crime scene photos, seemingly stained crimson. All that was visible were human remains and shredded flesh and organs. Ju Peng, hardened by martial arts training, remained resolute. Even after seeing the photos, Yuan simply closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and composed herself. Ordinary people would likely have vomited. At the bottom of the A4 sheet was a brief description of a dark creature, a werewolf. The target of this mission. Find him within 3 days, kill him, and bring me his head. I won't let my dear disciples work for nothing. His head is worth 200 gold coins, 100 each. And your teacher can advance some personal reward. The withered, white-haired old man sipped the peach blossom wine poured by Taugu, ate a few spicy garlic cloves, and selected 3 cards from a deck, pushing them toward Ju Peng and Yuan. These represent the past, present, and future. How will you choose? Yuan, whose expression had remained unchanged, showed a flicker of apprehension at the sight of the cards. Ju Peng, while fond of money, understood the value of the cards after almost effortlessly defeating a first-order wizard far stronger than himself using summon spirit. As a seasoned devourer of gods, the cards in the gaunt figure's possession represented genuine potent power. It's alright to open them and choose based on your own judgment. It's best to decide your own fate. Seeing the hesitation on their faces, when Ju Peng and Yuan each revealed their 3 cards, a swordsman in black and red armor, a cute, chubby white dragon, and a terrifying insect beast resembling a giant mantis, each exuding its unique aura, burst into the sight of the 2. The fallen paladin representing the past, a card of the impressive 3rd rank, left Ju Peng speechless, awestruck by the profound background of the ghost-like figure. This tactical card was probably quite powerful even among 3rd rank cards. The Bloodblade Mantis representing the present possessed the ability to sacrifice. It could sacrifice a summoned creature in combat to summon itself at a higher rank. In other words, it allowed a wizard apprentice to summon a rank 1 creature for a short period, at a cost. Its combat strength was self-evident. The young white dragon representing the future, though young and of a relatively low status branch of the dragon race, was still a dragon. In any plane of existence across the multiverse, dragons were high-ranking bloodlines. Although currently a 0-rank wormling, gluttonous, sleepy, and capable of wreaking havoc, but unable to fight, it was still a dragon. For most people, that single fact alone was worth 1,000 other arguments. It was a dragon. The moment the white dragon card was revealed, Ju Peng could clearly sense that the silver-haired elf girl's red eyes were burning. She stared intently at the white dragon card, almost uncontrollably reaching out. Suddenly, the ghost-like figure said slowly, as if casually, "You know, you're the senior brother, you choose first." When the mischievous ghost-like figure said that, Ju Peng felt the girl beside him practically combust with rage. Yet, she dared not disobey her teacher, so she glared fiercely at the man beside her, like Chun Shanglian staring at Chen Shimi, like Pan Jinlian staring at Simonqing, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Chapter Aura 1 Tween moved. Just get on with it and offer yourself to me. To single-handedly toss a card, summon a giant white dragon onto the battlefield. Watch the enemy routed. Watch the white dragon's icy breath wreak havoc while sitting on its back, either wielding weapons or casting spells with composure. Just imagining it was a beautiful picture. The intense, passionate death glare from the elf girl beside him was too lethal, so Peng only briefly fantasized in his mind before hurriedly picking up the Bloodblade Mantis card and making his choice. A third-order Fallen Paladin is undeniably valuable, but for wizards outside the Devara system, it's useless beyond research. Thus, even if Peng obtained one, he couldn't use it himself, nor could he sell it. As for that zero-order young white dragon, Peng wanted to keep it, but the question was whether he could afford it. Throw mud into a garbage heap, and it thrives. Even mutated mud is happy with some rotting fruit. But a young dragon eats, sleeps, and can be cute, but if you offer it leftovers, it'll flip the table and spray you, believe it or not. Dragon Master. This definition, like Maged Untouchable, is universally applicable across the Married Worlds, except for wealthy apprentices like Yevon. Backed by powerful families, ordinary wizard apprentices simply can't afford to keep dragons. Their monthly wages barely cover their own living expenses. Peng had just picked up the Bloodblade Mantis card when Yevon snatched the young white dragon card. A moment later she blushed, realizing what she'd done, yet she clutched the card as if she'd grasped her destiny. One chooses to seize the present, the other to bet on the future, quite fitting for your personalities. As for this past, I'll take it back. With a slight raise of his hand, the Paladin card was retrieved by the ghost-like figure and returned to the Devara system at his side. Since you've received your payment within 3 days by whatever means necessary, go. The ghost-like figure swiveled in his reclining chair, his emaciated form shrinking within it, seemingly tired from talking so much today. The gentle and charming Ms. Taogu personally escorted Peng and Yevon out of the basement. However, just as Peng was leaving, the beautiful woman in a kimono slipped a glass vial containing a pale purple liquid into the young man's hand. The medicine your teacher prepared for you. Also, congratulations on passing the test. With those words, Taogu gently pushed Peng out, offering a slight smile before closing the secret room door to his surprise. Having finished, the beautiful woman in her kimono swayed gracefully, her elegant cat-like walk carrying her back into the secret chamber. The ghost-like figure was once again arranging his cards, as if controlling them was equivalent to controlling the world. I've given him the potion. But wouldn't it have been better if you'd given it to him personally? A precious potion prepared beforehand to protect your disciple's life. A surprising young man. Normally, against that mid-rank first-order wild wizard, he had only a 30% chance of victory, but I never doubted he'd ultimately win. But I didn't expect him to be so lucky, directly creating a gold card, winning cleanly. Since he won it with his own strength, it's naturally his. I never take back what I've given. His withered fingers lightly grazed the side of a card before flipping it over. The image on the card made the ghoul-like man's face fall as if it were an unexpected card. Tisk, what touching mentor-student affection. I almost believed you if I didn't know how much you made from F-Zone this time. Besides, wasn't it required that you personally handle that hungry wolf? According to the information, it's not something easily dealt with. The Chinese saying goes, when the master has work, the disciple bears the burden. Moreover, this is the second lesson I taught Eno. Rank in many cases doesn't equate to strength. Only by personally parting the mists can you see the unadulterated truth. A wizard more often than not can only trust himself. Tossing the card aside, the old man, curled up in his reclining chair, slowly spoke. After leaving the underground chamber, Peng's fingers glided across the Bloodblade Mantis card and deep blue magical radiance emanated from it. For ordinary people or even ordinary professionals, white, blue, gold, dark gold, and green represent different equipment tiers, emitting corresponding magical auras. But in reality, even magical equipment of the same tier emits slightly different auras. Appraiser's eyesight is professionally trained. They can discern the depth of color in seemingly identical magical auras to a certain extent, and the richer the color, the greater the magical energy reserves. The strength of the magical energy reserve doesn't ultimately determine the strength of the item itself, but it's at least a very important measure. You can't expect a pistol to launch a missile. After putting away the card, as Peng walked up the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered the elf girl, arms crossed, leaning against the railing. Her red lips were slightly upturned, and she unabashedly displayed her extremely alluring figure before him. Thank you. What? Never mind if you didn't hear clearly. Hey, didn't you learn appraisal from the teacher? Help me appraise the white dragon's rank. Saying this, the elf girl handed the white dragon card to Peng. However, halfway through she hesitated. Your appraisal skills are a bit half-baked, won't it harm it? Peng was amused by Yevon's impatient yet apprehensive expression. He snatched the white dragon card, slid his finger across its side, and a faint golden magical aura revealed itself. It wasn't an antique or a sealed enchanted item. How could something so undefended be misidentified? And it's alive, even without identification. Many of its characteristics would eventually manifest. Could the appraisal technique be flawed, resulting in summoning a husky instead of your white dragon card? He casually tossed the card to the brain-dead elf, startling Yevon into a flurry of activity. While the girl was flustered, Peng bypassed her and continued upstairs. Gold card, it's really a gold card! Teacher is so generous! Behind him, the girl, usually as cold as an iceberg, was completely melted by excitement, her exclamations and jumps betraying her composure. Zhu Peng shook his head, deciding not to tell her that while it was indeed a gold card, the gold was so pale it was almost white, giving him the feeling it was about to downgrade. Even if he did tell her, the exhilarated elf girl would only think he was jealous. "Hey, senior brother," a slightly shy voice called from behind. Zhu Peng turned around in surprise. "What is it? Are you so moved by my magnanimity in giving you the white dragon that you've decided to repay me with?" He looked at Ivan in surprise. He never knew this girl was so forward. Weren't elves generally very conservative? Chapter Aura Woodfeave mother and daughter in the apocalypse. Lost in thought, Zhu Peng instinctively made a grasping gesture, his gaze fixed on Ivan's chest, which was surprisingly ample for an elf. This instantly wiped out the good impression the silver-haired girl had made. "What are you looking at? You want to die, huh? I mean, I want you to drive my new car, a Magic Crystal Era Limited Edition. A poor, vulgar, shameless, low-class earthling like you could never afford a car like this. Waste of my emotions. Thanks but no thanks. Even if you give me the keys, I'd only be able to push it home. I can't drive." Hearing that it wasn't a physical repayment, Zhu Peng promptly turned and continued upstairs. There was only one staircase, leaving the elf girl to follow him closely. "You, an earthling, can't drive a car. So what if I can't drive? I prefer running. Fine, I'll drive and you can run home behind me." They spent the journey relentlessly teasing and insulting each other. However, when the elf girl pulled up in a car that looked like it was crafted from black crystal, Zhu Peng didn't hesitate to get in. He wasn't going to pass up a free ride in a rich girl's car. Undeniably, Ivan's car was a masterpiece, a collaboration between goblin engineers and top human designers of the Magic Crystal era. After the abyss descended due to some subtle shift in universal laws, oil, once Earth civilization's primary energy source, could no longer be burned for fuel. Therefore, the sports cars of the Age of Sorcery were all powered by magic crystal engines. Magic crystals provided clean, stable energy with no side effects, and were ubiquitous throughout the myriad worlds. In places with high enough energy concentrations, they were even a renewable resource. However, despite their abundance, their immense practical value meant magic crystals were essentially equivalent to gemstones, forming a high-level trade system separate from and superior to the gold coin system. All that preamble boils down to this. This sports car cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins, equivalent to millions of RMB, a fortune for Zhu Peng, whose monthly salary was a mere 3,000. He sank into the soft monster hide seat, feeling like he was floating on air. "Hey, even if you're letting a lady drive, you should at least be in the passenger seat. That's basic etiquette, right? Aren't you uninterested in learning the now obsolete etiquette of Earth? Besides, I'm simply using you as a driver. Don't worry about it, just drive. You know where I live, right?" Zhu Peng's home wasn't far from his workplace. With an angry Yun behind the wheel, they arrived even faster. Yun, regretting her decision to drive Zhu Peng home as a thank you, executed a sharp drift as she reached his building, as if she wanted to fling the bird man sprawled in the backseat out of the car. She stuck her head out the window and stared at the dilapidated, half-collapsed apartment building. The elf girl exclaimed in surprise, "You live here? It's perfectly in line with your status as an earthling. I've checked the foundation and load-bearing capacity. Although it looks terrible, it's actually quite sturdy. Besides, as you know, when I was just dropped off the airship in District 3, I had nothing but myself." Zhu Peng chuckled self-deprecatingly, seemingly recalling something, and then opened the car door and got out. "Alright, thanks for driving me home, though in my mind you're still that busty, big-butted, brainless elf whose most likely future involves getting snatched by Japanese collectors and sold to fat, old perverts as a plaything. Heh, you certainly wouldn't have the money to buy me. Don't forget tonight's mission, you should at least start preparing," she retorted without hesitation. Compared to when they first met, the once aloof and arrogant elf girl had developed remarkably fluid communication skills. Muttering to himself about his tireless efforts and outstanding contributions to the grand cause of multi-dimensional civilization fusion, Zhu Peng waved without looking back and walked towards his home. Before he reached the doorway, a small figure curled up in a corner suddenly darted towards him. The soft body that had just reached Zhu Peng's chest suddenly fell into the man's arms.
"Big brother, you're finally back! Please, save her!"
"Meixiang, what are you doing here?" Recognizing Meixiang, Zhu Peng relaxed his almost triggered battle instincts. However, the little girl cried and pulled him upstairs. Zhu Peng didn't resist and eventually, he was carrying her over his shoulder, sprinting up the stairs. When he reached Meixiang's door, he pushed open the slightly ajar, unlocked door. What he saw was a bespectacled man, blood streaming down his head, bat, repeatedly beating a cowering Kazuko. The man was merciless. Seeing the blood caked on the bat, Zhu Peng had no doubt that if this continued, Kazuko would be beaten to death. The bespectacled man seemed furious. He hadn't even noticed Zhu Peng and Meixiang's arrival, continuing his enraged assault until a long, strong hand firmly gripped the blood-stained bat. The moment he grasped the bat, Zhu Peng closed his eyes. The card Wheel of Destiny, which had recently regained some power deep within his consciousness, activated again. This time, however, Zhu Peng only glimpsed a brief moment. The power expenditure was minimal compared to the last time he'd used the wheel. Disjointed fragments of fate flashed before Zhu Peng's eyes in a chaotic jumble. Pale-faced Kazuko hesitantly putting on a revealing, sexy outfit, cowering under a streetlight in a dark, deserted street, unable to leave. talking to the man who unexpectedly found her, receiving money from him and taking him upstairs, being pressed against a wall and kissed. Kazuko suddenly struggling and smashing a vase over his head. Everything Kazuko had experienced that afternoon unfolded before Ju Peng, anchored to the baseball bat. Though it seemed slow in the telling, from the moment Ju Peng closed his eyes to activate his power until he opened them, only a moment had passed in the real world. Understanding the cause and effect, Ju Peng looked at the bespectacled man and the blood on his head, feeling utterly awkward. A client who'd paid for sex got hit on the head with a vase by the prostitute he'd already paid. Who wouldn't be upset? Excuse me, sir, although you're Korean, she's Japanese, and as her neighbor, I'm Chinese. In prostitution is illegal. Jugalai Korean swear words. Are you looking to die? Some local slang. Even clever wordplay can't translate this. This is between me and her. What's it to you? Why are you wasting your breath with him? Ju Peng held the bat, trying to explain his position to the Korean man. Yuan appeared sometime during the commotion. Without a word, she grabbed the Korean man by the shoulders and threw him hard against the wall. Elves, generally speaking, weren't known for their strength, but it depended on who you compared them to. Then, the silver-haired elf snatched the wooden club from Ju Peng. He didn't try to stop her, and swung it at the Korean man's head. Although he managed to block it with his arm, the baseball bat snapped in two along with his arm. The scene was so brutal it even made Ju Peng wince. "Scram, or I'll kill you!" The silver-haired elf, wielding half a baseball bat, snarled at the bespectacled Korean man. Her tone brooked no argument. After seeing the pointed ears subtly visible beneath Yuan's silver hair, the Korean man seemed to realize he was outmatched. Without a word, he fled. Only to turn back at the demon shout, "Damn it all! I ran into a pair of demons today!" "What did he say?" "Said you're a female beast." "He dared?" Ju Peng quickly restrained the elf who was about to give chase. He'd never seen the legendary peaceful nature of elves manifested in Yuan. "Your efficiency and ruthlessness. Yuan, you're wasting your talent not training in Chinese martial arts." "Shouldn't that be me saying that to you? As a man seeing a woman being attacked and you're being so hesitant, is that really okay? My main focus is Wudang Tai Chi Chuan. In this situation my principles tell me to stop the violence first, then clarify the situation before deciding whether to intervene. Furthermore, everyone is responsible for the choices they make. The reason I didn't intervene immediately is because I knew, Himiko-san, if you truly continue down this path you've chosen, this won't be the last time you face this. I'm not your bodyguard. If I chased away every man like this, that's called a honey trap." He finished speaking to Win, then paused, squatting down to address Himiko, who was curled up in a corner, sobbing softly. His words seemed to be a trigger. The woman, who had been avoiding reality, remaining silent even as she was nearly beaten to death, suddenly broke down. "What else could I do? I'm just an ordinary girl from a normal family. I didn't go to a prestigious university, I don't know martial arts or combat, and I've never played video games. My only advantage is that I'm a little prettier than others. Miyuki's father liked me, he married me. He was 20 years older, but he was rich and I thought it was fine. But then, suddenly, the world ended, everything changed, and Miyuki's father died. I feel I should take care of the 2 children he left behind, I should raise them. But Meixiang's brother wouldn't listen to me, I couldn't control him, and he's dead. Now there's only Meixiang left, and I want her to survive. Besides selling meat, I can't do anything else. Do I have any other skills that can make money and support Meixiang? What else can I do besides turning to prostitution? What else can I do?" This Japanese woman, who had always been meek and docile, suddenly erupted. She wept regardless of her tattered clothes and the large expanse of white skin exposed, grabbing things at random and throwing and smashing them. Even a captivating Yamane Ichiko wouldn't have any charm in her current battered and bruised state. Kazuko's sudden outburst left Ju Peng speechless. Chapter Ozen 6 Sage vs Angel, Hypocrite vs Devil, a messy room, and before me a weeping, raggedly dressed, alluring woman. "Maxing, go back to your room. Yoan, please wait outside for a moment." Ju Peng glanced at his phone. "That's my apartment across the way, here's the key. Wait there for a while and I'll treat you to breakfast after I'm done here. Earth might be backward, but its culinary culture is unique." Meixiang, needless to say, and Yuan surprisingly cooperated. She took the key from Ju Peng and left. "Sister Kazuko, trust me, beautiful women are a scarce resource at any time. Although elves, beastmen, foxkin, and even succubi are relatively abundant in beauties, as an earth woman, you should have some basic self-confidence. You know, I work at a tavern, and a waitress quit these past couple of days. I think you'd be fine there. Though it's a bit hard, it should be enough to support you and Meixiang. Isn't Meixiang almost ready to earn money too?" Ju Peng found some gaos and alcohol in Kazuko's house and helped her treat her more serious wounds, even the bruised bones. As a martial artist, he was quite skilled in basic medical techniques. After slightly calming Kazuko's overly agitated emotions, Ju Peng sat for a while before leaving. When he went out, he unexpectedly found Yuan standing in the hallway with the key, obviously waiting. "Why didn't you go in? I gave you the key. Are you this kind to everyone? Or is it just different for them? Mother and daughter. They're neighbors, and we're all earthlings. I haven't lost anything, but I've changed the tragic fate of a family. Any elf would probably do the same, wouldn't they? Our earthlings' moral standards aren't low either." Ju Peng took the key from Yuan and opened the door, leading the elf into his humble abode. "The problem is, as far as I know, you're Chinese and they're Japanese. In a sense, you're sworn enemies, aren't you? Like my people encountering dark elves, the moment we meet, it's a fight to the death. We certainly wouldn't help each other when one is in trouble, no, we'd definitely strike the killing blow. You have the energy to help 2 Japanese women, wouldn't it be better to help 2 Chinese people? In the mixed human witch District 3, aren't there countless Chinese people worse off than them? Sit down and wait a moment, I'll make breakfast. It's a skill I picked up while training with my master, and it's one of my greatest hobbies. Opening the refrigerator, he poured a glass of orange juice for Yevon. Then Peng turned and went into the kitchen, chopping green onions, pouring oil into the wok, scrambling eggs. Quickly, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, making Yevon, who had been indifferent, gradually feel a sense of anticipation. Seeing them born, I can't bear to see them die. Hearing their voices, I can't bear to eat their flesh. I helped the mother and daughter because they were a tragedy within my sight, a tragedy I could alter without impacting my own life. This makes me feel more at ease. I won't be depressed and frustrated by not having intervened when the tragedy occurred. Of course, I also know that in these chaotic times, there are many people far more miserable than them. But if we set the standard of kindness infinitely high, then those who act accordingly are either angels or devils. Well, my master's original words were, those who do so are either true saints or hypocrites. But I think the modern equivalent is easier for you to understand. While cooking and talking in the kitchen, Peng's knife skills remained unaffected, revealing extremely profound culinary skill. Peng quickly served a simple breakfast: fresh scallion dressed tofu and 2 large bowls of golden egg fried rice, shimmering as if glowing. He placed them before Yevon. Oh right, it's your first time visiting my home, let me cut you 2 Xuanhuan. Saying this, Peng, who had just sat down, got up and went back into the kitchen. Inhaling the intoxicating aroma and looking at the food that seemed to radiate light, the initially dismissive elf picked up a spoon and tentatively put a spoonful of the golden rice into her cherry-like mouth. It was almost like being electrocuted. A rich, thick flame-like flavor swirled in Yevon's mouth, a whirlwind. The elf forcibly suppressed her strong urge to devour it, controlling herself as she scooped another spoonful of the jade-like scallion-dressed tofu and put it in her mouth. Icy, sweet, and the lingering richness of the egg-fried rice clashed like warring armies in her mouth. Peng's culinary skills undoubtedly incorporated the principles of Tai Chi, yin and yang, life and death, hardness and softness, righteousness and evil, right and wrong, all interwoven and vying for dominance. In Yevon's mind, she even saw a vision of black and white armies fiercely colliding, fighting to the death in a gruesome battle. And as the victor, I was awarded a glorious feast bestowed from the highest point of the clouds, a large bowl of fried rice and a plate of scallion tofu. My master once told me that by setting the standard of kindness impossibly high, one becomes either an angel or a devil. Angels are oblivious to the suffering of the world, filling it with happiness and love, a feat even gods cannot achieve. Devils, on the other hand, are easier to understand. They raise the bar of kindness so high that no one can meet it, causing everyone to fall into hell and become devils themselves. Smiling at a child on the street is an act of kindness. Bending down to pick up litter and putting it in the trash is an act of kindness. Helping Haruko and her mother and changing their miserable fate is an act of kindness. Of course, I don't deny that my initial willingness to help them stemmed from their beauty. If a sleazy Japanese father and son lived next door, I probably wouldn't bother, but a kind act is a kind act. I did it simply because it felt good and I wanted to. If I received gratitude in return, I wouldn't refuse, but it didn't matter if I didn't. It was a kind act. Feeling a pang of sympathy, I carefully cut 2 preserved egg yolks. Peng pondered for a moment, then took a small bowl, poured some vinegar, and added ginger slices for the elf girl to dip her preserved eggs in, to prevent her from experiencing any discomfort from the cold nature of the food and getting diarrhea later. However, Peng didn't know that as he kindly prepared the vinegar and ginger, someone had already reached their sinful hand toward his bowl. No, I can't do this, it's terribly rude. But I can't help myself, it's simply so delicious. After a moment of self-control, the silver-haired elf grabbed both large bowls of fried rice and using a spoon, frantically shoveled it into her mouth. Even she knew that the man would soon emerge from the kitchen. Peng, apron tied around his waist, stood before Yevon, holding a plate of sliced preserved eggs. Looking at the spotless plates and bowls, he didn't know what to say. Ah, clap. It's terribly rude. You invite someone to dinner and don't even have enough food prepared. I, abiding by noble etiquette, risked overeating by consuming everything you made. And not only are you not weeping with gratitude, but what's with this expression? Faced with Peng's questioning, the silver-haired elf first burped, then slammed her fist on the table, launching into a righteous counterattack. Eating everything the host has prepared, I seem to have heard of that etiquette somewhere. But I clearly made enough for 2, and even if your elven etiquette is rather strange, finishing the fried rice and scallion tofu is one thing, but you ate all the pickled radish strips too. Did you lick this bowl clean? How come it wasn't this clean and bright when I bought it? Holding up his own pickled vegetable bowl, Peng examined it in the light. It was truly as clean as if it had been washed. And you still say you cook things too salty? It was absolutely dreadful. Don't ever invite me to your place for dinner again. You've completely ruined my palate, you stupid earthling. Slightly hunching over, sucking in her stomach, Yevon moved out of Peng's apartment with an oddly unsteady gait. Hey, you just ate a month's worth of my pickled vegetables and licked the bowl clean. Don't you need a drink of water? I'm so annoyed. Mind your own business. Bang. Knowing the chef upstairs and the napkin downstairs, the future meat ex-machine brain dead female elf, after eating and wiping her mouth clean, and pulling up her pants, didn't acknowledge the debt and left without looking back, slamming Ju Peng's door behind her. The man, with an apron tied around his waist, held the sliced preserved egg yolks, unsure what to do. The leftover rice from last night had already been fried. I knew that little Beach was being too kind to send me back, so it turns out she didn't get full at the tavern today, and she came here to mooch a meal. A somewhat resentful thought. The honest and simple, older male youth once again gained a new understanding of the shameless nature of the pointy-eared one. Chapter 000. Hansa's companion Vine, a guild nearly surrounded by prey. Next door. Having changed her clothes and treated most of her injuries, Himiko was tidying up the messy room with Chimika. That Korean AC's body was quite frail, wielding a baseball bat to beat a woman for so long. Himiko, as the recipient of the beating, didn't suffer many serious injuries. Of course, for a Japanese housewife who was gentle to the point of weakness, the psychological trauma was definitely there. Just then, a knock came from the door. Seeing her stepmother looking like a frightened deer, so pitiful and endearing, Chimika could only muster her courage and go to the door. When she saw Ju Peng's face through the peephole, the little lowly immediately opened the security door. Ju Peng, carrying the preserved egg yolks in his left hand and a bag of rice in his right, came in and naturally handed them to Himiko. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and cook. Don't you know that bachelors have zero cooking skills?" Himiko, after a moment of surprise, quickly took the plate and struggled to pull the rice into the kitchen. Actually, there were still quite a few ingredients left from what Ju Peng had brought 2 days ago, but what truly terrified the Japanese housewife was the cessation of income. "From today onwards, you'll temporarily be my family's housekeeper. After the tavern expands its business in a while, you can go back to being a waitress. Here's 30 gold coins, it should be enough for you and Mika to live on for a month." 30 gold coins in the age of magic, converted to the 21st century, is 3,000 yuan. If not for taking on the monster hunting job of killing wolves, Ju Peng's monthly salary would be roughly the same amount. This money was a significant sum for Himiko and her daughter, who didn't have many actual expenses. "Brother is bad, bullying my older sister Himiko." With that, the little Lolita Chimika swung her slender arms and landed a hard elbow on Ju Peng's side. "Humph, ha ha ha. You little poor thing from a housekeeper's family, I'll just bully you and your mother. What are you gonna do about it?" Saying this, Ju Peng pinched and rubbed the girl's soft, tender face, while moving his feet to carry her into the bedroom. This silly girl really doesn't have enough e-sports talent. Although Ju Peng has been teaching her, she has made some progress, but even now Chimika hasn't been able to truly break into the bronze rank. As the saying goes, it's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. Ju Peng really wanted to teach Chimika a skill that would allow her to make a living in the age of sorcery. Otherwise, Himiko's fate would be a reflection of Chimika's future. In the kitchen, Himiko, watching the boy and girl sitting in front of the computer like siblings, this Japanese housewife couldn't help but smile slightly. The memories of the Yuan Ming father and son were irreversibly fading from her mind. Like a parasitic vine, survival itself was a typical portrayal of a Japanese woman like Himiko. They had to rely on a man, otherwise even basic survival would be extremely difficult. Me and Mika, able to rely on his protection in this world, to live on. Secretly watching the big boy who kept talking and laughing with Chimika, Himiko's eyes were like water, increasingly gentle. "Kill the wolf." After nightfall, the incandescent large light sphere controlled by the sky-piercing saucer tower contracted its energy, shifting from a violently burning mode to a calm one, beginning to simulate the natural environment of the moonrise and sunset. However, lacking its power to suppress them, many ghosts and demons who dared not appear during the day began to emerge one after another. After taking on the demon hunting mission, Ju Peng and Yevon didn't need to work at the tavern for a while, so the silver-haired elf drove her sports car aimlessly around the F district of Abyss City, where humans and sorcerers mixed. It was unavoidable. The information provided by the Wraith was too little, much of it was merely speculation. Finding the werewolf hidden among millions of people within 3 days was by no means an easy task. "This is the sensing crucifix I applied for from my family. It's extremely sensitive to dark forces within its range. As long as the werewolf releases a bit of aura in F district, this crucifix will get hot." The beautiful, silver-haired, red-eyed, porcelain-skinned heiress was showing off her family's rich collection to Ju Peng, and this silver crucifix was indeed exquisite and miraculous. Its surface is delicately carved with bats, giant wolves, ghosts, and other strange dark creatures that Ju Peng had never even seen before. This sensing crucifix, like Kid's monocle, belongs to the category of witchcraft artifacts and is incredibly valuable. "Don't say anything, it's getting hot right now." Ju Peng held up the silver chain, dangling the crucifix before Yuan. The tiny, etched bat on the crucifix glowed with an intense fiery red light. That's a bloodsucker detection. I think we should leave them alone. Those vampire bats aren't easy to handle." Agreed. The knight's nobility. Even before the abyssal descent, everyone on Earth knew about them. Yuan accelerated her black sports car, quickly carrying her and Ju Peng away from the area where the bloodsucker activity had been detected. She turned a corner and drove into a narrow, grimy alleyway. For bloodsuckers who enjoyed luxury and high society, this sort of environment certainly wasn't a place they'd linger. However, the crucifix in Ju Peng's hand heated up again. This time it wasn't the bat etching that glowed crimson, but the miniature carving of a staff. This was an illegal gathering of black mages, since it was detectable, and the reaction wasn't strong. It was probably a meeting of black magic apprentices. Choosing such a secluded and dirty place, probably some untutored mages using a spellbook to conduct their own private research. Let's forget it, better to avoid trouble. Our target is the werewolf. There are quite a few Earth survivors who have had some kind of encounter or spent a lot of money buying grimoires and meditation techniques from the black market, and then tried to learn to control magical power. It's not that there are no self-taught mages, but the process is dangerous and violates the mage code. If they really have the aptitude, it's better to learn through formal channels. Of 100 self-taught black magic apprentices, 90 die during their training, only about 10 survive, with only one actually advancing to the first rank of black mage. Regardless of who or how they achieve it, the Mage City government acknowledges any who attain this rank, granting them all the rights and privileges of a certified mage, even immunity from certain crimes. But the difficulty is truly a 1 in 100 chance. Yuan was eager to confront the black magic apprentices, but Zhu Peng firmly refused. While private study of black magic was illegal, and eliminating them would have been justifiable, Zhu Peng couldn't bring himself to kill them. They were merely Earth survivors seeking power, most of them only digging up corpses in graveyards, never actually coming close to the essence of black magic souls and resentment. Let's go. What if we get injured fighting them? We have to deliver that werewolf's head to the teacher within 3 days. Humph, how much fighting power can a bunch of untrained apprentices have? Maybe we can get something good from them. Oh, whatever, if you insist. Slightly tilting her head and noticing Zhu Peng's clearly unwell complexion, the silver-haired elf didn't insist, stepping on the gas to drive the magic crystal era away from the alley. The sports car sped through the desolate outskirts, an area neither boasting the luxurious high-end living environment of the night nobles nor conforming to the complex and hidden gathering standards of black witchcraft apprentices. Yet, Owen's unlucky Ganesh the Das induction cross lit up again. This time the miniature carving that burned was a skeleton face in a robe, representing a vengeful spirit. Once the Teachers Hunters Guild opens, business will be incredibly booming. Only today did I realize that so many dark creatures are hidden in our district. Wherever we drive there's a target. Looking at the silver cross lighting up for the 3rd time, the man and woman in the car were speechless. Driving anywhere could trigger the cross's Ganyan, meaning to a certain extent, dark creatures had already surrounded the future Hunters Guild. No wonder the housing prices in District 3 are so expensive and rising daily. In such an environment without a home of your own at night, one would eventually be snatched and devoured by these lurking dark beings, right? I've infused it with apprentice-level spiritual energy, so I can only sense apprentice-level dark beings. If I could sense them all, I worry that driving around District F would turn every miniature carving on the cross red. Iwan weakly continued infusing the Ganyuthidao with spiritual energy. Almost every section of the road caused the cross to glow and heat up, making this magical artifact consume energy extremely quickly. However, even after driving most of the night, the two hadn't activated the giant wolf carving. It was fortunate they hadn't, because if they had made several more wrong guesses, it would have been even more tiring. Chapter Zoroadet. Zhu Peng's elder, Chinatown. Owen drove the sports car to a brightly lit street when Zhu Peng stopped her. You've been driving all night. Let's rest. I'll go buy something to eat. This aimless search isn't working. Zhu Peng got out of the car, leaving Iwan alone for a while. He then walked towards an internet cafe still lit up, intending to see if they sold large bowls of noodles. Entering the internet cafe, the sizable space was almost entirely full. Many young people seemed to use it as a permanent residence, a young couple huddled together under a blanket in a corner, asleep in each other's arms. Glancing around, Zhu Peng smiled at the girl managing the counter and said, "Give me 2 large bowls of sauerkraut noodles." Zhu Peng suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He casually noticed an old woman carrying a phone box weaving through the internet cafe, attempting to sell the baozi inside to the young people still awake and gaming. It was a common enough sight. The only unusual thing was the sight of a frail, white-haired old woman peddling her baozi in the dead of night. Forget the noodles. Could I get 2 cups of milk tea instead? The girl at the counter, the internet cafe manager, seemed to notice Zhu Peng's gaze. She followed his line of sight to the old woman, then smiled understandingly and politely put the bowl of noodles aside. She retrieved 2 cups of milk tea from the counter. I'll start brewing them now. Why don't you go and support that elderly lady's business? Her baozi are delicious and very clean. Okay, thank you. When Zhu Peng returned to the car with a large bag of baozi and 2 cups of milk tea, Yuan was reviewing the materials Ghostman had given her. Looking at photos and reports from murder scenes at midnight was hardly a pleasant experience, but despite her serious expression, the girl was meticulously thorough. Here, big Chinese meat buns and freshly brewed milk tea. Zhu Peng placed the bag of baozi and milk tea on the car seat. Are you crazy? You bought this many? Tonight's late night snack and tomorrow morning's breakfast. If we can't finish them, I'll take them home for Himiko and her daughter tomorrow. I tried one. The skin is thin, the filling is thick, and one bite is full of flavor. Yuan looked at Zhu Peng, then at the baozi, her wine-red eyes twirling as she pieced things together. Shaking her head, she smiled at Zhu Peng, her tone laced with teasing. Mr. Good Samaritan, another beautiful woman, I presume. A beautiful woman. Perhaps 50 years ago. Actually, I cross-referenced the materials Ghostman gave us with some books. Judging from these photos, this is the werewolf tribe's primal ritual, return to the wild. It's usually performed as an independent hunting ritual when a werewolf comes of age. However, this ritual also serves another purpose. It helps werewolves break through their Qi cultivation. Qi cultivation. Xuanhuan, her cheeks puffed out from the large meat bun, frowned slightly at the unfamiliar term. Unless it's a world like 21st century Earth, focused on science and technology where the will of the plane consciously repels and resists certain types of energy. In normal mid-magic or low-magic worlds, energy particles are as abundant as air. Humans living in such environments are naturally affected. Some highly skilled martial artists, after pushing their bodies to their limits, can, through willpower or other means, trigger their inner potential, forming resonance with external energy particles. That's my understanding of Qi cultivation, and the werewolf tribe's primal ritual can, through some principle we don't understand, assist werewolves in breaking through their Qi cultivation. I think this is a good investigative approach. After dinner, I'll take you somewhere. I didn't really want to bother that old senior, but it seems there's no other way now. He stuffed another meat bun into his mouth, Peng said. Half an hour later, driven by Peng, Yuan arrived at an entertainment complex mostly populated by people of East Asian descent. If it was still the 21st century, such places would have a standard name worldwide. Chinatown. Wow, there are so many people like you! This is the first time I've seen so many Earth remnants in one place. Opening the car door and looking at the sea of black-haired, yellow-skinned men and women, the silver-haired elf expressed surprise and wonder. Although there's no exact count, there must be hundreds of millions of Earth remnants in Abyss City, with a population density even more exaggerated than Hong Kong in its heyday. So, gathering points like this exist in the 3rd District, in the 2nd District's Wizard City, and probably even in the 1st District's Tower of Heaven, though you wouldn't usually encounter them. Peng sat in the car, smiling and explaining to Wen. At least in the 3rd District, the power wielded by the Earth remnants is even greater than that of the district's wizards, but they lack the strength to oppose the Wizard City government, let alone the Tower of Heaven, so they have to hide themselves. As a beautiful elf with silver hair, red eyes, and pointed ears, Yuan was a focal point wherever she went. Elves are undoubtedly incredibly beautiful, but in the 3rd District they often represent significant trouble. Soon, several tall, strong men in tight-fitting short-sleeved outfits approached Yuan. The leader, a burly man with a full beard, spoke. "Miss Elf, this is Chinatown. She's my companion. I'll take her away shortly." Only then did Peng get out of the car. He knew this would happen, and with them leading the way, they wouldn't have to go through tedious procedures and time-consuming security checkpoints. "Senior brother Peng, Master misses you very much. He's been talking about how long it's been since you visited. Since it's a guest brought by Senior brother Peng, there's no problem. Please come in, miss. Senior brother Peng." The burly man bowed slightly with one hand, gesturing for them to enter. "Hey Peng, what does Margzit mean, companion?" "Oh, with a guide." Dozens of security checkpoints and hidden guards pose no obstacle. After several twists and turns, Peng led Yuan into a bustling and extremely noisy underground entertainment venue. Peng and Yuan walked down the iron ladder at the edge, looking down at two men fighting to the death on the stone platform below. Here the crowd was no longer all Chinese. The stands were filled with tall, blonde Nordics and many reddish-brown-skinned red guards. They were clustered together much like the Chinese around them, roaring at the two warriors battling on the platform. The two men on the platform were using real weapons. One, a strong Nordic with blonde hair, wielded a long-handled battle axe of solid iron. The other, a seemingly frail Chinese man, held a long spear with a red tassel, crouching low and aiming at his opponent. Nordics were generally tall and powerfully built. Now a large, strong, ferocious warrior was charging with an enormous axe, and even Yuan, watching from afar, could feel the brutal ferocity. The frail Chinese man looked as if he would be torn apart in an instant. Faced with the attack, the slender spearman didn't dare to meet the blow head-on. He curled up, moving like an ape, quickly rolling sideways to evade the axe's furious, sweeping blow. Yuan said. "Who do you think will win?" "The Nordic, probably," Peng replied. "You could bet on it if you're sure, though you'll earn less if you bet after the fight starts." Yuan didn't bet, instead glancing at the fight before turning away and murmuring, "I know why you came to Abyss City with empty hands and were able to buy a house so quickly. Peng, when you first arrived you fought in places like this, didn't you?" "Senior brother Peng, Master is delighted to hear you've arrived. He's waiting for you inside." Peng and Yuan reached a room high up, overlooking the entire arena through a floor-to-ceiling glass window. Chapter 19: The Underground Arena. Boxing Refinder, Abyss City, 3rd District, Chinatown's underground arena. In this small, dark arena, packed with spectators, strong warriors patrolled the perimeter. From vantage points overlooking the arena, Yuan even spotted fierce-looking fighters carrying crudely made hunting rifles. Yuan was very familiar with these symbols of Earth-age military power. Even an ordinary civilian, not even a wizard apprentice, could use such weapons to directly threaten the life of a formal wizard. After the wizarding world conquered the Earth plane, these firearms were explicitly banned. What she saw before her were clearly illegal products. A place like this couldn't be taken by a small number of ordinary formal wizards, let alone with all the powerful Earth warriors I've seen along the way. "Senior brother please come in. Master is waiting for you inside." Led by the powerfully built man, Peng entered the room. However, when Yuan followed, she was stopped by the guards on either side of the door, their arms outstretched. She can't go in. Peng frowned slightly, questioning. Senior brother Ju, master only said you could enter. Please don't make things difficult for us. Forget it, Peng, I'll wait outside for a while. I'm quite curious about this place, actually. Yuan glanced around the underground fighting arena. Just then, the man wielding the red tasseled spear on the Leitaiser ring had nimbly dodged the repeated axe blows of the burly Nordman, moving like an agile monkey. After once again deftly evading an attack, seeing the opponent panting heavily, the spearman seemed to judge the moment right. He spread his legs, shook his spear, and lunged at the Nordman, whose swing was still recovering. The spear aimed directly at his waist, a thrust delivered with his full strength, truly like a dragon, unstoppable. However, the Nordman, whose fury had been building with each missed blow, suddenly calmed down. He turned, his waist twisting as he swung the axe haft around. The spear point struck the steel axe handle squarely. The red, tasseled spearman instantly felt something was wrong. However, it was too late to retreat. The broad, snow-bright axe swept down towards his head. Although practitioners of Chinese martial arts are often agile, in a contest between equals, it's rare for one's speed to surpass the speed of their opponent's weapon. The broad axe cleaved the spearman's head in two. White brains and crimson blood splattered across the Leitaiser ring in an instant. Peng entered the stone chamber and saw this scene. Though unpleasant, it was expected. In martial combat, one must believe in their judgment but also in the opponent's strength. The ability to fully understand and even trust your opponent often decides victory or death. If Sun Wukong treats his opponent like a fool, he can't blame them for using his own tactics against him and killing him. Inside the room, thick carpets covered the floor. An old man, bald and dressed in an expensive robe, sat reclining on a wide animal skin sofa, his left hand holding two spherical iron weights. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he watched the brutal fight below, the death of his warrior, without so much as a blink. Sun Wukong, whose head had just been severed, had learned the big spear technique from this old man for 2 years. Yet, watching him get his head cut in half, the old man showed no strong emotion, only a touch of regret, not sorrow. Master Mert, seems you're in good health lately. Where's senior brother Ho? I didn't see him on the way up. Peng said, handing over a plastic bag he'd taken from his car. Inside were warm meat buns. Good thing you're all right. Otherwise you little rascal probably wouldn't have made it here to see me. These buns are good. The meat filling is well seasoned, far better than those useless cooks I keep. The old man took a bun, bit into it, and his eyebrows shot up in approval at the rich aroma and juicy filling. Your senior brother Hugh just went down there to kill someone. He's not on the same path as you. Little Sun Wukong only studied gun fu with me for 2 years, not even a registered disciple, but I can't let him be killed so easily under my nose. A lonely trip down the Yellow Springs for him. He finished the bun, tossed the bag aside and continued. The old man reclined on the sofa, his eyelids fluttering, revealing a glint of ferocity and sharpness. He was sunk deep into the thick animal hide, yet he seemed like a plump, relaxed tiger, commanding respect without aggression. While Peng and the old man talked, a man in his 30s at the peak of his manhood leaped onto the high fighting platform. He had strong features, his hair slicked back with pomade, his physique like a straight spear, steady upper body and agile lower. After landing on the platform, he fixed his gaze on the axe-wielding brute who was roaring like a beast, his eyes cold and deadly like a predator eyeing its prey. This was Ma Ho, the surname Light, the given name Heavy. He was the top disciple of Master Ma Yongzhen, inheriting his Xing Yiquan to perfection. Even in the 21st century he was already a renowned grandmaster. In the post-witchcraft era of the 21st century he followed his master, killing and escaping, forging this vast family business through bloodshed. His martial arts flourished on to perfection.
Aya!
The axe-wielding Nord giant roared, charging with the ferocious energy of a recent killing. He swung his heavy axe like a whirlwind, a raging demon. The onlookers didn't feel it much, but if they were facing him directly, the sheer force of his attack would likely crush their will to resist. But before the bloody axe could fall, Ma Ho, calm as a still pond, moved. He subtly sidestepped and leaped, then swiftly like a panther, crashed into the Nord giant's chest. His right elbow, sharpened like iron, struck with the force of a cavalry charge, hitting the giant's danjong point with brutal precision. Ma Ho's strike was so swift and subtle that 99% of the audience couldn't understand what happened. They only saw the two men collide then fall still. In reality, Ma Ho's elbow, like a lance in a cavalry charge, had brutally destroyed his opponent's internal organs, extinguishing his life. The middle-aged man retracted his elbow, his body whirling like a falling autumn leaf. Circling behind the Nord, the as if cooperating with Ma Ho, bowed and knelt forward. However, his head was lifted by Ma Ho, who had grabbed his hair. The next moment, the middle-aged boxer's hand, like a knife, slashed down, brutally severing the Nord's neck. With a single pull of his left hand he tore off the head. Crimson blood gushed out, instantly staining half the arena. Elbow like a lance, hand like a blade. His inner strength is refined to the point of perfection. Peng remarked, awestruck by the gruesome scene. Brother Hugh's kung fu has reached the realm of Huajin, hasn't it? A martial artist first cultivates their physique, concentrating their force into a punch that breaks the air, creating a sonic boom. This is Mingjin, the external force, a certain limit achieved through external training. Through precise control of the muscles, sealing the pores and channeling inner strength with the spine as the center to adjust the entire body, one delivers a punch that utilizes not just the external muscles, but the internal organs and the entirety of the body's strength. To put it crudely, it's like using every ounce of strength, delivering a blow that shatters stone. This is the realm of Anjin, the inner strength of martial arts. The body's strength is condensed like a blade, even a needle. 1,000 Jin force concentrated into a single point. What kind of destructive power is that? Inner strength, refined and spread throughout the body, makes every part a weapon, so sensitive that not a fly, not a feather can land, and with a body of iron and bronze, impervious to blunt weapons. What kind of combat power would such a person possess? This is the refinement of martial arts after reaching the peak of Anjin, the level of skill Mahu displayed just now. His elbow thrust was like a cavalry lance in a frontal assault, ending the fight with a single blow. Then a single cut decapitated his opponent. Hundreds, thousands of Jin of force concentrated in his arm, making it as sharp and forceful as a battle axe at the moment of impact. Of course, the destructive power on the body is comparable to a battle axe, but you can't really pit your arm against a battle axe, flesh against steel. Only an idiot would try to cleave a blade with their arm, and they wouldn't even reach the Hujin level of martial arts. Brother Hugh's skill is refined to such a degree, even Master Ma is no longer his match, is he?
Ah!
I've devoted my entire life to training this lad. If he can't surpass me, then it would truly be a case of one generation not as good as the last. Listening to Zhu Peng's words, Master Ma stroked his bald head, not a bit angry, but instead burst into hearty laughter. In the Guoshu world, praising your top disciple as stronger than the master is a good thing. It means you're set for the rest of your life, not ending up beaten to death by younger fighters in your old age, ruining your lifelong reputation. A top disciple in the eyes of many renowned martial artists is even dearer than their own sons. Meanwhile, on the stage below, a hand knife sliced off his opponent's head, crimson blood soaking the stone surface. He casually tossed aside the huge head. Mahu strolled through the blood, smiling coldly. He spoke softly yet clearly. You worship the Buddha you deserve. If you want to worship my master, Master Ma, this great Buddha, you must first pass me Mahu. Because of Mahu's deliberately displayed brutality, some Nordics and Red Guards around the ring couldn't sit still. They howled and pounced, wanting to fight Mahu to the death. However, this was Chinatown, an underground fighting arena controlled by Master Ma. How could he let a group of outsiders turn the place upside down? Those chaotic Nordics and Red Guards were quickly suppressed by the martial artists scattered around. Want revenge? Fine, follow the rules of the underground arena. One by one, 5 or 6 Nordics and Red Guards consecutively charged onto the stage, including some highly skilled fighters. However, before the Guoshu Grandmaster, whose fist technique had reached the realm of refinement, they were as tender as infants, one after another being torn apart, their mangled corpses scattered intentionally across the stage by Mahu for all to see. At first, the reaction of the surrounding foreigners was one of rage, fury and clamor. However, as their strongest fighters fell one by one on the stage, these ferocious and fearless foreigners gradually fell silent, looking at the middle-aged man on the stage, in the pool of blood and corpses. Clean and yet like a demon from hell, they gradually felt a bone-chilling terror in his calm indifference, the primal fear of a living being facing absolute terrifying violence. Chapter 020 Overconfidence. The great boxer Mahu. While Mahu was wreaking havoc on the stage, the old and young in the upper room had begun chatting. Few present understood the terrifying combat power of a refined-level grandmaster better than they did, especially in this era where firearms were largely prohibited. Unless a witch or other high-level professional appeared in this arena, no other being posed any threat to Mahu. By the way, you kid, aren't you practicing the virgin boy kung fu? Why are you chasing women? Your taste is quite high. You've secretly hooked up with a female elf. I suggested you marry Xuanhuan, but you always made excuses. Now that your martial arts have entered the Dan realm, are you finally settled down? You're teasing me. Whether I can even reach the Dan realm in my lifetime is questionable, let alone achieve the Wu Lo true immortal body, the near highest cultivation achievement of our pure Yang lineage. Even my master hasn't truly reached it. Zhu Peng chuckled wryly and shook his head. Penga, your martial arts aptitude is undeniable, and the pure Yang foundation laid by Brother Zheng is exceptionally solid and unparalleled. But your psychological issues are a real problem. I'm still counting on you to break through to the Dan realm so I can marry you off to Xuanhuan. She's 16 this year, and just like her mother, she's incredibly alluring. Once a man gets a taste, he'll find her hard to control. Let's not talk about that. I brought that girl outside with me, partly to ask Master Ma for some information, and partly to ask him to take her on as a registered disciple. She's a noblewoman from the elf clan. Having her as a disciple will make many things easier for you, and it will also establish a connection with the upper echelons of the wizarding world. Seeing this old lecher growing increasingly inappropriate, Zhu Peng quickly steered the conversation back, fearing that if they continued, the man might start listing the top 10 legendary artifacts. Alright, I'll take her as a registered disciple and have Hua teach her a few moves. A referral from you shouldn't be problematic. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Accepting disciples from wealthy families to bolster the sect's prestige is a common practice in the martial arts world, past and present. Master Ma appreciated Zhu Peng's consideration for his reputation, and Zhu Peng in turn found it easier to make requests. My teacher assigned me a werewolf hunting mission yesterday, Master Mei. You have extensive connections and influence, do you have any recent news on that front? Werewolves. Hey, you asked the right person. Hua just killed one 2 days ago. Whether it's the one you're looking for, I don't know. Hearing Zhu Peng's question, the old man stroked his bald head and laughed, offering an answer that completely surprised Zhu Peng. Just then, a heavy stench of blood intensified, filling the room. Zhu Peng instinctively turned, sensing a ferocious aura like a wild beast emanating from beyond Master Ma's back door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a cleanly dressed middle-aged man with slicked back hair striding in, Mahu having returned from the ring without anyone noticing. He understands the essence, yet transcends the form. Brother Hua's Xingyiquan has truly reached near perfection. Zhu Peng observed Mahu carefully, sensing a ferocious aura emanating from his every move. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't feel like he was facing a man. Xingyi is an imitative martial art. To put it bluntly, it's a type of bestial martial art. A master of this boxing style possesses the spirit of a wild beast but forgets its form. When he strikes, it's as if 100 beasts move with him, unstoppable, just like Mahu right now. Master Zhu, forgive my boasting, but my skill isn't refined. I can unleash power but not control it. I still have a long way to go. While on the later, Master Mahu was as imposing as a demon from hell, but after the fight, although the fierce aura lingered, his speech and manner were measured and courteous. You're both family, don't stand on ceremony. Tiger, your brother Zhu brought these buns for us old men, try one. The old man gestured to a plastic bag. Mahu smiled at Zhu Peng, then took a large meat bun from the bag and took a huge bite in front of the old man. He devoured half the bun in one go, causing the bald old man to roar with laughter. In Ma Ye's eyes, a martial artist should eat heartily and drink deeply with unrestrained vigor. However, Mahu, who had been smiling, suddenly changed color. He found a nearby trash can and patted his chest, vomiting uncontrollably. His face flushed and he gasped for breath. This bun filling is so fishy! What? No way, I just tried one, it was delicious. No way, we've eaten 5 or 6. Seeing Mahu's reaction, Ma Ye and Zhu Peng were surprised. They both took a meat bun from the bag and took a bite. The meat was fragrant and juicy, with no fishy smell whatsoever. Or, maybe I still have the smell of blood in my mouth and nose from the fight. Mahu, seeing that his master and Zhu Peng showed no unusual reaction, but he alone felt a fishy taste, changed his expression, and after a moment, mumbled an explanation. That's right, senior brother, who just mauled several Nordics down there. A mouth full of blood is normal. Zhu Peng didn't want Mahu to feel embarrassed and chimed in. Normal, my ass? When he followed me wielding steel knives to fight for turf, it was nothing like this. Tiger, your skill has improved, but your will has weakened. That's not a good thing. The top-ranked boxer, who had been so imposing on the latte, was now being scolded by the bald old man like an infant. Yet Mahu only bowed his head, meekly accepting the reprimand without the slightest hint of displeasure. A master scolding a disciple is like a father scolding a son, even more justified. After scolding him for a while, Mahu realized Zhu Peng was still watching and felt he shouldn't be too harsh on Mahu. He forced himself to calm down, waved his hand and said, "Alright, tell your brother Zhu about the werewolf you killed recently. That's what he's here for that werewolf. Junior brother Zhu, since when did you become a volunteer patrolman?" "It's not that I'm a volunteer patrolman. A werewolf was killing Nord and Redguard families in my master's territory a while back, performing some kind of primitive sacrifice. My master instructed us to kill the culprit and use its blood to cleanse our Demon Hunter Guild signboard. After Master Kid's Demon Hunter Guild opened, senior brother who can bring his junior brothers here to take on some missions. I've seen the reward list. Not only do they pay well, but there are also many good things that are hard for us earthlings to get." Zhu Peng said, subconsciously touching the vial at his waist. The purple potion inside the tempered glass bottle was incredibly valuable. The strong recovery potion is for wizard apprentices and below. As long as you don't die, one bottle will restore most of your injuries immediately. It seems that in the fight to the death with that extra-dimensional wizard, Master Kid really didn't want Zhu Peng to die, or else he wouldn't have prepared such a precious potion. Chapter 021 Wudang's hair target found. Good things we can't get guns. Mahu listened to Zhu Peng's description, smiled playfully, and jokingly asked, "We don't have ordinary guns, but there are enchanted witch guns. A shot fired from them has enchanted bullets, some with witch poison, others with flame bursts that explode upon hitting their target and coming into contact with blood. There are also vitality recovery potions. If you may drink one, your physical condition can be restored from that of a 70-year-old to its peak in your 30s or 40s. Although the effect only lasts for a year, it doesn't harm the body, and this is just a low-level vitality recovery potion. Although Master Kid is extremely ruthless in killing people, it must be admitted that the things he can get, ordinary earthlings really have no way of getting." Zhu Peng's words made Mahu and the bald old man's eyes light up. He smiled inwardly, certain that he had secured a strong backup. Next, Mahu recounted the incident of his killing the werewolf. The process wasn't complicated, and Mahu wasn't good at storytelling, so a fight that was originally thrilling was recounted in a few simple words. A werewolf somehow transformed and appeared in Chinatown, causing quite a commotion at the time. Mahu arrived and killed the werewolf, throwing the body into the river and ending it. After hearing this description, Zhu Peng felt incredibly frustrated. Just as he was about to ask more detailed questions, trying to dig out more clues, a commotion and even fighting sounds came from outside. Not from the two doors behind the bald old man where Ma Hu had just entered, but from the side door where Ju Peng had just entered. The sounds of fighting were getting closer. Bang! A spiked ball hammer made of thorny plants smashed a large hole in the door. The next moment a disciple in a martial arts uniform crashed through the door and into the room. Ju Peng was closest to the door. Seeing the disciple crash in, he pushed his arms forward, naturally shifting the impact sideways and gently depositing the man onto the carpet. However, this brief delay allowed Ma Hu to transform into a dark blur, charging towards the silver-haired, red-eyed woman attacking outside the room. His feet hammered the ground as he launched a fierce jab, his ferocious energy exploding the moment he lunged forward, truly like a roaring tiger bursting from its cage. Hold back, facing Ma Hu's ferocious assault. Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She obeyed Ju Peng's urgent shout, retreating a step, shifting from offense to defense. The thorn hammer in her hand spun, creating a circle of pale green energy that formed a barrier before her. Thankfully so. To Yuan's disbelief, the magically enhanced thorns, which wouldn't break even under a cleaver's blow, shattered like fragile paper under the middle-aged man's punches. His fists cut through everything, shattering all obstacles in their path. By the time Ma Hu's powerful leg sweep came, Yuan had no defense left. Facing a kick strong enough to snap a lamppost in two, the silver-haired elf gritted her teeth, crouching, covering her head and bracing for death. A bang, crack. After a long wait, the expected searing pain never came. Yuan hesitantly raised her head and opened her eyes, only to see the familiar man standing before her, having somehow intercepted the blow. Ju Peng's muscles were bulging, the bluish-black sinews rippling like dragons, even tearing his shirt. He'd blocked the middle-aged man's powerful leg sweep with his elbows and forearms, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. Seeing Ju Peng injured protecting her, Yuan's eyes blazed. Her irises were already wine red, but now they burned like fire. She extended her left hand and a pale gold revolver appeared, but the next moment Ju Peng restrained her arm. Relax, it's just a little gum bleeding, nothing serious. Ju Peng released his block, and Ma Hu, looking unusual. Wudang pure yang lineage, truly worthy of its reputation. Ju Shixiang, how about we spar another time? Yuan understood nothing, but Ma Hu himself knew how much he'd been spared. 10 punches are no match for 1 elbow, 10 elbows are no match for 1 knee. Under equal conditions, the arms are weaker than the legs. But in the art of national martial arts, unless it's a life or death move, high leg strikes are rarely used even in leg techniques. Most focus on stamping, stepping, slashing, hooking and sweeping techniques targeting the opponent's lower body. A raised leg loses balance and reduces agility. So, unless under special circumstances or with absolute certainty of victory, casually using the flying kick in a same-level fight is tantamount to suicide. Of course, truly pragmatic masters unconstrained by orthodox boxing techniques will deal with the situation differently. Like Ju Peng a few days ago when facing several Nordics, he was in no danger himself and could naturally use powerful kicks to quickly dispatch his opponents. Like Ma Hu facing the completely defenseless, even crouching and covering her head, Yuan, a fierce sweep presented no psychological barrier. This is the absolute mastery of a skilled martial artist over a fight, even a deadly one. Simply put, it's the strong beating the weak. They can fight however they want, and however they fight, they win. That heavy kick from Ma Hu, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare use it against Ju Peng. Otherwise, one mistake would lead to another, and Ju Peng would throw him to the ground and beat him to death. But in this abnormal situation, Ma Hu's heavy kick was barely blocked by Ju Peng, who arrived hastily using both arms. Ma Hu felt it clearly. His kick was like hitting a sturdy Taoist temple bell, iron outside and copper inside. Ju Peng's foundation was solid, his stance unyielding, his strength flowing internally and externally as one, so much so that the force of his kick was absorbed by Ju Peng's entire body, and then transmitted to the ground. Ju Peng wasn't lying when he said he only had bleeding gums. The extremely fierce kick had loosened his teeth, causing his gums to bleed. Facing Ma Hu's challenge, Ju Peng refused without hesitation. He was joking. He'd noticed that this guy seemed to have killed a lot of people recently, becoming a bit violent. Sparring with him might inadvertently turn into a fight to the death, which was unnecessary. Brother Hu, are you serious? You, a Hojin realm martial arts master, sparring with a low-level martial artist like me who hasn't even reached Enjin? You should be teaching me instead. It's different. You could hastily receive my full force kick, indicating you're definitely not an ordinary Ming Jin peak martial artist. Moreover, junior brother Ju, you were once acknowledged as a fighting genius in the national martial arts world. I have no guarantee of victory fighting you. As the two were chatting, a scream came from afar. The sound was muffled by the noise of the arena, but with the keen senses of martial artists and the innate gifts of the elves, all three heard it clearly. Aha! Stop saying things I don't understand, Ju Peng, Yuan cried out, holding a silver crucifix before Ju Peng. A miniature carving of a huge wolf on the crucifix glowed red, hot, as if about to burn. Not only Ju Peng, but Ma Hu also changed his expression upon seeing this. I went to watch the gladiatorial combat just now and I don't know when it lit up, nor how long it's been glowing. They wouldn't let me in to find you, so I knocked them out. Even explained the circumstances. Ju Peng and Ma Hu exchanged a glance, then both ran towards the source of the screams. Even quickly followed, leaving behind the dojo disciples she had injured and the shattered remains of the door. Stepping out, as if taking a leisurely stroll, Master Ma watched the three figures run off in the distance, his brows furrowed. "Whore," he muttered. By the time Ju Peng and the others reached the scene of the screams, a crowd had already gathered. A physician was tending to a dojo disciple who had been attacked. The disciple's injuries weren't severe. Ju Peng, a martial arts expert, saw that the cut on his back was shallow, lacking the force to penetrate the bone. Or rather, a true master wouldn't have given the disciple a chance to scream, "Tiger, tiger, master. I was patrolling here when someone attacked me from behind. I didn't expect to trouble you, sir." The disciple, clearly of lower rank, was visibly flustered and stammered at the sight of Mai Hu personally attending to him. Ju Peng's brow furrowed. He exchanged a look with Even, both equally surprised. The being responsible for multiple massacres had suddenly gone soft. "Turn over, let me check your wound." After a moment's hesitation, Ju Peng approached the disciple, making him lie prone. Using his index and middle fingers, he traced the shallow cut on the disciple's back. Through this connection, Ju Peng used the meager amount of fate power he'd accumulated, amplified by altering the fate of the Yamazaki mother and daughter, to subtly nudge the wheel of fate. With the blood between his fingers, Ju Peng closed his eyes. He glimpsed fragmented images, a single moment in the past but an infinity of futures. Pushing the wheel of fate forward was far more taxing than reversing it. Fortunately, this was a brief event. A carelessly patrolling disciple, a blonde girl laughing and playing a game with a dark-haired man, a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness, a swift strike from the shadows, and finally, the glint of emerald wolf eyes watching from the darkness. His meager stores of fate power instantly depleted, Ju Peng abruptly turned his head, catching sight of a pair of glowing emerald eyes in the darkness behind a plaque to his upper left. The owner of those emerald eyes vanished into the shadows, fleeing into the distance. But Ju Peng wouldn't let his prey escape that easily. "On the rooftops, give chase!" After a low growl, Ju Peng launched himself forward, sprinting towards the wall before leaping onto the air conditioning unit for leverage. With two powerful strides against the wall, he grabbed the ledge and pulled himself onto the second floor. Hot on the heels of the shadowy figure, Ma Hu, whose cultivation surpassed Ju Peng's, simply ran straight at the wall, running across its surface for 4 or 5 steps before grabbing the eaves and scaling the building. Chapter Rodra 2 of The Werewolf's Daughter. Bridget Lin. Martial artists are naturally swift and agile, and Ju Peng's light skills had been meticulously honed by his master. When he encountered powerful but aging masters in his travels, if he couldn't overpower them, his strategy was to disengage and flee. If they pursued, he would use his youth and stamina to exhaust them before turning back to strike. Martial artists maintain better physical condition than ordinary people, but without reaching the Dan realm, physical capabilities decline with age. Many veteran fighters unleash devastating attacks in their prime, capable of killing within 3 or 5 moves, but once drawn into a prolonged fight, the saying, "A young fighter can beat an old master," rings true. Ju Peng and Ma Hu were already incredibly fast, yet the shadowy figure moved with equal speed, effortlessly scaling walls as if walking on flat ground. Clearly, not only was their speed comparable, but their experience in such environments allowed them to skillfully maneuver through the maze of buildings, vanishing from sight at the junction of 2 low structures. Just then Gwen, enveloped in pale green light, caught up. She was preparing to cast a speed spell. Magical enhancement is always slower than natural reflexes, so being able to catch up is a testament to the nimble grace of the elves. He stopped. "I and Gwen will go left, senior brother Hu, you go right. Be careful, this could be a deliberate tactic to divide and conquer us. Alright, be careful yourselves." As soon as Ju Peng finished speaking, Ma Hu sprinted down the right path, easily leaping across the 5-meter gap between buildings. Ju Peng and Gwen continued to pursue to the left. The wolf-shaped red glow on the silver-haired elf sensing crucifix, which had been fading, ignited once more, confirming they were heading in the right direction. However, Ju Peng grew increasingly suspicious. With the other's speed, why hadn't he taken the opportunity to escape while they hesitated? He's nearby. Be careful. Since he isn't fleeing, he likely intends to ambush us. Gwen held the sensing crucifix in her left hand and a pale gold pistol in her right. Ju Peng was still drooling over the equipment of the ghost-like figure, while Gwen had already bought and equipped hers. Even, the apprentice witch held the enchanted witch gun, a weapon capable of threatening even a full-fledged wizard's life. Standing on the roof of a 3-story building, surrounded by piles of junk, Ju Peng and Even stood together, watching the glowing red targeting cross slowly scan. He wasn't running. One theory was that he was planning a counterattack. Another was that he simply lacked the strength to escape. Ju Peng recalled the shallow but not fatal cut on the back of the arena disciple, and the fleeting image he'd glimpsed in the fragmented echoes of his destiny cards. As Ju Peng passed a pile of debris, he suddenly grabbed a leaning steel pipe. With a powerful swing like a great spear, he cleared the junk from above. A dirty blonde wolf child wielding a rusty knife backward let out a desperate roar at Ju Peng. She bared her teeth trying to appear threatening, signaling that she wasn't to be trifled with. Even, what will the master do if we fail our first monster hunting mission? My white dragon is definitely not going back to the master, anyway. Besides, haven't we found our target? Even took 2 steps forward, raising her gun to shoot, but Ju Peng stopped her. At that moment, the wolf child seized the opportunity, lunging at Ju Peng with her knife. Ju Peng easily deflected the blade, then landed a punch to the girl's abdomen. The already weakened child collapsed unconscious, Before losing consciousness, she faintly heard the couple's conversation. Do you think Master Kid is stupid? You want to hand her in for the kill the wolf mission. It's better to just admit failure. A wave of darkness washed over her, and she lost consciousness. Overconfidence. Run without stopping. Behind her the ferocious roar of a beast pursued her like a shadow. The surrounding darkness was absolute, hazy and strangely disorienting. A small girl with long light gold hair and a white dress ran in terror. She didn't know where she was, only that the roar behind her was getting closer. Ma, I want mama. The young wolf child sobbed softly, large tears welling in her icy blue eyes and dripping down. Instinctively she wanted to find her mother. But where was she? Run! Run faster. A desperate scream echoed in her ears.
That was her mother's voice!
But why did it sound so filled with despair? She ran for what felt like an eternity, the escape in the dark world seemingly endless. Bridget's legs gave way and she knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Crimson, a ghastly crimson. The girl suddenly realized her surroundings had changed dramatically. The endless darkness had been replaced by a blood-red hue that filled the sky and earth. Looking down, she saw the entire ground soaked in a thick crimson. She hesitantly raised her hands, discovering they were also covered in blood. Ah! With a shriek, the girl sat bolt upright, her eyes snapping open. It had been a nightmare. Warm morning light filled the room. She breathed a sigh of relief and lay back down on the soft bed. Wait, why am I in bed? The werewolf girl sat up again, startled. She looked around the small but clean and cozy room. Golden morning light streamed in from the window. Beneath her was a soft, warm bed. A stark contrast to the garbage heap where she'd slept last night. It felt like heaven. Awake, you're quite resilient. I thought it would take until afternoon for you to regain consciousness, given your injuries. The door opened and Bridget's blue eyes fixed on the man who'd knocked her out last night. He had black hair, a lean but strong build and clear dark eyes. He wore a simple black robe giving off an air of relaxed ease. Behind him, a young girl in a beautiful long dress carried a tray of food. She placed it on a small wooden table, then carefully maneuvered the table next to Bridget's bed, making the delicious-looking food easily accessible. Chapter 03: A mismatched date, a twist of fate. Me, Shang, thank you. I can handle the rest. The gentle young man spoke to the girl in fine clothes. The exquisitely beautiful girl, looking like delicate porcelain, blinked her eyes as she gazed at the young blonde, blue-eyed werewolf. Curiosity filled her gaze. However, she obediently turned and left, casting one last lingering look at Bridget before closing the door. With Chi Mai Xung gone, only Peng and the young werewolf remained in the small room. Judging by your state yesterday, you haven't had a proper rest or a decent meal in a long time. Try some of Miss Ko's cooking. It's not the best, but she made it with care. Peng pulled up a chair beside the blonde girl's bed. After a long moment, however, she didn't touch the food in front of her, but stared intently at him. As a warrior, Peng sensed a power gathering within the small girl's body. Sighing softly, he shook his head. What are you hiding in your right hand? Is it this? Saying this, Peng extended his right hand before the little werewolf. Without any visible movement, a rusty short dagger appeared in his hand. I'm returning this to you. If it gives you some sense of security, have a good meal. Bridget carefully took the rusty dagger from Peng. The next moment she lunged at the man, stabbing. However, the dagger's point was caught between Peng's index and middle fingers, as if sheathed in a scabbard. The man used his forearm and wrist to push forward with his 2 fingers. A shockwave traveled from the dagger to the little werewolf's body. Bridget felt as if her bones had been directly impacted. The strength she had painstakingly gathered instantly melted away like snow under the sun. I can only give you half an hour. I'm sorry, you're too young to have done anything harmful to humans, but I can't let you grow up and take revenge on my friends. It sounds harsh, but I think you understand. Killing you is like your mother killing those Nord and Red Guard people, not because they did anything wrong, but simply because of our positions. The man paused briefly before continuing. Alright, enjoy the last meal of your life. After saying this, Peng patted the blonde girl's head. The warmth of his hand caused the girl, who had been strong and almost cold, to redden around the eyes. However, she lowered her head, unwilling to show her vulnerability to the man. I hope, at least before you die, you can enjoy some things that a human, well, a sentient being should enjoy. I'm sorry, you are a strong and lovely girl. After saying this, Peng stood up to leave, allowing the little werewolf to spend the last half hour of her life in peace. However, as Peng opened the door to leave, Bridget suddenly spoke. This changed the destinies of many, including her own. Last night was the 7th day after my mother died. I never got to kill anyone in Chinatown to avenge her. You're a good person. Could you please buy me a copy of Hymn to the Cell? I want to pray for my mother one last time before I die, so her soul can return to her ancestors. In return, I will give you information on the distribution of the Abyss City Wolf Clan's forces. If they hadn't driven us out, my mother wouldn't have stolen things in Chinatown and been beaten to death by Maho. The little girl spoke with tears and a slight sob. Peng nodded gently with his back to her and then pushed open the door and left. Mum, Xiaolin is coming to keep you company soon. That's good. Xiaolin, I really miss you. Despite her ravenous hunger, the blonde girl ignored the food before her. Curled in a corner of the bed, she sobbed softly, muttering to herself, click. The recently closed door burst open, and the man who had just left poked his head in, questioning, you said your mother has been dead for 7 days. What do you mean by that? You think I'm a werewolf, so I can't even remember when my mother was murdered. Quickly wiping away her tears, Bridget bared her teeth at Peng, like a small wolf cornered in its den. Seeing the girl's icy blue eyes meeting without fear, the usually calm expression on Peng's face gradually became ugly, even terrifying. He abruptly turned, retrieved a file from his room, the documents given by his grotesque teacher, and quickly flipped to the crime scene photos. He stared at the dates on the photographs. While he had no power over fate, fragmented memories flickered before his eyes, piecing together into a complete, horrifying picture. Chaotic images flashed through his mind: last night in the fighting arena, Tiger Shixong strolling across the ring, surrounded by broken bones, and him taking a bite of a meat bun, finding it so foul he could barely swallow, the bestial grace in his movements and the unstoppable force of his heavy kicks. Tiger Shixing's shocked expression when he saw the holy cross in Yuan's hand. This can't be real. Despite the warm morning, Peng felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately called Wen. After 2 rings, the elf's cool yet melodious voice answered. Why are you calling at this time? Right, did you extract the distribution of the Abyss City werewolves from that little werewolf? Win, where are you? At Master Hu's house, learning Xing Yiquan. Tiger Shixong's martial arts are far more powerful than your soft stuff. A lot of it imitates animal movements. It's so interesting and amazing. Hey, Yuan, let's go on a date. I bought 2 movie tickets. Shall we see a movie this afternoon?
You're crazy!
You suddenly. Okay, it's settled then. I'll come pick you up. Hey. He hung up the phone, letting out a long breath. Given Yuan's personality, telling her his suspicions directly would leave her unable to hide the truth, and Tiger Shixong's mastery of martial arts was beyond doubt. He had to unsettle them first, that way Tiger Shixong would be less likely to suspect anything. With that thought, Peng flung open the door and dashed out. A blonde girl in a pristine white fluffy dress, having just been threatened with death by the man who'd stormed out of the inner room, watched his retreating figure. The door swung open, inviting her to follow. Was this a test of his commitment to his word? Chapter 24. Exposure.
Wait.
This guy. What the heck? He actually dared hang up on me. What's wrong, Ivy? Was that Jew's call? Mahu, clad in his training gear, approached the silver-haired elf. Nothing. Peng just went completely nuts. Ivy replied, her face flushed with anger, a touch of irritation in her voice. Shall we continue then? Yes, of course. They returned to Mahu's training room, a spacious, empty space. Mahu, whose mastery of martial arts bordered on legendary, rarely used equipment in his practice. It was here he'd previously explained the intricacies of Shinji-Quan to Ivy. He couldn't pull the same wool over Ivy's eyes that he had over the rich kids in the 21st century. The 21st century was a low magic world. Magic, high martial arts. To teach a disciple in this era, he needed to offer something substantial and genuine. As Mahu demonstrated the techniques before Ivy, he synchronized his explanations of his training philosophy with his breathing. Earthly martial arts, constrained by environmental limitations, paled in comparison to the devastating power of many extra-dimensional martial arts. Extra-dimensional martial artists, once they mastered battle Kwai, could shatter steel with their bare fists. Earthly martial artists, even at their peak, wouldn't dream of slamming their palms into a blade's edge, even those trained in iron palm techniques. However, this didn't imply that earthly martial arts were inferior in depth and breadth to extra-dimensional arts. Battle Ki, harnessing external energy, could move mountains and split rivers. Chinese internal martial arts, however, focused on internal refinement, achieving absolute control from within. Mahu demonstrated the forms, expounding on the principles of internal martial arts, the invaluable teachings of a master, representing a terrestrial martial artist's adaptation and exploration of the changing environment and his own limitations. In the initial stages of Chinese internal martial arts, you can understand it as absolute control over force. Unlike extra-dimensional martial artists, we can unleash 12-fold destructive power with a single unit of force. Ju's mastery of Wudang Tai Chi allows him to deflect 1,000 jin with 4 ounces of force. So those extra-dimensional martial artists, when their cultivation realms are similar, are absolutely no match for us. Only those who activate Battle Ki are a bit tricky. But can you imagine the combat power of an internal martial arts master who can unleash 12 times the destructive force of their strength after cultivating Battle Ki? Internal strength as the body, Battle Ki as the application, the two combine for boundless power. Speaking of which, Mahu steadied his stance and suppressed his martial arts aura. As he summarized, his feet pressed slightly downward, a faint Kwai radiating around him. The hard concrete beneath his feet bore 2 clear, deep footprints from this single step, as if it was soft mud. Feeling he'd impressed the elf girl, Mahu slowly turned around as he spoke. Chinese internal martial arts are refined and profound, but they lack the corresponding absolute power to enhance their lethality. Battle Ki warriors, on the other hand, can unleash their Battle Ki but not control it. Their strength is too great to manage. If we could combine these two, it would undoubtedly be a massive revolution in the martial arts world. The martial artist who achieves this will become an unprecedented grandmaster in this world of witches, establishing a school and making a name for themselves. Yuan, were you listening to my lecture? Mahu, having been excited by his own ideals, turned around only to find the silver-haired, red-eyed elf looking shy and awkward, her eyes glazed over and distant. Clearly, she hadn't listened to a word. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. but remembering the girl's background and connections, he forcibly swallowed the rising anger in his chest.
Yuan, hey! Master Ma, your lecture was wonderful. Amazing.
A clap, clap, clap. Yun, seeing Mahu's face darkening to the point of dripping water, awkwardly forced a smile and clapped, inwardly cursing a certain man with every fiber of her being. Forget it, you're not in the right frame of mind to grasp these principles now. Go rest for a while, I'm tired too. Sighing inwardly about the futility of trying to teach a log to swim, Mahu walked to the side, picked up a purple clay teapot from the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and then, on second thought, went to her small bag and rummaged through its contents, emptying out the assorted items and makeup. Even the incredibly valuable sensing crucifix was casually tossed aside. Meanwhile, Peng hailed a human-powered rickshaw and hurried towards Mahu's residence. There were cars on the street, but in this age of witches, those who could afford and were capable of driving cars were either witches or closely associated with them. If Peng flagged down a car, he would likely end up wasting more time than taking a rickshaw. As for running all the way there, exhausting himself before even delivering the vegetables. A beep beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Putting down his phone, Peng had already made over a dozen calls to Master Ma, all unanswered. From this he could already guess Master Mai's intentions. As Master Mai's most gifted student, a master of Xuanhuan whose skill had reached the level of Huajing Huadin, could he really not sense anything amiss with his top disciple? Master Ma, some things if left unaddressed, will only worsen. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being unkind. The phone in his hand was slowly crushed to pieces by Peng's tightening grip. When he slowly opened his previously closed eyes, a faint purple mist subtly appeared in his originally jet black pupils. By then he had arrived at his senior brother Mahu's rather secluded residence. When Peng went upstairs and saw Yuan, he was genuinely shocked by the scene before him. Lips, scarlet red as if smeared with a pair of intestines, a face caked with thick, ghastly white makeup, and dark circles around her eyes as if she'd been punched twice. Peng clutched his chest, nearly gasping for breath. How does it look? High-end Korean cosmetics, not cheap, you know, said a female elf, her back straight, tiptoeing slightly, her ample bosom thrust forward like a little girl seeking parental approval. The problem was honestly Peng, a netizen for over 20 years, had never seen such a catastrophic makeup job. Looking at Yuan's expectant expression, he struggled to speak, but any praise was blocked by his conscience and sense of decency, making it impossible to utter a word. Mahu, standing behind Yuan, looked equally shocked, constantly pouring himself tea from a purple clay teapot. Years of martial arts training hadn't killed him, yet he almost bit the dust today from sheer fright. The moment Yuan turned, the power Mahu had gathered dissipated, his courage nearly failing him. Peng, having inherited Taoist traditions and years of mental cultivation, possessed significantly greater resilience than Mahu. He stepped forward, avoiding Yuan's wine-red eyes surrounded by dark panda circles, bowed to Mahu and said, "Senior brother Hu, our master asked Yuan and me to return, saying he has new assignments. Let's end today's martial arts instruction here. The little girl's preoccupied today, not suitable for training. Take her back." "Thank you, senior brother Hu." "What? The wolf-slaying mission just ended, and master has another one. What's going on? Even as his disciples, he can't treat us like slaves," Yuan complained, while Peng had already grabbed her arm, pulling her towards the door with a little too much force. Yuan wasn't stupid. Sensing the slight pain in her arm, she instantly understood something was amiss from Peng's behavior upon entering, and so she shut her mouth, allowing herself to be led out. Just as the two were about to leave the martial arts arena, Mahu's voice, cold and yet infused with a hint of madness, cut through the air. "Junior brother Ju, you forgot something." Peng turned around to see Mahu, clad in a strong outfit, tossing a silver cross towards him. On it, a miniature carving of a giant wolf howling at the sky glowed crimson, as if burning with a frantic rage. "Go, get the car." Seeing his cover blown, Peng forcefully shoved Yuan, sending the nimble elf flying backward, for with the silver cross came Mahu, charging like a tiger unleashed. No, even tiger was inadequate. More accurately, he was a ferocious wolf, its savage assault carrying a terrifying bloodlust. Mahu's fists flew a wolfish attack. If Peng closed his eyes, he would feel a hungry wolf lunging at him. Mahu had internalized the essence of Xingyiquan, forgetting the form while mastering the spirit. However, after pushing Yuan away, Peng met the attack head-on. His form shrank, growing smaller and lower until to Mahu's astonishment he vanished in a blur. But the next moment a whirlwind of force, a gale sweeping across the earth, bypassed Mahu's perfectly guarded upper body, cutting sinisterly toward his lower half. Daitang Dao ground rolling knife style, avoiding the solid to attack the vulnerable. A master of fist fighting lying on the ground is a force to be reckoned with, every limb a potential weapon. A visually unappealing but incredibly effective fighting style. Mahu's ferocious attack was brutally countered by Peng's sinister Daitang Dao. After retreating several steps to dodge Peng's attacks from all angles, he unleashed a series of powerful kicks. The final kick was particularly devastating, its crimson glow hinting at the raw power it unleashed, tearing through the air like a crescent moon of solid force. The crescent-shaped force, like a steel blade, forcibly repelled Peng, who despite his advantage was relentless in his pursuit. Chapter Oda 25. When Taiji meets Xingyi. When Guoshu confronts Q, the powerful kick forced Peng back, separating their entangled bodies. Excellent, truly worthy of being a direct disciple of Wudang's pure Yang sect. Junior brother Ju, you are indeed a recognized genius of martial arts. Hick, using Daitang Dao to break through Xingyi's tiger pounce. Clever. Turning to see that Yuan had already run off, Ju Peng let out a breath and chuckled wryly. People are forced to adapt. Facing your tiger pounce head on would have meant a beating to death. To avoid the solid and attack the vulnerable, I naturally targeted Brother Hu's most unguarded area, his lower body. My lower body is a weakness in your eyes. Good, then let's see this move. He lunged forward body low, then dropped to all fours. A faint red glow enveloped him. When he charged at Ju Peng again, he was almost twice as fast. That was why Senior Brother Ma had committed the massacre and performed the primal sacrifice, a master of internal martial arts capable of delivering 12 times the destructive force with a single strike. Combined with near limitless martial ki, the combination would birth what a terrifying monster. Slowly Ju Peng closed his eyes. After activating his ki, Ma Hu's quadruple bestial charge was so fast it blurred in Ju Peng's vision. Relying on his eyes was suicide. A phantom blow could shatter Ju Peng's skull. But as long as he hadn't broken the sound barrier, his speed couldn't deceive the wind. Ma Hu unleashed a flurry of bestial blows aiming to finish Ju Peng swiftly. The battlefield became a whirlwind of red, a beastly aura constantly battering a human-shaped punching bag. Ju Peng stood with his eyes closed, his expression calm, his fists held in a defensive posture, tight circle. No matter how fast Ma Hu moved, how unpredictable his attacks, even from the most bizarre angles, the blindfolded man always faced him head-on. This wasn't just blind fighting or auditory perception, it was the clear, perceptive mind cultivated through years of Taoist meditative practice. Let him be strong, let him be strong. The breeze sweeps across the mountain. Let him be arrogant, let him be arrogant. The moonlight shines on the river. No matter how fast his movements under the mirror of the mind, every detail is clear. I can easily counter his speed with stillness, using slowness against speed and striking after he has acted. The red whirlwind intensified, tossing Ju Peng like a rag doll across the room. The powerful force tore away most of his upper body clothing, scattering it like fluttering butterflies. It also revealed the iron-hard muscles beneath, a testament to his internal energy and the hardening of his skin and muscles. They'd met twice, and Ma Hu had said it twice. Ju Peng was a direct descendant of Wudang Pure Yang. This wasn't mere boasting but a reflection of the deep envy and resentment that small, independent martial arts sects held for the ancient, established schools. Ju Peng respectfully addressed Ma Ye as a senior and Ma Hu as a senior brother. But truthfully, their schools were worlds apart. Ju Peng's master had been a martial arts grandmaster at the Dan Dao level, a sword immortal in his time. When Ma Ye was young, he wouldn't have dared to look him in the eye, let alone call him brother. Martial artists like Ju Peng, whose childhood trauma left him unable to cultivate inner strength, are essentially useless in ordinary Guoshu schools. However, Ju Peng's master had painstakingly rebuilt his body from infancy, using precious tonics and ointments worth their weight in gold, combined with the profound secrets of the Wudang Pure Yang Child Kung Fu. This allowed Ju Peng to transcend the limitations of ordinary human physique, cultivating a body of steel and powerful qigong, nearly double the strength of a normal person. Ju Peng's wushu skills remained at the peak of external strength, unable to break through to inner strength. However, his invulnerable body, honed through both internal and external training, had reached the pinnacle of perfection, making him akin to a humanoid fighting machine forged entirely from metal. A martial artist like Ma Hu, newly initiated into transforming strength and not yet at its peak, would stand little chance against Ju Peng in a one-on-one fight, especially given Ju Peng's superior fighting style and exceptional physical prowess. In 9 out of 10 cases, Ma Hu would be beaten to death in the ring. To kill someone, Ming Jin external strength is sufficient. Ju Peng was once recognized as a fighting genius in the domestic martial arts world precisely because he excelled at using external strength to kill those with transforming strength. In the sorcerer's century, Ju Peng, through his Wudang lineage's medical expertise and knowledge of pharmacology, could identify a variety of extra-dimensional ingredients and concoct body-building elixirs for himself. Ma Yi and his apprentice lacked this ability. The body-enhancing potions sold by the sorcerer organization were too expensive for them. Even if they sold the Ma family fighting arena, they couldn't afford to make their own concoctions like Ju Peng. They lacked the millennia of accumulated knowledge of pharmacology passed down through the Wudang Pure Yang sect. The likelihood of poisoning themselves by experimenting was far greater than the possibility of success. Since ancient times, the martial arts world has placed great emphasis on authenticity, as it represents heritage and lineage. The difference between authentic and unorthodox schools goes far beyond just the martial arts themselves. Had Ma Hu not been empowered by his wolf-fighting spirit, he might have already fallen into Ju Peng's trap and been beaten to death. But now, with this wolf-fighting spirit, Ma Hu fought Ju Peng like a rag doll, bouncing him around the room, completely disarming him. Towards the end of the fight, Ju Peng's face was flushed crimson. He wasn't a true internal strength master after all. The blood qi forcefully circulated by the pure Yang Child Kung Fu, after enduring Ma Hu's relentless attacks, reached its limit even with his skill in deflecting attacks. The moment he dispersed his ki, the moment Ma Hu, enraged, unleashed his final blow, was also the moment Ju Peng's skull was shattered. A faint red aura covered Ma Hu's fists as he lunged towards Ju Peng's chest. His 10 fingers extended, his nails like the claws of a fierce beast. Ju Peng, unable to defend, instinctively retaliated, his fist turning into claws ready to tear his opponent to shreds. The crimson flush on Zhu Peng's face receded like a tide, signaling the dissipation of his child Kung Fu's ki. Once his blood ki dispersed, his strength would completely vanish within 3 to 5 breaths. Seeing this, Ma Hu's heart swelled with elation. He still needed to hunt down the female elf. If she reported what happened, he'd have nowhere to escape. But as long as he killed Zhu Peng first, then the elf, he'd buy himself time, even if he had to become a fugitive. Therefore Ma Hu, already impatient from having been stalled by Zhu Peng, unleashed his fists, relentlessly pounding towards the opening in Zhu Peng's defenses. Just a moment before Ma Hu's fists connected, Zhu Peng extended his arms, which had been broken apart. The tattered remnants of cloth on his elbows wrapped around Ma Hu's arms like snakes. A Wudang secret technique, binding clothes into rods, binding clothes into weapons. In ancient times, Wudang masters would drink and negotiate with their enemies in taverns, leaving their weapons outside as a sign of peace. If negotiations succeeded, that was best. If not, the Wudang master would splash some wine on his Taoist robe, whirling it into a cloth club. In the surviving Wudang martial arts chronicles, countless skilled martial artists were thus stealthily killed by Wudang practitioners, barehanded. A martial artist with a weapon and one without are entirely different things. Moreover, Wudang Taoists developed a whole system of martial arts specifically for this underhanded tactic of binding clothes into rods. In modern times, people no longer wore long robes, so Wudang masters developed binding clothes into weapons. Since clothing fabrics improved and became more durable, many new entanglement and grappling techniques emerged as seen now. Ma Hu's fists were brimming with power, yet his arms were forcibly pulled apart by Zhu Peng's makeshift cloth weapons. His powerful fist slid harmlessly across Zhu Peng's chest. Because Zhu Peng's binding clothes into weapons was so bizarre and sudden, Ma Hu didn't even have time to shift from fists to claws. Now he had to worry about the gaping hole in his defense. Raising his leg, Zhu Peng wasted no time. 13 whirlwind-like consecutive roundhouse kicks exploded out, targeting the groin, lower abdomen, ribs, heart, chest, throat, face, and forehead. All 13 kicks found their mark. It was like striking steel. For traditional Chinese martial artists who had never encountered it, Du-Ki was simply outrageous. With a roar, Ma Hu delivered a sweeping side kick. A blade-like crimson energy wave slammed into Zhu Peng. He barely managed to raise his left arm to block his vital areas before he was sent flying like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Yevon ran downstairs, ignoring Zhu Peng's instructions to start the car. She retrieved a brutal yet beautiful double-barreled shotgun from the trunk of the magic Crystal Age car. In many parts of China, this kind of gun is called a violence gun. It has a short range, but the area of impact is large. Where the muzzle points, a wide spray of pellets goes, and even the shooter doesn't know where they'll land. This was a magical firearm that Yuan specifically bought after witnessing the ferocity of the Huaxia martial artists. In many ways she was truly prescient. However, as soon as Yuan pulled out the shotgun, a figure crashed through the window and landed heavily on the car. Zhu Peng's left arm was grotesquely twisted, his torso bare as he slammed onto the carriage, coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. Yuan slammed the car's hood shut, raising her gun and aiming before she even clearly saw who she was aiming at. She reacted swiftly, immediately firing a shot at the upstairs window. Though she missed Ma Hu, she at least forced him to duck, preventing him from immediately jumping down.
Wu.
A Huajin Grandmaster plus Wolf race Wolf Ki. Even at full strength, I couldn't even seriously injure him. Drive fast. Even if we team up, our chances of winning are less than 2 in 10. Holding his left arm, Zhu Peng rolled off the roof of the car, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, breathing heavily. Yuan, after firing several more shots, opened the door and quickly started the car. Just as Ma Hu lunged out of the doorway, the sports car's tailpipe spat out pale blue flames, and it shot off into the distance. Are you alright? What the hell happened? Isn't that Ma Hu your senior brother? I'll call a few masters from the clan later and have them kill him. Don't face me, I'm fine. What? Nothing, we got it all wrong. It wasn't the Wolf clan who conducted the Wolf race primal ritual, it was senior brother Hu. He probably found Wolf Kai on that little girl's mother last night, so he committed the massacre to help himself comprehend Wolf Kai and integrate it with his Xing Yiquan. I should have known. How could his progress be so fast? This beast race Qi and Xing Yiquan are, I can't believe it. Zhu Peng's eyes accidentally caught the rearview mirror, and he was terrified. He saw Mo behind the car, his body enveloped in a dense red glow, crouching low, his body moving at incredible speed, almost blurring, rapidly closing in on them. Chapter 026 Unruly Dominance, Martial Artist Pride. Wolf Ki's esoteric essence, lunar attribute frenzy. How could he master the essence of a Kli in 7 days? Watching the frenzied monster rapidly approaching, Zhu Peng felt sick. Damn it. Zhu Peng, you get out there and block him, I'll run. Seeing Ma Hu in the rearview mirror, enveloped in a dense red glow rapidly closing in, Yuan was completely stunned, blurting out her thoughts. Screw you, think I'll let you get out and block him? If I get out, can you drive? We'll still get killed. It's better for one of us to die than both. I promise you a grand funeral, and I'll bring flowers to your grave every year. I'm allergic to flowers, and I find walking the path to the underworld too lonely. Having a beautiful elf like you accompanying me isn't such a bad deal. Humph, you finally admit I'm beautiful, huh? What the hell is wrong with your brain? Why are you focusing on that now? Zhu Peng berated Yuan. Then, after roughly reattaching his left arm, he hugged his shotgun, leaned out of the car, and fired wildly in a general direction until he'd emptied the magazine. However, this was Zhu Peng's first encounter with someone who cultivated battle Kyoi, or rather he underestimated the terrifying power of a martial arts master who had cultivated battle Kyoi. Before the shotgun smoke had even cleared, Ma Hu, his muscles grotesquely swollen and burning with flames, was upon him. Zhu Peng scrambled back into the car, but the crazed Ma Hu grabbed his collar, yanked him out, and dragged him from the sports car. Zhu Peng, the girl in the car screamed. Yuan slammed on the brakes, the car's tires screeched against the asphalt before coming to a shuddering halt. Yuan opened the door, and a pale gold revolver materialized in her hand. The elf fired several shots at Ma Hu, whose body was enveloped in a red glow. However, his movements were so swift that even with her superior elven eyesight, she couldn't follow him before he was upon her. A thorny vine suddenly burst from the ground in front of Yuan, wrapping around Ma Hu's glowing body like a frenzied python. In that instant, Yuan aimed her revolver at Ma Hu's head. "I don't need to see your movements, I only need to anticipate your target." Her eyes sharp, the silver-haired, red-eyed female gunslinger fired. Time seemed to slow. The bullet shot from the revolver, aimed directly at Ma Hu's forehead, but a large, thick hand wreathed in red energy appeared before him. With a poof, the expensive bullets proved their worth, piercing through both Ma Hu's hand and his battle-key defenses. However, Yuan clearly saw the man standing before her, his mouth curled into a cold smile beneath the shielding hand. Before Yuan could even register Ma Hu's movement, she was hit with a devastating blow to the abdomen, sending her flying. "Junior brother Zhu, don't even think about running away. If you dare, I swear I'll break this little girl's neck, strip her naked, and hang her from a tree for all the men of Abyss City to admire an elf beauty's body." Slowly turning around, Zhu Peng's haphazard shotgun blast wasn't entirely ineffective. Many pellets had found their mark on Ma Hu's grotesquely swollen body. Even's shot had left a long, gruesome gash across his forehead, blood gushing forth, yet further fueling Ma Hu's frenzied fighting spirit. With Even's magical reinforcement gone, the magical thorny vines were shattered and torn away by Ma Hu's expanding body. Gasping for breath, Zhu Peng, nursing his left arm, once again stood before Ma Hu. "Many times a man can die, but he cannot retreat. You stupid pointy-eared fool, what were you doing just now? If you'd just driven away, he might not have dared kill me. Now it's likely we'll both die here today." "Woo, damn Zhu Peng, who else could you find? You find a psychopathic killer to be my teacher? I'm only 162 years old, I'm still young, I don't want to die yet." With difficulty she pushed herself up amidst the shattered wood and metal, but the intense pain forced the silver-haired elf to clutch her abdomen, unable to move. She had managed to yell a couple of times to let Zhu Peng know she was still alive. That was her limit. In terms of the elf's long lifespan, 162-year-old Even was barely a teenager, not even an adult yet. To die here today alongside an earthling idiot would be a grievance that would cause her to cry injustice even in hell. "Humph, junior brother Zhu Peng, you two have quite the bond. Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll immediately send her down to join you and find a secluded spot to bury you together." Speaking slowly, Ma Hu advanced step by step towards Zhu Peng. He was a master of Guoshu, although his rage-fueled power had subsided, leaving him in a normal period of fatigue. His recovery ability, due to his precise control of ki and blood, was probably stronger than Zhu Peng and Even combined. The intense fatigue from his earlier rage was suppressed to a minimum by Ma Hu's profound Guoshu cultivation. Even without his battle ki, he retained nearly 80% of his combat ability. Coupled with the use of his remaining battle ki, Ma Hu's overall fighting strength remained that of a Huajin Grandmaster, and as time passed his condition visibly improved. "Actually, senior brother Hu, why do you have to kill us? The security situation in the 3rd district has always been chaotic. Using Nord and Red Guard blood to fuel your battle ki is not a big deal. You didn't use Chinese or witch blood for the ritual. Take Even and me back to see Master Kid. Even and I will do our utmost to plead your case. Besides, the Master values profit most of all. He would love to have a practical, powerful expert like you join his Demon Hunter Guild." Faced with Ma Hu's relentless advance, Zhu Peng unhesitatingly made empty promises and launched into a barrage of verbal attacks. However, Ma Hu smiled in response, his tone cold yet arrogant. "Since being taken in by my master, I've been practicing martial arts since the age of 5, diligently studying the classics of various martial arts schools at 7, and killing in the fighting arenas at 15. I've been through nearly 100 battles. Making my way is in my own hands. If I go with you to your teacher, will my life still be my own to decide?" Pausing for a moment, Ma Hu continued. "Besides, he's just a first-order black wizard. Once I perfectly integrate Xuanhuan and battle ki, I'll be a grandmaster of martial arts, founding a school in the wizarding world. Does a mere first-order black wizard deserve my submission?" Chapter 027. Open and concealed attacks, fierce and gentle assault on the outskirts of the sprawling chaotic megacity. Enduring his injuries, Zhu Peng hoped Ma Hu would concede on today's events. However, even before speaking, a domineering, proud Huajin Grandmaster with a heart of iron wouldn't be easily persuaded. The result was predictable. Ma Hu ruthlessly cut off their last chance, adding a dose of ridicule and sarcasm. A mere first-order black wizard deserves my submission. You make a good point, I'm speechless. Let's continue fighting then. With a weak smile facing the attacking Mahu Peng, clutching his left arm rapidly melted and morphed into Mahu's likeness, like soft mud. He or it replicated Mahu's fighting stance. Unfurling the Xuanhuan frame, a pale red battle key slightly weaker than Mahu's prime erupted around him. This seemingly magical transformation startled the Huajin Grandmaster, but after a brief observation, Mahu quickly spotted the flaws in this inferior imitation. Unstable lower body, shifted center of gravity, loose power in his arms and legs. Bang! Mahu's powerful body lunged forward, his left fist extended in a precise inch punch, shattering the seemingly strong battle key defense, striking the replica in the abdomen. The mutated slime's painstakingly imitated fighting stance instantly collapsed, melting into a puddle of translucent emerald green jelly before Mahu. Form over substance, a superficial display. Zhu Shixing only studied this showmanship for half a year under his current teacher. Objectively, it's quite strong. However, our martial arts abilities are perceived as normal attacks, not skills. It can't understand how we exert 12-fold destructive power with one unit of force. It only captures the form, not the essence. It's just that Brother Hu counters it extremely effectively. To truly kill, I still need to do it myself. Mahu instantly incapacitated his summoned spirit, while Zhu Peng emerged from a corner wielding a sharp, angled steel bar. During the delay created by the summoned spirit, Zhu Peng had reset his left arm. Though still battered, his demeanor remained calm and composed. Zhu Peng stood before Mahu, legs spread wide in a martial stance, his makeshift spear quivering. A ferocious aura, unique to warriors, instantly emanated from him. Mahu, unarmed, tensed, assuming a fighting stance. However, in his blind spot, a card asked along a strange oblique trajectory, bypassing him to stick to the semi-transparent jelly spread on the ground. A dark blue, ominous, blood-red witchcraft array materialized, swiftly engulfing the mutated sludge. I swear I shall be invincible. With a low growl, an imperceptible golden light diffused within Zhu Peng, consolidating his strength and boosting his spirit. Zhu Peng's first trump card, with its peculiar operational principle, leveraged space to elevate his combat state. In the next instant, Zhu Peng, spear quivering, charged at Mahu like a bristling hedgehog. Although it was merely a piece of steel rebar sharpened to a point, in Zhu Peng's hands, it was wielded with the seasoned skill of a veteran general, commanding a legion of armored cavalry charging with long spears, a scene of battlefield might. The lethality of a warrior is entirely different with or without a weapon. Zhu Peng was battered and bruised, but the long thick rebar he held as a spear unleashed a fierce and ruthless energy, instantly captivating Mahu's undivided attention. In the 21st century martial arts world, unless used to aid training, weapons are rarely practiced by martial artists. If one were to train with weapons, it would be more efficient to simply train with firearms. The 18 traditional weapons pale in comparison to the immediate effectiveness of a handgun, or even an AK-47. Therefore, many 21st century martial artists avoid weapons to avoid hindering their progress in unarmed combat. Zhu Peng was different. His fist techniques couldn't reach the level of dark energy. So after reaching the peak of bright energy, he studied the 18 weapons and even unorthodox hidden weapons, aiming for a broad approach, seeking to use external means to break through to the realm of dark energy. This had precedent in the martial arts world. However, Zhu Peng's result was that he failed to achieve dark energy, but his skill with the 18 weapons reached a level of proficiency, greatly enriching his fighting style and enhancing his combat effectiveness. Just as Zhu Peng unleashed a flurry of spear techniques like a peacock displaying its plumage, a cold, sinister gust of wind sliced towards Mahu's nape. A colossal blood-red mantis nearly 2 meters tall stood where the mutated sludge had been. It casually swung its foreleg blades, a near imperceptible strike aimed at Mahu's skull. Blood mantis insect type, intimacy. 40 Thecos level 1 to HP 12 attack 4 2 defense 16 speed 29 special attack 12 special defense 9 total Hun 20 characteristic 1 sacrifice a summoned spirit in combat to summon a higher level 1. Senescence. Its long life grants it vast combat experience strength, but it is undeniably old. Skills 1. Bloodblade / 2, Sword Dance Wheel 3, Bloodlust 4 Frenzy Seal, Inscription. No matter who it is, let me fight. A spear attack from the front, an arrow from behind. I refuse to believe you won't die like this. A furious roar echoed in his heart as a mountain of spear shadows erupted again. This strike a guaranteed kill, a guaranteed victory. Mahu crashed headfirst into the spear shadows, allowing Zhu Peng's steel rod to pierce his upper left chest. The rod was not a true spear, and Zhu Peng's left arm was still untreated. Without these conditions, if Mahu dared to let Zhu Peng's weapon pierce him, with a shake of Zhu Peng's hands, the spear shaft could have shattered Mahu's entire left chest. But there are no ifs in this world. At the last moment, sensing the danger, Mahu violently broke through Zhu Peng's spear barrage. However dazzling and unpredictable the spear flowers might be, the actual point of the steel rod was only a single point. Closing the distance, Mahu used a shoulder strike to send Zhu Peng flying. Fortunately, Zhu Peng didn't specialize in baguazhang and was severely injured. Otherwise, that solid iron mountain shoulder strike would have killed him before he even hit the ground. After sending Zhu Peng flying, Mahu couldn't pursue. He turned to face the blood blade mantis. He had almost been decapitated a moment ago. The blood blade mantis's strike had been swift, ruthless and accurate. If not for Mahu's heightened senses due to his mastery of Xuanhuan and the incorporation of wolf fighting spirit which had honed his instinct, he would have died under that backstabbing blow. Even after successfully resisting Zhu Peng's attack, his tactics shattered by Ma Hu's desperate gamble, injured and battered, Zhu Peng lay there for a long time, unable to get up. Though the blood blade mantis was currently slashing at Ma Hu, making him jump and sweat profusely, Zhu Peng's low mental strength was being rapidly depleted. Only third-tier apprentices have the capacity for spellcasting because only they can convert mental strength into usable magical power. Zhu Peng wasn't even a third-tier apprentice wizard, yet he could summon a first-order summoned spirit. This was solely due to the incredibly powerful soul-infused construction core knowledge of the Devourer lineage, which enhanced the host's magical power, nurtured the summoned spirit, and reduced spellcasting consumption. Otherwise, the moment Zhu Peng summoned the blood blade mantis, he would have already passed out from mental exhaustion. No, I can't push myself any further. If I do, I'll die. Glancing at the battlefield nearby, the ferocious mantis beast seemed to have pushed the heavily wounded Ma Hu to his limits. However, noticeable unstable ripples appeared around its body. The bloodblade mantis was like a virtual projection with a bad signal, its entire body flickering between transparency and clarity. Blood flowed from Zhu Peng's nose, mouth, and even ears as his mental strength reached its limit. Just then Zhu Peng placed a hand on the leather pouch at his lower back. Inside was a steel glass tube filled with a purplish liquid potion, emitting a dazzling, beautiful, and subtle light like a purple galaxy. A high-potency restorative potion. No need for oral ingestion, absorbs through the skin. For life forms below the first rank, as long as they aren't dead, it provides instant recovery with no side effects. Each vial costs 5,000 gold coins, or 500,000 RMB. The most terrifying part is that there's no channel to buy it. Even if you have the money, you can't get this treasure that's practically a second life. Ma Hu, using every trick in the book, finally managed to stall until Zhu Peng's mental energy was completely depleted. The huge, ferocious bloodblade mantis let out an unwilling roar, slowly dissipating into countless crimson particles of light. But before Ma Hu could catch his breath, he instinctively turned his head and saw Zhu Peng unscrew a glass vial. After gesturing to him with the vial, he tilted his head back to drink. Exhausted, Ma Hu had a moment where he truly wanted to let Zhu Peng drink that potion of unknown effect and then simply die himself. However, the strong will cultivated by years of martial arts spurred him on, and Ma Hu mustered his last ounce of strength to attack Zhu Peng. At that very moment, as Ma Hu lunged and Zhu Peng was about to drink the potion, the silver-haired elf, heavily wounded and losing consciousness from blood loss, a completely unexpected variable suddenly appeared. She stood before Zhu Peng, a foreign girl in a white, fluffy dress with golden hair, ice blue eyes and a childishly cute face like a doll. Chapter 028 Self-satisfied oblivion. The immortal never forgets. Ma Hu's ferocious attack was coming. Zhu Peng was prepared, but a little werewolf girl had already moved before him, standing in front of the Black Witch apprentice. Bridget's small, delicate hands tightly gripped a light gold revolver. The moment Ma Hu charged, she unhesitatingly fired several shots in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. After several unnatural contortions, Ma Hu's strong, burly body staggered forward a couple of steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Crimson blood quickly spread around him. Had Ma Hu been at his peak, Bridget's shots wouldn't have even scratched him, let alone killed him. But after several grueling battles, the formidable master of Xuanhuan was utterly exhausted, his fighting spirit and physical energy completely depleted, further exacerbated by the lingering fatigue from his berserk state. This confluence of factors made Bridget's final shots the straw that broke the camel's back. A man who dreamed of founding his own school and becoming a grandmaster of martial arts in the wizarding world fell before an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The moment the blonde werewolf girl appeared and fired at Ma Hu, Zhu Peng's first reaction was to snatch back the potent restorative potion that was already tilting downwards. Fortunately, this enhanced potion was jelly-like and somewhat sticky, and Zhu Peng's reflexes were fast enough to save this incredibly valuable, almost priceless elixir from the black market. By this point, awestruck by Ma Hu's imposing presence, Bridget, having emptied her revolver, pressed the trigger dozens of times more before finally calming down. She casually tossed the empty light gold revolver to the ground, then collapsed, sitting heavily. After a while, the little girl suddenly blurted out, "I saved your life, repaying you for saving me from that elf's gun last night. We're even. You saved me 10 years worth of salary," Zhu Peng replied, resealing the potion bottle and checking meticulously for leaks before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. As he looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips, a shadow fell across his face. Blood flowed from Ma Hu's mouth and nose. Without the suppression of his fighting spirit, the bullets laced with vicious witchcraft began to rapidly corrode his body. He had only a single breath left, yet Ma Hu still clenched his fist and struck out at Bridget, who had her back turned. It was a purely instinctive reaction. Zhu Peng, his body racked with pain and bleeding profusely from his wounds, propelled himself forward with incredible speed towards Ma Hu. The two battered, exhausted martial artists collided with a thud. Zhu Peng used his body weight and momentum to push Ma Hu back. His hand clamped around the other man's throat, but he couldn't muster the strength to crush his windpipe. Junior brother Zhu, a martial artist, shouldn't die by gunfire. Let me send senior brother on his final journey. Cracking! Zhu Peng propelled Ma Hu's body against a sturdy low wall. After what seemed like an eternity, Ma Hu's body grew cold and limp, but even in his final moments, he mumbled incoherently. Zhu Peng's head lolled against his shoulder, his breath ragged, yet he still managed to discern Ma Hu's final words as he departed this mortal coil. Triumphant, carefree, grasped the meaning, lost the form, master. I so want to see the Dan Dao immortal realm, the Dan Dao immortal realm, master. Listening to Ma Hu's slurred, dying whispers, Zhu Peng's face grew paler. He bowed his head, then inexplicably began to laugh. He he ho ho, even in death, he couldn't forget the Dan Dao immortal realm. Even in death, he couldn't forget it. But what, exactly? Immortality, a low growl escaped him, but the corpse merely slumped to the ground. At some point a chilling rain began to fall from the sky. Rolling clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour descended like a curtain. Triumphant, carefree, the Dan Dao immortal realm. 3 days later, Xuanhuan, driving her sports car, delivered a convalescing Zhu Peng to Ma Yi's underground fighting arena in Chinatown. The arena was still bustling with activity, but its owner was no longer Ma Yi. The new overseer was a man surnamed Lu, a once renowned martial arts master, a lean, wizened old man who was a master swordsman. If Lu Yidao engaged Ma Yi in a bare-knuckle brawl, he might not have been a match. But in a weapon fight, Ma Yi would have been at a significant disadvantage. The Lu family's rapid strike blade technique was a treasured heirloom, swift, cunning, its killing moves insidious and unpredictable. Unlike any major boxing style, it was a rarely seen, weapon-focused school of martial arts in the 21st century Chinese martial arts world. Chinatown is all part of our circle. When the world is in turmoil, only the rough and ready rise to the top. But this upheaval was exceptionally fierce. Not a mere change of dynasty, but a complete shift in the world order. Old Master Lu personally brewed a fine tea for Zhu Peng and Xuanhuan before sitting down to chat. No, the old man said. His offense and defense were both clean and sharp. He knew when to take, when to let go. Lu Yidao raised his thumb in admiration of Ma Yi's decisive ruthlessness. His younger daughter Ma Xuanhuan is a lovely girl, and lucky too. They found out she had bronze-level bloodline in Witch City, showing she has witch-like abilities. She got into a respectable school. Old Ma, upon receiving the news, sold this place without hesitation, took the money and left for his daughter the next day. A whole sack of jewels! Apprenticeships for witches are expensive, very expensive, and a witch apprentice needs a bodyguard, a highly trusted one. Ma Yi sold his turf, took the money and left, job done. With old Ma's experience, those little witches are no match for him. Ma Xuanhuan becoming a full-fledged witch, it's practically a sure thing. That old geezer Ma is such a scoundrel. After all these years of friendship, he stiffed me for over 100,000 gold coins before he left. Old Lu here is up to his neck in debt. Old age makes you long-winded, I suppose. But Zhu Peng listened patiently to old Lu's rambling, finishing his tea before calmly saying, Ma took a few golden eggs, but left you the hen that lays them. It's all right. Years of friendship shouldn't be ruined over mere material things. As you said, Xuanhuan is almost certainly going to become a full-fledged witch. Consider it a contribution to her education. Lu Yidao laughed heartily at Zhu Peng's words. Xuanhuan, listening beside them, was utterly bewildered, finding their entire afternoon conversation utterly baffling. Before they both amicably took their leave, a giant fireball sank in the west like a setting sun. Leaving the underground fighting arena with the silver-haired elf, Zhu Peng glanced back at the bustling Chinese city and sighed. Chapter Zoto 29 Pure Yang and Rongyang View. The vast multiversal wizard civilization has no religious or scholastic limitations, similar to the relaxed atmosphere of ancient China during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. The Celestial Witch Tower allows numerous wizarding schools to coexist, even allowing various non-wizarding schools to compete for students. Within the 2nd District's Wizard City, outside the Celestial Witch Tower, in addition to numerous wizarding schools, there are also various kinds of vocational colleges. Many of them don't charge tuition. In fact, they often subsidize students as long as you have the aptitude and willingness to study and train. However, even with such low barriers to entry, these suppressed vocational colleges barely attract a handful of students each year. Many have had to merge to improve their competitiveness due to low enrollment. Physically oriented professions include shield warriors, heavy infantry, and heavy armored swordsmen. Strength-oriented professions include berserkers and barbarians. Agility-oriented professions include rangers, thieves, and assassins. Spirit-oriented professions include witches, and witches. Intelligence-oriented professions include witches, half-witches, and pseudo-witches. Willpower-oriented professions include knights, honorable swordsmen, and sword saints. The vocational colleges that manage to survive like weeds under the immense pressure of the wizarding world's civilization are largely supported by legendary or even transcendent powerhouses. However, these powerhouses must contend with the predicament of their profession's failing lineages. Although the wizarding world is open and permissive, allowing almost any school or religion, almost anyone with the potential to become a witch will not choose other inferior professions. The less gifted are even more focused on becoming witches, hoping to achieve higher levels through increased dedication and effort. Those with exceptional talent, possessing even gold, platinum, or diamond level bloodlines, would selectively take up supplementary professions to enhance their foundations. Among the strongest of these multi-skilled mages, the most famous, even the most formidable, is the legendary Gandalf Abs, who, when displeased, would rip his robes and charge into battle. A 5th-order legendary archmage, the World King, also a 5th-order berserker. His temperament, in Earth speak, could be described as life and death are trifles. If you disagree, just fight. The problem is no one at the same level could defeat him. Even stronger 6th-order beings often feared this mad dog. This is not a derogatory term. Mages do not belittle power. A fifth order being feared by sixth order mages, even if called a mad dog, is something to boast about. The wizarding world does not prohibit the spread of any religion or belief, even if you preach the scriptures of evil gods or demons. Dare to reach for the soul resources of the wizarding world, and your hand will be chopped off, your claw will be chopped off. A seventh order abyssal dragon king is equivalent to a mid-level deity. Coupled with the dragon race's almost unparalleled racial talent, even powerful deities from other planes might not be a match for the dragon king, yet acting as a power station and a super-sized incandescent light bulb. Such deterrent power would make even abyssal lords or lords of hell hesitate. Is it worth risking their lives for souls, which are readily available in every world, under such a social context? Who in the wizarding world would still believe in so-called gods? Distance creates beauty, distance creates awe and mystery. Now, a mid-level divine being hangs above their heads like a giant light bulb. They can't avoid seeing it. The wizarding world wasn't initially without priests and churches, but they're truly hard to find now. The existence of the abyssal dragon king is a blatant mockery of all clerics. All professional schools and religions, even those never targeted by the celestial wizard tower, could only barely survive under its shadow, clinging to the last breaths of their existence. In such an environment, the Rongyang temple before Peng surprisingly boasted flourishing incense offerings. Most visitors were people of color from the wizarding world, arriving in luxury cars, dressed in fine silks and satins. If it weren't for the Taoist priests in their green robes and black hair, most people from Earth, even the Chinese, wouldn't recognize it as a Taoist temple. Peng, followed by several Chinese laborers pushing carts laden with rice and flour, didn't use the main entrance. He entered the Rongyang temple through a side gate, with the air of someone intimately familiar with the place. Naturally familiar, as the Wudang Pure Yang sect, similar to the Huashan Sword and Q schools, was divided into two branches: the Pure Yang Verification Department, emphasizing Pure Yang Taoism, verifying the truth without falsehood, with each step leading to enlightenment. One sect, the Rongyang Refining Heart Department, believes that the Tao follows nature, and that one should temper their heart in the mortal world. Only when the Tao heart is perfected can one hope for the great Tao. Although these are two almost diametrically opposed concepts of enlightenment within a single sect, the Chonying and Rongyang branches have supported each other for 1,000 years, sharing a common origin. Despite differing cultivation philosophies and diverging paths, they ultimately share the same goal and origin, a fact that has never changed. You can put these rice and flour supplies in the storeroom in the backyard. This is your payment, please count it. Peng pointed, then handed several silver coins to the leading laborer. More than enough. Oh, no need to count, young sir. You deliver rice and flour to Rongyang temple every so often, and we humble folk have received much kindness from the abbot. We shouldn't charge you for a little help, I understand. You all work hard trying to secure a good future for your children. Your youngest son studies in Wizard City. Which academy is he in, by the way? The Knight and Perseverance Academy. Not only is tuition free, but they often send scholarship money home. Plus, the Knight Academy has a good atmosphere, and the Wizard Lords are willing to hire its graduates as guard knights after graduation. But as parents, we always want to give our children a little extra something. Not a magical mount, but even a warhorse with a touch of magical blood would be nice. I've met your son. He has strong willpower and a sturdy physique. Peng paused, then added, unable to resist. After graduation, he should avoid becoming a guard knight for a black wizard, even though they offer the highest pay and what appears to be the best treatment. A black wizard's money isn't so easy to earn. Having said what he shouldn't have, Peng patted the laborer's broad shoulder and left. These laborers were mostly in their 40s or 50s. They were far from being top-tier gamers and lacked any outstanding skills. To make money, they could only do heavy manual labor. In today's world where wizards rule half a plane, he was considered an enviable middle-class citizen with a steady income, a stable home, and a child studying at the Knight Academy in Wizard City, a family with hope and prospects. A black wizard's money isn't easy to earn. Despite its flourishing reputation, Rongyang Temple's interior and exterior were far from resplendent. They were simply clean, elegant, and tranquil amidst the bustling city. Peng entered the spacious and quiet main hall, expertly offering incense, making offerings and prostrating himself. With each solemn ritualistic movement, his troubled thoughts gradually calmed. Surrounded by incense smoke, the statue seemed to Peng like his deceased master, bringing him peace and tranquility. In the faint haze, in the tranquil stillness, an indeterminate time passed, seeming like a century yet a fleeting moment. A soft, gentle murmur reached the man's ears, shattering the hard-won peace of his mind. Excuse me, are you a priest? Peng slowly opened his eyes from his meditative posture. The first thing he saw were crimson lips and teeth as white as ivory. The young man, his lower body slightly, revealing a voluptuous woman with a captivating face. Her face was fresh and youthful, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, yet her aura was alluringly mature, like a ripe peach brimming with sweet juice, leaving no man mistaking her for an unripe maiden. At that moment, this captivating beauty with her perfectly styled pink waves leaned towards Peng, smiling. She wore a blue robe, like a wizard's gown. The loose robe suited those of average build, but on this woman, who seemed like a succubus, it clung where it should and flowed where it shouldn't, accentuating her curvaceous figure in a breathtaking way. As she bent her supple waist towards Ju Peng, her breasts, unburdened by any undergarment, fell into his line of sight. The intoxicating scent of the mature woman, combined with the stunning visual, assaulted Ju Peng's senses, causing the blood to rush to his head after years of cultivating pure yang energy. Ju Peng closed his eyes for a moment, letting out a long breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was once more clear and serene. This change caused a flicker of surprise in the eyes of the alluring woman, though she quickly masked it perfectly. In truth, were they not in this temple, beside the deity, even Ju Peng might not have so easily escaped the woman's charms. But within the temple, beside the deity, it was as if his master were standing beside him watching. Ju Peng wouldn't dare show even a hint of lechery in front of his master. It was simply a case of wrong time, wrong place, wrong opponent. You're the priest of this church, right? From what I saw just now, you're much better than those half-baked priests. This is the result of our divination. Could you interpret it for us? As she spoke, the blue-robed beauty with the pink waves handed Ju Peng 2 bamboo slips. Her small hand was like sculpted jade, her nails painted a dark purple, making her delicate hand appear even more exquisitely beautiful and captivating. As he took the 2 bamboo slips, Ju Peng noticed a shy. She had short brown hair, a pretty and delicate face, and stood timidly beside the voluptuous woman. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink at Ju Peng's glance. Chapter 3: Fine Cabbages and Pigs. Alice. 2 pilgrims, Alice, Brother Peng, I'm sorry to disturb you. A young Taoist priest in a green robe finally arrived, but the teenage boy dared not look at the 2 alluring beauties before him, only glancing at Ju Peng with pleading eyes. You may retire, I will interpret their fortunes. Ju Peng rose to his feet, dismissing the flustered boy, then read aloud the tiny characters on the bamboo slips. A red thread binds us from a past life, no need for a matchmaker, the matter will be accomplished. He looked up at the 2 stunningly beautiful women. Which of you drew this? I did. What does it mean? The voluptuous woman with pink hair eagerly raised her hand. A love fortune. You and your lover will surely be together. Ju Peng returned the slip, watching her leap for joy like a child, her abundant curved tots and ample hips a breathtaking sight. And mine. Seeing her sister or perhaps mother receive the desired result, the girl with brown hair grew anxious, softly asking Ju Peng, let me see. A destined union is not empty, you shall meet under the moon at the Jade Terrace. Ju Peng frowned slightly, then looked at the girl, shy as a fawn, before continuing. It's also a love fortune. You will also be with the lover you desire. After the fortune telling, the 2 beauties in their sorceress robes happily left, but Ju Peng's brow furrowed deeper. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the green-robed Taoist boy from a distance. What in the world is Master Daoman up to? It's fortunate they don't understand, or I'd be in trouble. A red thread binds us from a past life, no need for a matchmaker. The matter will be accomplished. Unmatched coupling is lewdness. Both of those fortunes indicated infidelity, a sign of a woman straying. They both have strong radiation, they are witches, or at least high-level witch apprentices. If they'd sensed the truth, Rongying Temple would be burned to the ground. Ju Peng hissed angrily, his voice sharp enough to bring tears to the boy's eyes. The boy stammered, I don't know how it happened. 21 bundles of fortunes, and they chose those 2 and drew those 2 fortunes. The odds are lower than drawing a fortune of wealth or happiness. Chief, it's not your fault. I'll speak with Master Daoman and have those unfavorable fortunes removed. Times are different now, caution is paramount. Dismissing the boy again, Ju Peng entered the inner chambers of the Taoist temple. To be honest, when I first arrived in Abyss City and unexpectedly discovered Rongyang Temple and encountered Uncle Daoman, Ju Peng was completely dumbfounded. While overjoyed, he never imagined that Uncle Daoman, who solely cultivated the mind-refining path, could survive the abyssal catastrophe, much less that he could thrive, even flourish in the chaotic, dark Abyss City, rebuilding the vast Rongyang Temple. The backyard of Rongyang Temple differed greatly from the solemn, majestic, and grand front hall. It resembled a rural countryside, with a fence plot planted with plump cabbages, a small pond with crystal clear water. This scene, paired with the rows of houses on one side, evoked the charm of a country lane. Until a group of squealing children, led by a dark-skinned girl with short, green clothes, began chasing a seemingly 500-pound fat pig. The ensuing chaos shattered the peaceful tranquility.
Catch the pig, catch it! Ah, Brother Peng, you're here! Quick, help me catch Yua!
The tomboyish girl in green shouted excitedly at the sight of Ju Peng, her dark face beaming. She pointed at the pig, desperately seeking help to find some peace and quiet. Why is it so hard? Ju Peng rubbed his forehead, but a moment later, he decisively intervened. The moment the pig saw him, its fat trembled violently, its small eyes shrinking even further, revealing a primal fear. It then knocked over several children rushing towards it, and charged towards a nearby wall. In a few leaps, it climbed onto the roof using stacked supplies, its stout legs scrambling. Truly a pig striving for happiness and freedom. However, Ju Peng materialized in mid-air above the roof. He placed his palm precisely on the pig's extremely thick head, and with a slight push, the roof, already strained under the pig's weight, collapsed. Amidst the clatter, both pig and man tumbled into the dark house. After the commotion, the pig, which the girl called Yua, was bound by Ju Peng, hoisted onto his shoulders, and finally tossed before a short, stout Taoist who had appeared out of nowhere. Uncle, this pig is almost a spirit. Let's slaughter it, and it's a pig. Why the animosity? Ah, my poor Yua, all you did was root up a few cabbages. Did you really deserve to be chased by dozens of people? The round-faced Taoist, who bore a slight resemblance to the pig, untied Yuiwa. The fat pig, aggrieved, leaned its head against the old Taoist's shoulder, snorting and complaining, pouring out its woes. The short, stout old man patted its thick back. Only after promising the pig a potato and cabbage stew did Liyua grunt and turn away, her ample rear end knocking over several children in Taoist robes as she exited the circle. Alright, everyone. Disperse, your Uncle Ju is here today and will have cabbage and tofu tonight. Qinglian, prepare a room for your senior brother, he's staying tonight. Yes, master. See you later. Senior brother. The short-haired girl with dark skin and bright eyes waved at Ju Peng, her face brimming with joy before skipping away. For Qinglian, even if the abyss descended or the sorcerer world conquered the remnants of Earth, her life remained largely unchanged. She spent her childhood in the deep mountains, cultivating and working alongside her master, farming, raising pigs, living a peaceful and tranquil life. The occasional visits from senior brother Ju brightened her for a whole month. Tell me, what's been troubling you lately? You seem burdened. It's been years since worldly affairs affected your Tao heart, the short, stout old Taoist asked casually as he and Ju Peng strolled along, his red wine-stained nose wrinkled. Chapter Zoda 3:1 The Tao Heart's Guidance. Thoughts unburdened. In the Rongyang Temple's rear courtyard, an old man and a young man walk side by side. Qinglian is 17 now, and her fundamentals seem solid. Do you intend for her to enter Shijing or join another sect? Ju Peng unusually didn't immediately answer his elder's question but countered with one of his own. Le Qinglian can only enter Shijing or join another sect. The Rongyang's method of cultivating the heart is even less suitable for women than the Pure Yang Shijing method. In fact, although the Wudang Pure Yang sect doesn't forbid marriage, they historically never accepted female disciples. This is because the Pure Yang sect's original foundation comes from Ozu's 100-character stele of heavenly transformation pill scripture, whose contents are entirely unsuitable for women to cultivate. From every perspective, Qinglian, it's not for her. Peng, you live in the mortal world but your heart remains in the Dao. Though external demons occasionally assail you, your Dao heart is pure and stable. With diligent effort you can overcome them. But Qinglian, as you know, she's only met you a few times, yet she seems to have feelings for you. She has the same nature as her mother. If she enters the Dao, she'll undoubtedly fall into the demonic path, despite already possessing a foundation in the Dao from growing up by my side. Let her live a peaceful life, it's a good destiny for her. I disagree, Master Uncle. Qinglian's destiny should be her own choice. Some paths may be bitter, but the joys and sorrows are hers alone to bear. The two entered a quiet room together, their conversation continuing. The room was bare except for 2 meditation cushions on the floor. It resembled a Christian confessional, the only difference being that Taoist meditation chambers were used solely for cultivation, self-reflection, and purification of the mind, unlike Christian confessionals, which were open to anyone. Ju Peng and the stout old Taoist sat facing each other on the cushions. Ju Peng's practical experience in martial arts was undeniable. Even though Taoist Damen had been cultivating for decades, he was no match for Ju Peng and had nothing to teach him. Ju Peng's foundational skills had been firmly established by his late master. However, Taoist cultivation was the focus of the Rongyang Refining Heart Department, so Ju Peng never hesitated to seek guidance from his elders when faced with confusion to further his own understanding. Master Daman, a few days ago my witch doctor teacher, Kid, gave me a task: several cases of mass murders. He asked me to find the culprit and bring back their head. So I took my companions to Chinatown and met Master Mai and Brother Hu. The moment Brother Hu died, I truly regretted it. Although Brother Hu committed several mass murders, he didn't target good people, and moreover they were all foreigners. From the perspective of a Taoist cultivator, he hadn't done anything wrong. Perhaps I should have handed over the head of Lin Bridget to fulfill the task. That way, things might have turned out differently for Brother Hu. He closed his eyes, the events of the past few days flashing before him. Many people had countless opportunities to change the outcome, to prevent such a cruel and tragic end. Hey, if time could be rewound, would you choose to kill the werewolf girl to save Brother Hu's life? The stout old Taoist, eyes also closed, the question leaving Ju Peng speechless for a long time. I don't know. Then let go of that thought for now. Don't obsess over finding an answer. After a moment of silence, Ju Peng continued, Master Daman, what exactly is the realm of the Dan Dao immortal? Or rather, what is an immortal? What is an immortal? In martial arts, after Mingjin Anjin and Wojin, the next level is the Dan realm. As my senior brother, your master, once said, it involves cultivating one's willpower and blood essence in the Danchin, until it permeates every meridian and acupoint in the body, almost fully unlocking the body's potential. That is the Danjin, the Dan Dao realm. As for what an immortal is, Penga, the answer to that question is hidden in your name. Ordinary mortals, they live and die like pigs, but through diligent cultivation, one sheds their mortal coil, like a moth emerging from a cocoon transforming into a Peng. From pig to Peng, from mortal to immortal, the dual refinement and evolution of both mind and body. When this refinement and evolution reach a certain peak, that is an immortal. Having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the Dan Dao realm, the body's evolution surpasses human imagination, a concept I both understand and can envision. But how does one achieve the evolution of one's mind and will? To act as one desires without exceeding the bounds. Where the Tao guides the heart, thoughts flow unimpeded. Zhu Peng fell silent for a long time, his brow furrowed after hearing this. Years ago, my only son, your senior brother, fell in love with a policewoman while undergoing trials of the heart in the mortal world. He wished to leave the Taoist sect, to live like an ordinary man, to grow old with that girl. Later, that girl was captured during a drug bust. Not only was her innocence lost, but she became addicted. Your senior brother, hair disheveled, ran up the mountain to beg me. Do you know how I answered him? I know. You gave him a steel blade. He used it to slaughter the entire family, 13 people, leaving no one alive, not even the animals. Later, he was gunned down while being pursued. But I believe, in the moment he avenged his enemy, his Tao guided his heart and his thoughts flowed unimpeded. Your actions, however, hardly seem to fit the description of acting as one desires without exceeding the bounds. Youngster, we are outside the ordinary world. This bound is not imposed upon us by others but by ourselves. Without bounds even soaring in the sky itself becomes your cage. This world has never known absolute freedom, only relative freedom. These views are my own understanding and perceptions. Ultimately, you must cultivate and perfect your own Tao heart and will. Garments that fit me may not fit you. Understanding is understanding. Not understanding is not understanding. My truths are not yours. Forcibly trying to understand and adapt will only distort your originally clear Tao heart. Seeing his nephew still struggling with confusion, Taoist Master Tao paused, then spoke again. Remember that infinite terror, the descent of Tao Chi you gave me. That was your favorite novel as a child, a chivalrous tale. There's a character named Zheng Heng who tells us, a man can die many times but he cannot retreat. Retreat leads to a life more painful than death. Yuhua was like that. I could have asked your senior brother to avenge him, to kill all his enemies, but I didn't want him to later regret it, to live a life worse than death. To act as one desires without exceeding the bounds, where the Tao guides the heart, thoughts flow unimpeded. Some things can be laughed off, but some things a Taoist disciple may die but cannot retreat, because the moment you retreat you are already dead. Freedom of the mind, strength of the body, that is what the Tao of immortality is. Reflecting, comprehending, integrating his own understanding, Zhu Peng asked one last question before entering meditation. Master Uncle, what if my Tao heart guides me to slaughter? What if what I truly desire is to descend from the heavens, wielding a burning black greatsword, to watch the earth burn, to annihilate all beings? What then? If this is truly what you desire most deeply, if all this will truly transform your state of mind, making you better, more complete and happier, then go for it. Peng, we are cultivators outside the mundane world, transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements. What we seek is to stand atop the peak, to walk on clouds, to roam freely without bounds. That is what it means to be a Shan. As Lei Doman finished his last sentence, Zhu Peng's breath completely subsided. With Daoist mind cultivation techniques in this state, all his mental will and even subconsciousness enter a state of intense concentration. If the national martial arts of the Dan Dao realm are living corpses in terms of Kuai and blood, then the Wudang Pure Yang sect's Taoist mind cultivation techniques, pursuing an empty and tranquil mind yet a vibrant spirit, can be considered living corpses of the spirit. Between life and death, the yin and yang are chaotic like an egg. The union of the two is the gate to returning to the innate, yielding the fruit of universal renewal. The body thus becomes indestructible, the Tao heart thus capable of walking on clouds. Of course, the methods passed down in the low martial, low, magic 21st century plane, no matter how much they're hyped up, will only really give you deep relaxation and fulfillment. Thinking you'll cultivate sword flight or fireballs. Honestly, stick to meditation at the Wizarding Academy. Earth might have been powerful in its day, but after millennia of evolution in this low, magic plane, Taoist cultivation methods have been reduced to some outdated and useless idealism. Zhu Peng stuck to his outdated idealism, practicing his turtle breath meditation for a whole day. When his will returned and his spirit settled, all worries and dust had been swept away from his heart, leaving only the clear Tao heart pursuing improvement and perfection. Zhu Peng opened his eyes, and a pair of bright black and white eyes met his gaze. He sighed, leaning back slightly as Li Qinglian's dark yellow face gradually enlarged in front of him. What the hell are you doing, little brat, trying to scare me? No, how could I scare senior brother Peng? It's just that you're so handsome. You don't have to repeat that, I know. Senior brother Peng, are you hungry? I made stewed cabbage and tofu served with rice. It's delicious. Put it there. I'll get it myself. Senior brother Peng, when will you marry me? Coco. Wow, senior brother Peng, you threw up. What a waste. Let me wipe it for you. Why would I marry you? What, senior brother? You want to go back on your word. When I was 5 you said you'd marry me. You were 5 too, I was just teasing you. Amata! Awala! Amidst the chaos, a group of children in Taoist robes peeked through the small window of the quiet room, watching the fairies fight. Seeing no one around, Li Yue snuck out again to continue munching on cabbage. Chapter Lore 3-2 A Gaze from Hell. That night, Dao Man Le Dao went to bed early, while Zhu Peng, Le Qinglian, and a gaggle of mischievous children built a bonfire to roast potatoes. Or rather, Zhu Peng roasted them, while Le Qinglian and the children ate them. The stars shone serenely in the night sky, a large full moon hanging heavy above. Everyone knew it wasn't the same moon as before, that it concealed a gigantic orb of imprisoned abyssal dragon king. But it looked similar enough, didn't it? It's so strange, a child whined. They're both roasted potatoes, but senior brother Peng, yours tastes so much better than mine. It's not just potatoes either. I've noticed before, we use the same ingredients, the same method, but the results are never as good as yours. Why is that?
Fatty, stop bullying your sister! Give Ernie your potato!
Yeah, you just sit there eating, doing nothing. Of course yours tastes good, Peng said, handing a roasted potato to Ernie while lightly slapping the greedy Fatty as a reprimand. Fatty, having failed to steal another potato, had his own unfinished one snatched by his older sister and given to someone else, then got a smack from his older brother. Fatty, tears welling in his eyes, gnawed on his chubby finger. Watching his companions happily munching on potatoes, their mouths slick with grease, he felt utterly wronged. Finally, his little sister Ernie shared her newly acquired potato with him. Peng had given her 2 large potatoes on her skewer, more than she could possibly eat. After an hour and a half of furiously roasting potatoes, he finally managed to satisfy the little tykes. They lay down around the warm bonfire, drifting off to sleep. Just as Peng finished his last potato, ready to reward himself, a massive pig, its fat rolling in waves, lumbered up to him. A pair of eyes, almost hidden by layers of blubber, greedily watched the potato in Peng's hand.
Don't even think about it. I saw you rooting around in the field for cabbages earlier!
Qinglian will go crazy when she finds out tomorrow morning. The pig Yua ignored Peng, pushing forward relentlessly. In the end, they shared the last skewer of potatoes. In return, Liua lay down beside Peng, offering him the warmth of its substantial back as a pillow. Li Qinglian leaned against Peng's shoulder. Peng nestled into Yua's mountain of fat, and a ring of sleeping acolytes surrounded them. The bonfire slowly died down while the large orb in the heavens burned brighter, heralding the dawn. Morning arrived, washing away the dust, restoring the serene demeanor befitting a cultivator. After bidding farewell to his uncle, the man left Rongyang Temple. Uncle Rongyang, holding back a tearful Li Qinglian, saw Peng to the temple gate. No hesitation, no fear. Following the dictates of his Dao heart, he would do what he willed, kill whom he willed. I believe that with senior brother's 10+ years of teaching and Penga's insight, you will never make a choice that violates the fundamental principles of the Dao. Taoist man, short, fat, and with a red nose, spoke thus, his words filled with trust and affirmation. Peng, hearing this, turned and bowed deeply, then abruptly turned and strode away, chanting softly as he went. 2 feet follow wherever they go, 1 spirit always accompanies the key. Sometimes the 4 elements intoxicate. I asked the blue sky, who am I? His spirit was high, his Taoist resolve firm, free from both constraint and doubt. Meanwhile, in a dark corner far from Rongyang Temple, several withered corpses lay scattered, their essence drained, their bodies even turning to dust mid-air. A witch with long pink wavy hair and another with brown, shoulder-length hair stood in the shadows. Broken bones and ash surrounded them. Even the few remaining men were being sucked dry one by one. It's only been a night. My desire to drain him has intensified tenfold. Licking her lips, the pink-haired beauty, a mix of older sister and beautiful woman, watched the spirited young Taoist in the distance. In her eyes, Peng was like a drop of honey shimmering with brilliance. Small in quantity, but unparalleled in purity. She stared intently at the man, her greed almost taking physical form in her gaze. The girl with brown short hair was pulling up a limp man with both hands, gently sucking on his lips. There wasn't even true contact, yet the man displayed an expression of soul-stirring pleasure. A wisp of white smoke served as a bridge, and soon the man was drained of all his essence, reduced to a dry, decaying corpse. Eat, eat, eat. All day long you just know how to eat. These ordinary people are fine for filling your belly, but the tasty, it's really nothing to speak of. I increasingly want to eat that little priest. Rolling her eyes at the brown-haired girl, the pink-haired girl reluctantly turned only after the young Taoist figure had completely disappeared, only to find her companion had already finished their rations. Having something to eat is good enough.
You dare to be so picky!
If we weren't in the 3rd district, we'd have been arrested by the enforcement squad by now. But the succubus bloodline is such a hassle. Going for a long time without absorbing essence causes our magic to weaken and our bloodline to degenerate. Choosing to implant this bloodline back then, I wonder if it was worth it. Burping, the brown-haired girl happily rubbed her belly, her face flushed with a mixture of shyness and satisfaction. Seeing the human corpses scattered around them, however, few would find her cute. This is a silver upper, rank bloodline. Without these limitations, could we have obtained it with our abilities? Rongyangzi's Qian blood have begun to decay and rot, mother can no longer use it. While Chunyangzi's essence is excellent, it's far too small. More importantly, I sense the soul pressure of a Black Sorcerer emanating from him. Hopefully, it won't be too troublesome. I don't want my soul extracted and burned in the fires of hell for millennia. The brown-haired girl said, a little fearfully. Among the low-ranking Black Sorcerers dwelling in the Abyssal City, surely no one is our match. While bloodline sorcerers, or rather Susha, typically overwhelm their peers, unfortunately Black Sorcerers are also said to do the same. In ancient legends, the Great Sorcerer Emperor was once a Black Sorcerer, only to gradually wash his hands of it millions of years ago. Yet, even so, the terrifying reputation of Black Sorcerers continues to circulate throughout the heavens. Regardless, we cannot refuse Mother's request, the Hell Sorcerer said, adjusting a strand of hair at her temples. It concerns a breakthrough in her life level. Her eyes gleamed with the dangerous intensity of a predator stalking its prey. Thankfully, Chun Yangzi still needs time to grow, giving us ample opportunity to investigate his mentor. Chapter 033 Golden Hunter Bloodmoth Guild. He slammed the richly dressed but pale man against the wall, plunging a sharp wooden spike into the man's heart before twisting the wrist with a violent jerk. Vampire blood splattered across the black-haired, black-eyed man's face, transforming the young demon hunter's usually rather pretty face into a terrifyingly ferocious mask. Releasing the lifeless body, he let it slide limply to the floor. The young man with the Wawade casually grabbed a tablecloth from the nearby table, using it to wipe his face and the wooden spike. Only then did he bend down to carefully examine the corpse. He stripped the vampire of everything that seemed valuable, not just the target's fangs, but rings, necklaces, even a nose stud, stuffing them into his jacket. The vampire wouldn't need them anymore, would he? As the young man swiftly looted the body, a faint green light flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, outside in the hotel corridor, several potted plants aimed their blossoming flowers at the hurriedly assembled men and women armed with weapons. They were uniformly blonde, blue-eyed and in suits, their faces pale, their fangs subtly visible when they became agitated. Armed with knives, swords, and even earth firearms, strictly forbidden in Sorcerer City, they gathered before room 2021 before one of the strongest among them kicked the door open and charged inside. The next moment, he flew back even faster than he'd charged in. A wooden bolt etched with inscriptions pierced his heart. The terrifying bolt, carrying astonishing kinetic energy, sent the 200-pound man flying backward, pinning him neatly to the wall. A wooden bolt. It was that bastard strangling Vine. He'd killed Lord Beric's son. The Baron wanted him dead. Remembering Lord Beric's bounty, remembering Lord Beric's punishment, the previously hesitant vampire thralls outside instantly forgot their fear. Despite the narrow doorway, they swarmed in, braving the deadly bolts. Inside the room, the black-haired, black-eyed Wawade man held 2 3-bolt crossbows. These modified crossbows fired bolts with incredible force, each one like a siege ram, momentarily holding back the blood thralls desperately charging it. But the 6 bolts were quickly spent. The Wawade man smiled, tossed aside his crossbows and shattered the room's floor-to-ceiling window with an elbow strike. Turning, he waved to the blood thralls who had just burst into the room, making a bye-bye gesture. Without hesitation, he leaped from the window. This was a high floor of a skyscraper. A normal person jumping from this height wouldn't just break, they'd probably die of fright. However, nearly 2 seconds after launching himself into the distance, Fan Wukai produced a wooden detonator and pressed the red button. A massive burst of fire and explosive force erupted from the room, propelling the man, his wooden glider wings now extended faster and farther. He practically flew from the bustling city center to the suburbs. As Fan Wukai's feet landed squarely on a sports car, he immediately leaped from the roof and retracted the wooden glider from his back. As a carpenter, he suffered from a rare metal allergy. While not severe enough to cause physical discomfort upon contact, any contact, even indirect, caused him emotional distress. I hate metal. He tossed several seeds under the surrounding vehicles. A faint green glow flickered in his eyes. The seeds rapidly sprouted, tearing through the earth. By the time Fan Wukai walked away, several cars had vanished, bound tightly by the vines and forcibly dragged into the earth, out of sight. High in the heavens, the great orb controlled by the celestial witch tower had ceased most of its burning. Though still suspended in the air, it now represented the moon, signifying that night had fallen, and everyone should go to sleep. Responding to the call of the heaven-piercing witch tower, most of the ordinary people in the Abyss City, even if not soundly asleep, would be hiding safely in their homes, unless of course they wanted to test the terrifying midnight legends of the Abyss City. But Kid's Bloody Mouth Bar was open 24/7. Since its opening, this Hunters Guild had revitalized the previously quiet neighborhood, and most dark creatures would never dare approach. It was as if sane humans would never approach a beast's lair. To the people gathered here, the dark creatures that ordinary people avoided were nothing more than prey. No matter how many times he came, no matter how many times he saw it, he still found it ugly. Looking up at the huge sign of the tavern, a grotesque, emaciated old man with a gaping maw, its head larger than the sign itself, exuding a terrifying and eerie aura in its bizarre exaggeration. Fan Wukai pushed open the door and stepped into Kid's bloody mouth. His strong, upright physique coupled with the cute baby face of an oriental man drew the attention of many, both overt and covert, as the young hunter entered the bar. 2 blonde, scantily clad young women approached him, wine glasses in hand, attempting to entice him into buying them drinks or something more. He brushed them off unceremoniously, and amidst their muttered curses, the man went straight to the second floor. After passing 2 young men not particularly tall or strong but with eyes as sharp as knives, Fan Wukai entered the only room on the second floor. The moment he closed the door behind him, all the noise and clamor of the downstairs nightclub vanished. Unlike the chaotic mess on the first floor, the second floor of the bar was noticeably more upscale and elegant. Several geishas, each with a stunning figure and face, stood on stage performing the Sekigawa dance to the accompaniment of a song. They gracefully manipulated their delicate folding fans depicting a landscape of clouds and sunrise, seemingly carelessly stroking their ornate kimonos. In the fleeting moments when the exquisite garments slipped, glimpses of pearly white thighs and gleaming, smooth bare shoulders were revealed. The geisha's movements filled with a seductive allure of coy hesitation and reluctant invitation. They were prostitutes just like the girls downstairs, but they presented themselves with far more class. Of course, their services also came at a much higher price. Among the patrons on the second floor were strong Russian men, Japanese samurai clutching their katanas, dwarves with axes and beards covering almost their entire faces, Nordics, and red guardsmen with flushed skin. But the most numerous occupying the best seats were mostly middle-aged and elderly men surrounded by their young, capable disciples. These old men, some rosy-cheeked, some with eyes that held a piercing intensity, some with grotesquely large knuckles and powerfully built elbows that seemed disproportionate to their frail bodies, all possessed exceptional combat skills. Indeed, only those with a proven track record could earn a place on the second floor of the Bloodmouth Guild. Unlike the rookie demon hunters on the first floor, who risked their lives for meager pay in the nightlife, these men were the true guarantors of the Demon Hunter Guild's mission completion rate. In the F district of Abyss City's third zone, the recent crime rate and incidents involving dark creatures had plummeted, a testament to the undeniable contribution of those on the second floor of the Bloodmouth Guild. Since that man took the helm of the Demon Hunter Guild just 2 months ago, the F district's overall performance had far surpassed other regions, almost doubling the second-place ranking. Many level 1 and even level 2 dark creatures had been hunted down and killed. If one were to speak of a new leader's 3 fiery initiatives, the Demon Hunter Guilds were undoubtedly escalating in intensity. As Fan Wukai entered, a man who, like himself, was remarkably young among the crowd, was moving deftly between the elders. Upon noticing Fan Wukai, Ju Peng excused himself to the veteran martial artists, then gracefully picked up 2 wine glasses and approached him. "How did the mission go?" Ju Peng asked, handing a glass to the young man. "The information you provided was inaccurate. That guy was protected by at least 50 blood slaves. It wasted a lot of my time," Fan Wukai replied, taking a small sip from the glass, mirroring the young man's gesture. He then followed Ju Peng into a secluded private office in the corner. "Master, who's that kid?" a sturdy boy asked his master, watching the two disappear into the secluded room. "I've never even been in Senior Brother Peng's office. An Esper, supposedly rising fast. There's no job he won't take, no job he can't complete. Your Senior Brother Peng specifically brought him in to fight those Japanese swordsmen," Lu Yido replied, popping a peanut into his mouth and sipping his wine, his eyes half closed in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Yet everything in the room seemed to be under his control, earning him another round of admiration from his disciples. "A private office. The guild's intelligence system is incredibly rudimentary. Most of the information we receive comes from the Witch City headquarters. I also know that the accuracy of many high-level mission briefings not only affects your mission success but, in many cases, determines the life or death of the demon hunters. But I can only guarantee that the mission intelligence provided by our guild is relatively the most comprehensive. No guild in Abyssal City can do better than us. However, I can't deny that there are still many flaws and omissions in the intelligence." He checked the fangs handed over by Fan Wukai and after confirmation, put them into a small black silk bag and placed it in the safe on the side of the desk. Then, he took out a large, bulging money pouch and threw it directly to the baby-faced demon hunter. Fan Wukai didn't even look at it before putting the money bag into his bosom. "As long as you have the skills, it's easy for demon hunters to make money." Chapter 1034 Celestial Cannon Fodder, Civilization Warrior. With half of Chinatown helping you, how could the demon hunter guilds in other districts beat you, this vicious local snake? That's why I specifically transferred from District C. The intelligence from those demon hunter guilds in other districts is all guesswork. The truth or falsehood needs to be tested with one's life. No, the mistakes are far more numerous than the accurate information. Fan Wukai lazily reclined on the sofa opposite Ju Peng's desk. From his posture, Ju Peng could determine that he had basically never practiced martial arts, purely an ability user whose potential was awakened after the abyssal descent. Only his abilities seemed surprisingly strong. After this period of expansion, Kid's Bloodmouth and Ju Peng, as the true leader of the entire Demon Hunter Guild, his private office naturally wouldn't be too shabby. There were bookshelves, red carpets, a wine rack and even a spacious balcony extending outwards, allowing one to overlook the cityscape beneath the night. It was a prosperity and dazzling spectacle not inferior to 21st century Earth, and after people gradually adapted to the civilization of witches, Ju Peng stood on the balcony, gazing at the bustling lights and crowds below. After a moment, he considered his words carefully and slowly said, "I'm almost ready." After this period of operation, the Demon Hunter Guild's business has basically stabilized. After a while I will become a professional adventurer and go to the Dark First Realm, Venomous Throne. Speaking of this, Ju Peng turned back from the balcony, and after pondering for a moment, he stared at the man lazily reclining on the sofa and said, "Wukai, although I know that's your alias, I still want to seriously ask you. Won't you help me?" "Not interested." "Is this broken guild of yours really stable? When I just came up there were 2 girls throwing themselves at me. I feel like it's even more chaotic than it was at the beginning. I want to manage it, but demon hunters, they live a life of knife's edge, and they have no tomorrow. Plus, as long as the missions are successful, they make money quickly, and there are girls who are short of money who come here to pick up rich guys. Should I just kick all the pretty girls out of the bar? At least I won't have succubi, blood slaves or succubus, like things messing around here. If I'm too strict, they'll take their money and go out whoring around, which is more likely to cause problems." "Alright, I admit you have a point. After a moment's thought, Fan Wukai nodded. Demon hunters, especially low-level ones, risk their lives for money. The job pressure is immense, and they do need some way to vent. In ancient China, many armies even allowed their troops to massacre cities after major battles, fearing the psychological burden on soldiers would lead to mutinies. Don't beat around the bush. It's still the same question, will you help me? Peng took 2 steps forward and handed his phone to Fan Wukai. Fan Wukai took it only to see a series of red and green curves, rising and falling erratically. Stocks. Not stocks, but similar. I've invested a few times recently and made a small profit. Take a closer look. Switch to the individual rankings. Fan Wukai switched to the personal rankings as instructed. Rows of data scrolled across the screen. Physical attribute: professionals ranking. Profession: Shield Warrior. Level: 2nd level. Combat power: Index 28286. Profession: Wizard. Level 10. Level 9 rank: Alan Hebler. Combat power: Index 19876. Profession: Heavy Armored Swordsman. Level 1st level 18 rank. Name: Yaltreed. Connor. Index Fint 762. Profession: Shield Warrior. Level 1st level 18th rank. Name: Mark. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Shield Warrior. Level 1st level 18th rank. Name: Kelly. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Name: Hidden. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Russian Heavy Armored Bear. Level 1st level 18th rank. Name: Clark Lauren. Combat power: Index 2185. Profession: Heavy Armored Swordsman. Name: Cleveland. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Shield Warrior. Level 1st level 18th rank. Name: Cleckley. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Thunder Heavy Infantry. Level 1st level. Name: Bulmer Blood. Combat power: Index 9876. Profession: Hidden. Level: Name: Algernon. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Deserter. Level 1st level 16th rank. Name: Legion. Combat power: Index 9276. Mental attribute: professionals. Where's ranking? 1. Profession. Level: Hidden. Name: Hidden. Combat power: Index Hidden. Profession: Fallen Police Officer. Level: Hidden. Name: Hidden. Combat power: Index Hidden. 3. Wizard. Level: Hidden. Name: Combat power: Index Hidden. 4. Profession: Wizard. Rank: Hidden. Hidden. Combat power: Index Hidden. 5. Profession: Wizard. Rank: Sen. Rank: Said. Level: Name: Nei Lu. Combat power: Index 1579. 6. Profession: Wizard. Rank: 10. Rank: 2nd level. Name: Shang Qinghua. Combat power: Index Hidden. 7. That's right, just as you're thinking, the professional assessment system. I prefer to call it the civilized warrior assessment system. What do you mean by showing me this? What necessary connection does this have with your request for my help? Fan Wukai shrugged, still looking bewildered. His Majesty the Supreme wants to use the Witch Network system, powered by the Magma Dragon King, to create a large number of cannon fodder troops for invading other planes. He even intends to use this professional system to change the Warcraft Legion system that has existed in the wizarding world for tens of thousands of years. After all, a rational and restrained professional legion wouldn't be like the Warcraft Legion, leaving nothing but desolation wherever they go, with a significant portion of the enormous profits from conquering other planes being devoured by the Warcraft Legion, as much as 1/5 or even more. At this point, Peng paused deliberately, allowing Fan Wukai to understand the implications. After a moment, he continued. This military reform will have the biggest impact on contract wizards under the Warcraft Legion system, but it won't greatly affect the main structure of the wizarding world. This means that the reform will only face backlash from contract wizards. Furthermore, this reform means a bright future, for those other than wizards: physical type shield warriors, strength type berserkers, agility type rangers, spirit type wizards, intelligence type mages, will type knights. This reform has seen the strongest from the wizarding academies in Wizard City divide up almost all of the available positions, and I want to snatch a share from this already divided pie. Come help me, Wukai. Just one main combat profession. Securing even one for the Chinese people would dramatically improve our status in the wizarding world. Chinese people would no longer be mere playthings at the whim of His Majesty the Supreme Wizard King. Our people would gain greater rights, higher social status. We wouldn't have so many elderly people who have lost their ability to work starving on the streets, nor so many married women standing on the streets at night like livestock, being picked over just to feed their children. We wouldn't have so many young men wielding knives against their own people. As he spoke, Peng's expression wasn't fervent or agitated, but his plea to the man considered powerful among the Earth refugees was deeply earnest, hoping to greatly increase the chances of his plan's success. Just secure a main combat profession for the Chinese people in the wizarding world. Chapter Ardra 3 I will seize my share, as a Chinese martial artist. 6 major attributes for professionals: physique, strength, agility, spirit, intellect, and willpower, imply 6 major army corps. Whether or not this is a cannon fodder unit for conquering other planes is irrelevant. The problem for Earthlings now is that they want to be cannon fodder but aren't qualified. For millennia, under the shadow of the sorcerer civilization led by the sorcerer Emperor Kasa, all non-sorcerer professionals have barely survived like starving dogs. The professional army corps system is a bloody bone thrown by the Supreme Sorcerer King. He intends to select the strongest, fiercest, and most bloodthirsty dog among them to be his hunting hound for the heavens. Those non-sorcerer professionals suppressed for millennia crave this resource like mad. The problem is that the Earth survivors crave it just as much. Those non-sorcerer professionals in the Sorcerer City are simply starving mad, while many Earth survivors are actually starving to death. Peng wants to secure a professional quota for the entire race as a Chinese martial artist. No, it doesn't matter if he's not a martial artist, any profession is fine, as long as he can grab a quota even a Chinese carpenter would do. I refuse. Chris decisive, leaving Zhu Peng dumbfounded. Fan Wukai rejected his invitation without hesitation. Why? Because I'm just a carpenter. I just want to live my life as I see fit. How others live is none of my business and I don't want to be involved. Before the abyss descended, I was a poor loser, and I'm still a poor loser. I don't want to get involved in your messy business. Bang! The glass half full of wine was smashed to smithereens by Zhu Peng's right hand, leaving almost no large pieces, just tiny shards. The next moment, several strong men, clad in tight-fitting clothes and wielding gleaming single-edged swords, burst through the door asking in a mix of surprise and anger, "Brother Peng, what happened? Get out." Yes. After dismissing the intruders, Zhu Peng quickly composed herself. The atmosphere in the room was tense, so he forced a smile at Fan Wukai, joking, "A carpenter. A carpenter who can take down a vampire baron. Okay, I was being presumptuous. I hate moral coercion and I did it myself. I was wrong this time. But even if we can't be partners, we can still be drinking buddies, right?" Turning his back to the boyish-faced man, Zhu Peng calmly swept the broken glass off the desk. "Of course we can be drinking buddies. Actually, you're right and I understand your point. Striving for your goals while benefiting your people. It's a win-win, isn't it? But I know myself, I'm rather self-centered. Even if I impulsively agreed just now, I'd regret it soon enough and go solo. I'm used to flying solo, I really don't like working with others. After all, I'm eating under his wing, so Fan Wukai didn't want to upset Zhu Peng too much, so he gave a more or less plausible explanation. In truth, both present were the same, even though their emotions fluctuated. Neither wanted things to truly sour. Everyone makes choices based on their own reasons, outsiders have no right to judge. People are stubborn, and ultimately they'll follow the path they've chosen in their hearts, step by step. Turning around, Zhu Peng, at least outwardly, had regained his composure. Since they'd already discussed their biggest point of conflict, the two men chatted amicably for a while. Neither was difficult to get along with. Fan Wukai's reluctance to accept Zhu Peng's invitation likely wasn't for the reason he stated. More likely, he probably had too many secrets and didn't want to get too close to anyone. After chatting for a while longer, Zhu Peng got up and personally saw the baby-faced monster hunter off. Regardless, he was still considered an ace for the F District Monster Hunter Guild, single-handedly killing a First-Order vampire, although First-Order vampires are only at the Baron level among the blood race, and while the exact circumstances are unknown, a kill is a kill. Without a certain level of skill, an ordinary person trying to kill a ranked vampire would just be offering a free meal. After seeing Fan Wukai off, Zhu Peng returned to his desk, took out a notebook, and began to write. 2 months into running the Monster Hunter Guild, Zhu Peng had not only mastered the Black Witchcraft Soul Trap analysis taught by Kid, but had also reviewed the wolf fighting spirit he'd attained from Mohu 7 or 8 times. It wasn't a high-level fighting spirit manual, but it was still quite profound, with extremely dangerous and brutal cultivation methods. It's no wonder it's a fighting spirit technique from the orc race. The entire wolf fighting spirit manual is quite small. The fighting spirit running methods only take up 70 or 80 pages. The remaining half is composed of heretical advancement methods. Accelerate entry speed by consuming high-energy biological flesh and blood, directly experiencing the true meaning of beast form. Primitive sacrifice, blood sacrifice to aid fighting spirit breakthroughs. Shadow Fang swordsmanship. I'm not skilled with swords, but wolf fighting spirit combined with Xing Yiquan is enough for me to dominate. When the wolf fighting spirit is mastered, I'll study this slowly if I have the time. Flipping through the notes left by the deceased Tiger Senior Brother on the Dooku manual, Zhu Peng couldn't help but sigh. Most of Senior Brother Mahu's annotations were on the latter half of the book, focusing on the methods of improving crook paths, while he hadn't read the main wolf dookie cultivation technique many times, leaving few annotations. Perhaps, in the eyes of the profoundly skilled Mahu, this crude dookie technique didn't hold much worth understanding. It wasn't just Tiger Senior Brother. Zhu Peng knew that in the eyes of many Chinese martial artists, the reason why the Dooku civilization in other worlds was more prosperous than on Earth was simply because the energy intensity and the concentration of energy factors in the air were much higher. A Chinese martial artist with exquisite control at the same cultivation level could easily defeat 10 or 20 martial artists from another world. While this sense of superiority wasn't entirely unfounded, pride wasn't a desirable attitude on the path of cultivation. Over the past 2 months, Zhu Peng had gone through the Wolf Dooku manual 7 or 8 times. He spent less time on the methods of improving crook path, focusing instead on the main text of Wolf Dooku, which Mahu had glossed over. He meticulously studied every sentence and word. 2 months later, while Zhu Peng didn't dare say he completely understood the entire Wolf Dooku cultivation method, his understanding surpassed that of Mahu. He found several misunderstandings or deviations in Mahu's annotations on Dooku. Even so, Mahu still cultivated the essence of Dooku in 7 days, while Zhu Peng hadn't even caught a glimpse of it. It could only be said that martial arts, regardless of the world, were ultimately a form of physical cultivation. My inability to activate Wolf Dooku is likely due to insufficient energy factors absorbed deep within my body as an earthling. Tiger Senior Brother devoured Xiao Lin's mother. I'll keep that buried in my heart forever. There's no need to make that child suffer anymore. After some time, when I become a professional and go to the first realm, the Poison King's throne, the Abyssal Dragon King's lair, and absorb the essence of a 7th-order demon god, I should quickly be able to supplement the energy factors in my body. However, that kid Fan Wukai refuses to work with me, so I need to find a suitable professional to join the team, otherwise we can't explore many ruins, he scribbled in his notebook under the team section. Liu Yi Dao, successor of the Liu family's fast sword techniques, swift movements, secretive and ferocious swordsmanship, peak-level close combat, expert in internal energy techniques. Note he is ambidextrous, likely skilled in left-handed swordplay or throwing weapons. Zhu Peng, successor of Wudang Pure Yang Sect defender. Yiwen, elf noblewoman skilled in wood-based activation witchcraft with mid to long-range shooting talent, knowledgeable about witchcraft, long-range attacker. Note brainless, weak adaptability, immature personality. Jiang Yusen, the guide, a long-time wanderer of the First Realm, appeared cheerful and sunny, but in reality, he was scavengers had died, yet he, almost the oldest scavenger, remained unscathed. Was it merely luck? Note, he must possess some hidden strength to survive. Fan Wukai, a demon hunter transferred from C-Zone, a plant control esper nicknamed the Strangling Vine. His combat ability surpassed even Evans, battle-hardened. Though I've never truly clashed with him, he's undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Note this man seems to harbor many secrets. 5 names, but since Fan Wukai refuses to come, his name must be crossed off. Martial artists are easy to find. Zhu Peng has a legion of them. Toss a brick and he'll hit 5. 3 at the dark energy level, 1 at the bright energy level, and 1 at the transformation energy level. But in the realm, brute force often isn't enough, at least not to secure maximum gains. Zhu Peng invited Fan Wei to utilize his powerful abilities as a wizard apprentice. They knew each other, making trust easier to establish. Now that Fan Wukai is unavailable, Zhu Peng can only settle for a random wizard apprentice. Combat effectiveness, mutual trust, all are uncertain. As Zhu Peng rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by a headache, a gentle knock came from the door. Moments later, Bridget, her head wrapped in a white bandage, entered carrying a food tray. Lin, you're still injured. Why are you delivering my dinner? Seeing it was Bridget, Zhu Peng rose to take the large tray. A wooden tray held a large bowl of ramen and a plate of beef. The ramen was seasoned with vinegar and chili peppers, its aroma rich and inviting. Chapter 360, the most terrifying power of the Devourer, the trump card. In our tribe, no one gets free meals unless you want to be banished. Besides, I only took a glancing blow. I've suffered worse injuries, healing within 3 to 5 days. I don't know why this recovery is so slow. It's been 2 months, and I still feel a little dizzy. The blonde werewolf girl touched her head. The wound on the back of her head still ached occasionally. 2 months ago, during the wolf slaughter, Zhu Peng tried his best to save her, but he was a step too late. While Mahu's punch didn't land squarely, the mere force nearly killed the girl. She lay comatose for over a month before regaining consciousness. Brother Mahu is a transformation energy level master of fist techniques. You survived his punch. You have no idea how surprised I am. Your mother must be protecting you in the beast god's hunting grounds. Zhu Peng picked up a thick slice of beef, offering it to Bridget. The girl playfully glared at him before using her pink tongue to gobble it down. Don't touch my head, it feels like you're petting a puppy. Well, after you ate my beef jerky, of course I get to pet you. Meixiang loves it when I pet her like this. That's because she wants to be your puppy. I'm a wolf! She swatted away Zhu Peng's warm hand from her forehead, baring her teeth at him. But Zhu Peng immediately used his chopsticks to stuff another piece of beef jerky into her mouth. The disgruntled little werewolf girl chewed resentfully, glaring at the man. Bridget then glanced over and saw the broken glass shards still on Zhu Peng's desk. He'd swept them off but hadn't bothered to clean them up. The cleaning staff would take care of it. What's wrong, brother? Did someone upset you? Following the girl's gaze to the broken glass, Zhu Peng smiled. No, it's just that things have been going too smoothly for the past 2 months, and I've become a little complacent. I thought everything would go my way, that everyone would do what I wanted. But life, you know, is usually more difficult than smooth sailing. In that sense, that guy really woke me up. I need to be much more thorough in my preparations from now on. Brother, my mother said that a strong and brave warrior who can still think rationally is fit to be a chief. Still with flecks of beef on her lips, Bridget leaned forward and lightly kissed Zhu Peng's cheek. Her face flushed crimson, a picture of shy embarrassment. Well, that's a nice reward. All right, Shaolin, go play with Meixiang and the others. You have a natural hunting instinct and strategic awareness. That clumsy girl Meixiang is counting on you to carry her to silver. Fine, if this weren't my only job that doesn't involve starving, I wouldn't touch this stupid game. When are you coming along, brother? Meixiang says you're amazing, though in her eyes you're amazing at everything. I want to see if you're really as good as she says. Licking her rosy lips, Bridget looked like a bloodthirsty little wolf. Her recent professional jungle career seemed to have awakened the predatory instinct within her. Don't listen to that silly girl, I'm terrible at games. By the way, Shaolin, I read in Mr. Kid's collection that werewolves aren't supposed to eat cooked meat, but you seem to have no problem with it. As Bridget was cleaning up the broken glass and about to leave, Zhu Peng looked down at his documents and asked casually, "You're talking about the original werewolves. The stronger the ancestral bloodline, the more pronounced the bestial instincts. They find cooked meat particularly pungent. However, after a few generations, unless there's a bloodline reversion, this won't happen again. So that's it, combining internal martial arts with werewolf Klee, then establishing a new werewolf clan to develop power. That was your original plan, brother Hu. Or did you not know that consuming werewolves raw, followed by primitive rituals and even cultivating werewolf qi, these conditions combined would gradually transform your bloodline into that of a werewolf? After a moment's thought, Zhu Peng dismissed the idea. After all, the man was dead, it was all over. The cute, sweet, and occasionally slightly arrogant little werewolf girl went out. In the quiet office, only the rustling sound of Zhu Peng's pen writing remained. Reviewing statistical tables and auditing intelligence summaries, the Bloodmouth Guild wasn't large, but its workload was enormous. Fortunately, even during his time as a tavern bartender, Zhu Peng had consciously recruited highly educated personnel, especially Yelena Anna, a graduate of St. Petersburg State University in Russia. She could present almost all work and files in the form of charts and data to Zhu Peng, a powerful work capability that greatly improved his work efficiency and decision-making accuracy. After all, beautifully crafted words can distort one's perception, but cold hard data charts cannot. His fingers traced a man's photograph attached to a document. Zhu Peng closed his eyes slightly, and fragments of the target's past and future flashed through his mind. The Bloodmouth Guild's dominance over the Demon Hunter Guilds in Abyss City was partly due, as Fan Wukai said, to the fact that a large part of Chinatown served Zhu Peng. Chinatown's influence with the diaspora of Chinese people extended to every corner of the world, acting as a spiderweb feeding Zhu Peng a vast amount of intelligence. But this was merely supplementary. After all, Chinese people in the wizarding world generally didn't achieve very high positions. Zhu Peng's truly reliable intelligence came from the most frequently used of his 3 trump cards, the Wheel of Fortune. The Bloodmouth Guild's biggest victory in the past 2 months was the capture of Caparo, the second-order werewolf leader Shadowfang, after receiving intelligence from Bridget, Chinatown, and the Demon Hunter Guild. In that battle, Zhu Peng compiled information from Bridget, Chinatown, and the Demon Hunter Guild, repeatedly confirming it with the Wheel of Fortune before finally pinpointing Shadowfang's location. Then he mobilized almost all his forces, launching a siege on Caparo with the desperation of a gambler going all in. It was as if a gambler, having sat down at the table, pushed all his chips onto the table at the very start. Chapter 37 Political Maneuvering High-Stakes Management Techniques. Casino owners always prefer gamblers who appear timid and cautious, those whose intellect is actually diminished. They loathe extremely rational high rollers and completely irrational desperados, as both spell trouble. Zhu Peng, upon entering, shoved all his chips onto the table, acting like a raving lunatic. Consider that fewer than 10 Hujing-level Chinese martial artists reside in the F District Chinatown. In that raid, Zhu Peng, eyes blazing, cajoled and coerced 7 of them, plus a dozen or so Anjing masters, dozens of Mingjing fighters and 100+ peripheral demon hunters. Under Zhu Peng's command, they stormed the largest werewolf gathering point in F District. Such a formidable force naturally yielded impressive results. That battle saw the slaughter of over a dozen first-order werewolves. Caparo, a high-ranking second-order shadow wolf, was surrounded by 7 Hujing-level Chinese martial artists. These masters, having undergone fasting, incense burning, bathing and meditation to reach peak physical and mental states, and having consumed strength-enhancing potions, were fully armed. Caparo spent the entire fight running, unable to mount a single decent counterattack. Among werewolves, Caparo was renowned for his ferocity, which is why he led the F District pack and earned the moniker Shadow Wolf. Yet, even he couldn't escape 7 wedging masters. He was brutally beaten to death. With Caparo dead, the remaining werewolves lost their will to fight. Their panicked flight resulted in almost total annihilation. Zhu Peng's pre-positioned forces slaughtered them all. When nearly 100 werewolf corpses littered the streets, the overwhelming stench of blood created a powerful deterrent. The dark forces of F District fell silent that night, and the Witch City Demon Hunter Guild sent a commendation and a promise of further material support overnight. The werewolf forces were decisively crippled and temporarily retreated from the resource-rich F District. That massacre not only established the Bloodmouth Guild's position in the newly formed Demon Hunter Guild, but also showcased the strength of the Chinese refugees, long considered weak by the natives. Since that night, Nord and Red Guard thugs have avoided the Chinese. It's not that they saw their prey transformed into wolves, but that they saw clearly a genetically mutated black sheep had emerged from the flock of fat lambs. It wields a spiked hammer surrounded by abyssal hellfire, its crimson eyes blazing. Its mouth full of sharp fangs, a gep-gar, a black sheep that eats wolves. The enormous wolf head of the second-order high-level shadow-devouring wolf, originally intended for the Bloody Mouth Bar, was instead presented to Zhu Peng's teacher, the Black Witch Kid, as a gesture of goodwill. After all, during the large-scale operation, the ghost-shaped people, though silent, had inadvertently shouldered the blame for Zhu Peng. If the encirclement and suppression had failed, and the werewolves had counterattacked and annihilated the entire force, the existence of the F District Demon Hunter Guild would have been questionable. The werewolf clan had some influence even within Wizard City and the Celestial Wizard Tower, and if the operation failed, Zhu Peng, even if he survived, would be severely punished, and Black Witch Kid would also be implicated. Of course, Zhu Peng had already foreseen the outcome, having a strong assurance of the operation's success. With that success, all prior risks and gambles would be worthwhile. Could one expect the large number of werewolves gathered in Abyss City to abide by the wizard law? It was like asking a dog not to steal meat from a pile of it. The Bloody Mouth Guild had reaped significant rewards from this operation, satisfying all parties involved. Zhu Peng had also firmly secured the allegiance of the Chinatown faction. Otherwise, why would Chinatown have assisted so wholeheartedly? Was it merely due to his master's excellent reputation in the martial arts world? That's a joke. Generally speaking, the more accomplished martial artists are, the more blood debts they have. The Wudang Sword Immortal's enemies in the martial arts world outnumbered his friends tenfold. Martial artists, often arrogant and self-righteous, could not achieve mastery without shedding sufficient blood. Could their skills be developed solely by hitting wooden posts? The old masters of Chinatown were shrewd and cunning, driven by self-interest, having found collaboration with Zhu Peng profitable. Otherwise, their claims of distant kinship were mere pretense. If they changed their minds, would they even know Zhu Peng? As night deepened, after processing documents and selecting a powerful alternate legal professional, it was already 8:30 p.m. Zhu Peng stretched his stiff body, decided to end his work for the day. Given Abyss City's poor security and the risk of retaliation from the dark forces who had suffered heavy losses, Himiko Ikigami and Bridget all worked at Kid's Bloody Mouth. Himiko assisted Yelena Anna in summarizing the numerous reports received from Chinatown and the guild, delivering the most valuable information to Zhu Peng's desk. As for Ikigami and Bridget, the two young girls mostly played League of Legends. Bridget, a werewolf, unexpectedly displayed an amazing talent for the jungler position in the game. For this, Zhu Peng directly bought her a level 30 account. As a result, Little Wolf Girl's gaming skills surpassed Chi Meixiang's, who had been practicing for a long time, in a short period even carrying Chi Meixiang up the ranks. However, when Zhu Peng pushed open the door to the employee break room, he didn't see Bridget carrying Chi Meixiang in ranked matches. Two beautiful girls were yelling at their computers, one with a green jelly-like bubble on her head, the other with a thick white lump. Waitresses and kitchen helpers were gathered around watching, but it was Chi Meixiang, close to tears, and the silver-haired elf girl with bright red eyes. Little Wolf Girl Bridget, covered by a blanket, was sleeping soundly on a recliner. Zhu Peng went over and tucked the blanket around her, then went to stand behind Yuan and Chi Meixiang. Yuan was using the AD hero Blitzcrank, known as the E-Sports Bolt. 21 minutes into the game, her record was 0 kills, 12 deaths and 2 assists, basically dying more than once every 2 minutes. Even so, she charged more aggressively than anyone else. Poor Chi Meixiang was being so badly carried by the brainless silver-haired elf that she was close to tears. She was using the mid-lane brand and had managed a respectable 3 kills, 2 deaths and 5 assists, but this level of advantage in the mid-lane was clearly not enough to offset the catastrophic collapse in the bot lane. Chapter 038 Summoning the Sprite, Guardian of the Home. With an AD performance like that, you might as well just build tank items. The two girls were playing together, and although Chi Meixiang had been dragged into the dumpster by Yuan, Zhu Peng didn't interrupt them. He reached out and poked the constantly shifting green bubble on Chi Meixiang's head. The mutated green slime turned its tiny, squinted eyes towards him, wrapping his finger affectionately in its soft body. Mutated Mud Common. Intimacy 82 level 0 level 10 HP 9 attack 5 defense 7 speed attack 9 special defense C6 total 45 trait 1 teen toxic battle state. All direct and indirect contact will receive a toxicity constitution judgment. Trait Twin Mimicry. Its soft body can mimic any opponent, even abilities near perfect transformation ability. Skills known inscription I love you, my sister. This was 2 months later after Zhu Peng had finally managed to raise its affection again. During the wolf slaying incident, because Zhu Peng sacrificed the mutated green slime, the little guy's affection for him dropped directly below 40. As soon as Zhu Peng summoned it, it turned and ran away. Fortunately, it seemed to like Chi Meixiang particularly, perhaps due to its origins, so Zhu Peng simply left it with Chi Meixiang, feeding it fresh fruit every day. After 2 months, the little guy's affection finally reached 82. Another sacrifice is ready. Chi Meixiang's head sports a mutated green slime. While its scientific name is mutated full slime, it currently smells faintly fruity, not at all unpleasant, making the name false slime somewhat inappropriate, a fact the little girl Meixiang vehemently disagrees with. On Iwan's head sits a thick, white blob of flesh, a young dragon manifested from a golden card. Iwan named it Nusno. To avoid hindering the precious young dragon's growth, the ghost-shaped man taught Iwan a powerful spell he hadn't even taught Zhu Peng, the soul bond technique. The young dragon card, set as Iwan's soul card, no longer consumes her magic upon manifestation. It exists as a tangible, living creature, familiar and affectionate towards Iwan. The price, however, is that when it collapses, Iwan will suffer a much greater mental backlash than with ordinary cards. The stronger the bond between her and the soul card, the proportionally greater the mental damage. Generally speaking, however, it shouldn't be life-threatening. Despite its drawbacks, the soul bond technique remains an extremely powerful magical ability. Although Zhu Peng currently lacks any powerful cards suitable for soul bonding, he still covets this powerful magic. Nusno is plump and cuddly now, of course, but Iwan's dragon will one day grow into a loyal and powerful ally. Upon reaching adulthood, wouldn't a dragon easily reach a tier 3 or 4 legendary level, if not even tier 5? The girl's family risked a great deal sending Iwan to a dark wizard as an apprentice, but this dragon alone repays all that cost. The only problem is that this young dragon inexplicably prefers perching on Iwan's head, or alternatively Zhu Peng's. Dare place it on your shoulder and it'll whip you with its tail. Consequently, the Bloodmoth Guild's 2 apprentices are now dubbed the male and female dragon knights. A title Zhu Peng gritted his teeth and endured. He only hoped this chubby little thing wouldn't maintain its habit upon reaching adulthood. An adult dragon is measured in tons. At the 28th minute, the utterly defeated purple team surrendered. Iwan was still grumbling in protest, but at 4-1 Chi Meixiang's 28-minute ordeal finally concluded. Iwan, stop tormenting Meixiang, will you? You're just playing around. But Meixiang actually works for this. Overlooking the elf, Peng opened her match record. A sea of blood red blazed across the screen. Clearly, since purchasing this game account, the elf had barely won a single match. She even lost 2 games against A opponents. I only started practicing today, but it's really interesting. No wonder you all enjoy this game so much. Seeing the girl's charming smile, Peng knew poor Meixiang was doomed. Playing League of Legends is most fun when you're together, but Mimi's gentle nature meant she couldn't ignore Iwan like Bridget did. Mimi had finally scraped her way to bronze, only to have this brain-dead elf drag her back to level 30. In the wizarding world, there's nothing like the worst is bronze V. If you lose too much, you can fall from bronze V all the way to level 1. Many power leveling players can't or won't carry people anymore. They just farm level 30 accounts for sale, which is perfectly legal. There are tons of terrible wizarding world players, constantly losing and yet stubbornly convinced they're top tier. Iwan was tough talking but soft-hearted. Though she wouldn't apologize to Mimi to make up for nearly making her cry, the elf offered her car keys. Peng couldn't drive but Hanako could. A ride in a sports car was better than walking home at night. White Dragon Snow Fury, a magic crystal car, sped down the highway under the cover of night. In this era, owning a magic crystal car was still a rarity. That brain-dead elf actually had talent. She just jumped straight into a level 30 account and picked the AD carry role, which is incredibly demanding in terms of skill and awareness, hence the epic fails. But if she isn't scared off by the difficulty, she should reach gold in time. Going beyond that will be much harder. Inside the car, Bridget, nestled in the soft furs, commented, "It's just a game. Mimi, don't worry so much. Just think of it as keeping Iwan company. If you're short on spending money, Big Brother will give you some, but a few hundred copper coins can't compare to Iwan's favor." Silly girl. Seeing the Japanese girl pout, both upset and adorable, Peng chuckled. Since taking over the Bloodmoth Guild, even with Mr. Kid taking the lion's share, Peng's salary had skyrocketed. It went from 30 gold a month to nearly 100, and with the bonuses from high-level quests, his yearly income was over 3 times what he earned as a bartender. So lately, he hasn't even been playing his daily first win in League of Legends because he's been busy lately, and the rewards of the first win aren't proportional to the time spent. Hanako-san, Iwan, I will be out for 1 to 2 months this week. I've entrusted Anna with the guild's daily affairs. You're her assistant, so make sure you remind her not to favor the Russians too much. Chinatown is our most important partner now, Peng said to Hanako beside him, looking at the scenery outside the car. Rest assured, whether it's Russians, Japanese or Koreans, I guarantee that 80% of the lower-level demon hunting tasks will always go to the Chinese. Hanako, dressed in a professional suit, had a more capable and confident white-collar air than her previous demure little housewife image. Perhaps she'd been asked for favors too much lately. She no longer looked down on herself so much, and this had subtly changed her entire demeanor. High-level demon hunting tasks can be treated fairly, but for lower-level ones, let's take care of Chinatown. After all, my uncles and masters have too many young disciples to train. Hanako drove, and Peng sat in the passenger seat, chatting with her about work for a while, making the time fly by until they reached the apartment building. I swear, even with my salary tripling or quadrupling over 2 months, I still can't keep up with the rising housing prices in Abyss City.